Are you ready? 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 Are you ready?
goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Senior scored out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. Now, if you're joining us the last few days, that was the opening weekend. We're finally transitioning into the nitty and gritty parts here of the World League. We're getting into league play today. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'll be your host over this next month. And I have two lovely people to help me make me look smart, or maybe it's my job to make them look smart. If anything, they look fantastic today. We got Seven Worlds Gaming, and we got Glitter Explosion as well. Glitter, how you doing today? We're finally into league play. I'm so excited.
You're excited. I'm excited. This is my first time getting to work with all of this, so I am ready to see some of these games.
And Seven, you're basically a veteran when it comes to World Leagues, to global finals. But this one, it feels different. It feels like something's shaping up to be amazing.
Listen, from what we were able to go ahead and see in the first 2 days, I am hyped to go ahead and see what's going to happen. And I was playing the game yesterday, too, with the new Royal Pass that came out. So I'm bleeding PUBG Mobile right now. I can't wait until we get into the first match.
Oh, bleeding PUBG Mobile. I love to hear that. Let's take a look, though, at the format of what's happening over this entire event. Like we said before, the opening weekend matches are now done. Those 2 days of games being played, teams have been properly seeded, but now we're getting into the league play here. And Seven, we have to kind of talk about how is this going to work transitioning from league play into the super weekends.
Definitely in week one, we're going to be pretty much just having 2 weekdays. Only 16 teams are going to qualify into Super Weekend. Keep in mind, something that we're saying through seeding, or maybe if you weren't here, is that teams that are usually tend to start very, very slow, they can't afford that. They need to go ahead and have a hot start, stay consistent, because you don't want to go ahead and play catch up tomorrow when it's going to be the last day of week one league play.
Yeah, and then we have like you said, the top 16 teams moving into Super Weekend, which will span across 3 different days. And those points in particular will stay accumulating throughout the next 3 weeks until we have our top 16 teams overall. And as Seven was saying, Glitter, if you're one of those teams that starts slow, you're going to miss out potentially on 3 big days. How the heck are you supposed to catch up in points?
You don't want to have to be in that situation. Obviously, there are going to be 4 teams regardless that are in that situation. So what we're going to be looking for from there is, are those teams dramatically changing their play style to catch up? They only have so many opportunities, like we keep saying, to really get themselves in a position for that top 16. So does that mean, are they going to start dropping on teams that they know or that they think that they can beat on a hot drop? Are they going to be running through rotations with squads that they know are maybe at the top of the leaderboard and trying to take them out and knock them down a peg? There are so many potential ways that teams can go about this. Or are they going to say, you know what? We started off a little bit slowly, but that's fine. We're going to stick to our guns, stay the way that we've been playing, and see if that works out better for us in week 2.
I'm not going to lie. I love the Hail Mary plays, just hot drops straight on wildcard or someone in there. But let's take a look at how they even get points to get into the Super Week. We can see here 1 point per kill, but of course, placement points. As we were talking about before, I think Glitter said it perfectly. There's a marriage you have to have between getting kills and getting placements. And I think a certain team in particular definitely did that, Glitter.
And everybody knows that you are, of course, talking about Kanina Power, and they're definitely a team that we're going to be talking about a lot over the next 2 days. But they were the winners, kill-wise, for the weekend, coming in with the highest amount we've seen so far with 21 kills. Now, Tixie, also a standout player. I know that we're going to talk about him later, but that is a showing and a half coming in from Kanina Power.
I'm curious, Seven, if any team's even going to break this record. 21, we've seen games with more. But then again, the pressure's going to keep mounting. I'm assuming someone's going to be gunning for that.
Oh, it's definitely possible. We had wildcards just yesterday on the last broadcast show. They got 17 kills on Erangel as well, so it's definitely possible. And listen, at the end of the day, I just want one of the West teams to have the most kills in any match. That way we can say West was the best.
We already know it is the best, but they need to prove it for the East guys out there. Let's take a look, though, at what they're playing for. The money on the line, $425,000. That is a hell of a lot of Mountain Dew, Glitter.
Yeah, and there are so many opportunities, too, for our players here to earn that money. If you guys look at the graphic, you see not only is there the potential to win $50,000 for first place in league play alone, but there's also weekly bonuses for the top 3 teams every single week. There's a participation bonus, so every team is going to go home with a little bit of cash, which is nice. And then, of course, the big pot, the $100,000 first place prize for those finals there.
It's good to be
imagine...
first.
Well, right. Imagine if you get back-to-back first places, if you win league play and then you win finals.
Damn.
I can't really even count that high.
On top of that, I was going to say, on top of that, if a player from that winning team also gets the MVP, which is $10,000, so,
and they get participation
a lot of chances
bonus.
to get money.
And they get the top 3 bonus, so they can maintain that. That's a lot of money to be built up. It's like half of your day rate, 7. But anyways, moving past that, before we have to talk about how much he makes, let's talk about maybe a documentary series that the PUBG Mobile crew is working on. They do some fantastic stuff. We saw the trailer last week. We actually even got a little bit of a taste of the first part to come out later on in the week. But if you guys missed it, don't worry. We got it for you right now.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Luxy comes in, he's got Roy, takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Biggie, he could go all the way.
That was amazing. And so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Case for Jonathan is Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open, he's going for the spray.
He's taking blue damage, needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. He's snaking it around, goes for the spray, takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well its loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
And 7, we were there at the Global Finals last year when Bigatron won. Honestly, I can't think of another feeling better than lifting that trophy in front of the crowd and crowning yourselves King of PUBG Mobile.
Oh, I remember that moment so vividly. Just them running into the podium, lifting up that trophy, confetti going everywhere, and you could just see they've been working for that so hard, especially after having just such a bad performance all the way back in Berlin, being able to pick it up at the end of that tournament, then just coming into Malaysia and destroying, even in qualifying to the global finals. It was just amazing to see.
Well, let's take a look at the teams participating in West who are fighting for their chance to take home their own trophy and call themselves the King of PUBG Mobile in the Western region. We're going to start off with Group A. Now, groups have changed from the opening weekend, as we mentioned before, since we're into league play. And you can see here, Group A kicking off with Wildcard Gaming, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports.
Now, obviously, we're going to be talking at Wildcard Gaming a lot. I don't want to harp on them too much because we do have some cool stuff coming up for you guys there, but they are a team that we're looking out for. And also Team Umbra, able to jump up from very last place all the way up until 11th after opening weekend. So maybe they're going to be able to take that momentum into our league play today.
I sure hope so. You know, they've definitely been a team that has been struggling, but let's see if they can continue the momentum like you said before as we take a look now over on to our second group. It's going to be Group B, Konina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, and Urdu Killers.
And from this one, I think I'm going to be looking at Colina Power, and we're also going to be highlighting them. And another team from this group is going to be Unique. Unique actually ended up winning a game during the seeding stage of this tournament. So I cannot wait to see how they're going to go ahead and react to that. And they did end up winning in Miramar. So hopefully in the future, maybe they'll be able to play multiple Miramars, and it'll be pretty impressive.
Yeah, we got to wait till we get to those days, as we'll show you the schedule a little bit later on. But let's look now at Group C, another 4 teams looking to enter the fray here and have a chance to take home their own. We've got, look at it, Loop Esports, we got Team Queso, Nova Esports, Yala Esports, so many great teams in this group.
Obviously, we're still looking at Loops Esports. You know, they are a strong, strong team to be contending with. They were able to pull down a win on day 1 of opening weekend, and they're overall just an aggressive team. Definitely excited to see what they can do, but also, you know, taking a look at Nova. Hopefully they've been able to kind of tweak a few things and work on their survivability a bit, as we saw that Gfan was kind of the one snaking around, keeping them alive, getting them some placement points in opening weekend. So as long as they adjust a little bit, they should be good to go here for league play.
Like I said, work on the survivability. I bet Gfan's watching. He's like, what are you talking about? I survived fine. I did a fantastic job of getting through, as you mentioned. Let's look at Group D now, one of our final groups going into the mix, going into the fray. Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, and SWAT 69.
And from this one, I'm going to be focusing on Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm is one of those teams that can definitely get into a momentum, and they can frag out, and on top of that, get wins. We've been able to see that over and over again from PMPL Americas. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen in the first match, if somebody's actually going to go ahead and hot drop them on Pochinki, and are they going to be able to win that engagement here again, or is nobody going to go ahead and challenge them? And another team to go ahead and mention is Cloud9. Cloud9 used to known for just having those slow starts. They can't afford that here. They need to go ahead and end up, hopefully, they can go ahead and start off with a win today.
It would be big for them too. You cannot have a slow start, or you might not even playing in the Super Week. Let's look at Group B, our final group, our final 4 teams coming through. And we'll get them up on your screen here in just a second to kind of talk about how these teams have that potential faring going into these days. It's going to be B4 Esports, Footballist, Pittsburgh Knights, and the Frag Machines.
I'm actually really excited for this group. I have definitely become a big Footballist fan over the last 2 days of opening weekend, so I'm excited to see what they can do. They're a very aggressive team, and they probably will put some teams on the back foot a little bit with their gameplay decisions, but also B4. They've proven themselves to be very consistent across the board. They did get a win in opening weekend, so they're another team to be looking out for.
I think a lot of teams are looking to prove themselves where they maybe faltered before in the opening weekend. Then again, we were asking ourselves what teams are really putting forth everything in the first days. Aggression was definitely there, but now going into the league matches, everything is going to be on the line. So let's start talking about 2 teams, and 2 teams in particular that we saw had a fantastic performance in the opening weekend. First of all, we got to start with Wildcard.
I'm super excited to talk about Wildcard, and not just because they proved me right with my prediction at the end of day 2, but because they just had a stellar performance overall in opening weekend. Now, Wildcard was one of the few teams able to pull down 2 wins overall for the weekend, and they actually bookended opening weekend with those wins. They kicked it off here with the very first Erangel map, able to pull down their first win, and then they closed out the weekend on our final Erangel map with yet another win. So this is important because if you pay attention, both of those wins were actually on Erangel. Now, the way that the maps are going to work this time around is going to be a little bit different. They'll have so many opportunities on Erangel over the next 2 days to win that could put them at a huge advantage if this is a map that they've figured out how to master. Now, I know that you're also excited about this Team 7. If you want to give your points here on them for a second.
Oh, definitely. I think one of the players that I'm going to be looking at, it's going to be Sam. Sam currently being one of the newer players to Wildcard. He's been able to go ahead and just give him a little bit of an extra damage during the matches, a little bit of extra firepower. And I think overall, their chemistry is there. Their IGL being Spring, I think he has also stepped it up. Spring now being able to go ahead and back it up with kills. And he also having the experience that he has from other World Finals that he's been to. I think this is one of the teams that I'm definitely going to be looking out for.
I remember at the very end
there.
Yeah, exactly. Glitter.
Yeah, that's exactly. We're on the same page right now. Okay, that was like the best play. It really was.
Yeah, was it nading Tempo as they crashed on top of them? But let's take a look, though, at their statistics, right? We want to see what the numbers are going to be. And already off the bat, Seven, I'm going to go to you on this because you just said it. Sam, the newest member of the team, look at his damage done. That's very difficult to do, to be a new player, a new addition to the team, to have to prove yourself.
Oh, definitely. And I think when you add somebody new to the team, you want to go ahead and see them perform right away. And he is doing that right now, being just a little bit below what Acer, one of their best fraggers, is currently doing. With Acer, to go ahead and give us some props as well, he has 18 kills. And something to go ahead and mention is Spring being the IGL, having 12 kills, 13 knocks, and on top of that, 10 assists. That is so huge to see from your IGL. Usually with your IGLs, you're not used to seeing those kind of performances. So I love that Spring is also bringing that energy, that firepower to that team.
And I'm really enjoying seeing the damage done as well. The 2,700 for Acer down to the 2,200 for Spring Glitter. I think that shows like a sign of like a really good and balanced team.
Yeah, and that's something the other teams should definitely be afraid of. You have 4 players, and if you looked at them, all of them are above the 2K damage mark. All of them are participating in the team kills. They all have assists. There is clearly amazing communication. There's cohesion across the board for these players, and they've proven their consistency as well. So this could be a recipe for success for Wildcard.
I think we're hoping it, and they're hoping as well. And of course, any of the talent here who predict them to win in their matches. But now looking at another team, the second place team, but the team that we saw have the most kills in a match so far. I'll say so far, Seven. I know you're very against me saying that's a ridiculous number, but so far, 21, Konina Power.
Yeah, and they were impressive. And what actually impressed me the most when they had that 21 kill game is that they were not in a good position right from the get-go. They ended up with 1 player down, and they were able to recover. And I think that's something I want to actually go ahead and focus on with Konina Power, their ability to be able to recover. On the first day of seeding, they ended up with an average of 10th place every single game and only 2.75 kills. And we asked them a question. We say, hey, Konina Power, now from the first place to the second day that you guys actually had, you ended up with 2 wins, 1 4th place, 1 12th place, and almost 10 kills a game. What did you guys end up changing? And what they actually told us, it was just an unlucky day on day 1. They didn't want to change anything, and instead they wanted to go ahead and focus on their strengths, and I felt like they did that, especially with Tixi. That's one man that has been popping up, and we're going to be able to see that even more here in the upcoming graphics that we got for you. And I know you want to go ahead and mention something about this team, Glitter.
Oh, 100%. First of all, Konina Power was the other team that was able to pull down multiple chicken dinners during opening weekend. Incredibly important to note because it shows their consistency. They did both of those on day 2. Like you said, they had a much stronger day 2, right? Now, the other part of that is that one of those wins was on an Erangel. So, if this is a map that they've managed to figure out really well for themselves, combining that with their aggressive play style, they're definitely going to be a team that we're paying attention to.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at their stats as well, because there's one number in there that immediately stands out, Seven. Tixi.
Tixi with almost 4,000 damage. That is just insane, considering that the second player with the most damage in his team has only 2,200. But look at Tixi, 17 kills, 12 knocks, and what actually impresses me the most is 16 assists. So his kills could actually be even higher. And something that I actually wanted to pose a question here for the both of you is, we mentioned Konina Power does have 21 kills a match. Do you guys think that maybe another game, another team is going to be able to go ahead and get over 21 kills in a match? Because I definitely think so.
I mean, I think it's possible. These teams are good enough, and there's a lot of aggressive players, so it's definitely doable.
I think it's definitely going to happen. And it might be just these guys who you're seeing on your screen too. They might even try to break their own record. But as I talked about with Wildcard, the difference between top and first in damage, it was like 27 down to 22. Here it was 3,900 down to, I believe, 1,700. That's a massive discrepancy between top damage and bottom damage. What does that maybe kind of say to you then, Glitter, for the team compared to Wildcard? For me, it looks a little top heavy.
It's definitely a little top heavy. I mean, so if you did notice on that graphic, Axer also had 16 kills right under Tixi, 17, just not as much overall damage. You know, Tixi just might be the fragger of the team. There's also different roles that people are filling, whether it's a more of a support role, a scout role. Maybe they're not as aggressively involved in some of those team fights as a player like Tixi is, but it's definitely something to pay attention, because there could be situations where that team damage is needed, and if they're not getting it, they might be putting themselves in a bad position.
Okay, well, I do like how we kind of talked about those teams in particular, and we're obviously keeping our eyes out for new teams later on throughout these weeks. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule to see what you guys at home can tell what will be the maps. And, you know, Glitter, you mentioned this many times, the power of Wildcard on Erangel. And as you can see here, we're going to have it played 3 times today, and then we're going to have Vikendi played twice. So just bouncing between these 2 maps, and of course, you can still see which groups are going to be sitting out. My question is going to be pretty much the same what you had, Glitter. can they replicate their performance they previously had?
I'm really hoping that they can. This is giving them a really solid opportunity to show why they were successful in opening weekend. But the big question as to whether or not that will happen is going to be, will the teams play the same way that they did during opening weekend? Are they going to be willing to be as aggressive and potentially make riskier decisions for that bigger reward at the end of it all? Or now that we're into league play, are they going to start playing a little bit more conservative, trying to wait and see if people change up their drops or not, and then kind of adjust their play style from there? We did have a chance to talk with Slicky a little bit, and they did point out that during opening weekend, nobody had contested them, but if somebody had contested their drop spot, they would have been more than willing to fight for it and push them off of it. So are we going to see that moving into this first Erangel match? I don't know, but I'm excited for it.
And Seven, I saw your head shaking there a little bit about the aggression. I feel like you have a comment about that.
Yeah, I don't feel like teams are going to be as aggressive. Maybe in the first match there will be, but if something doesn't go their way, they're going to just go ahead and completely adjust. As I was mentioned during the whole seeding weekend, it was just teams testing out each other, seeing how they reacted when they had one player down, how they were going to go ahead and defend that. So I'm looking forward to see how the first match plays out.
I'm looking forward to it as well, and I think everyone at home should be looking forward to it. On top of that, just the action you're going to see, you have a chance to win some prizes. If you're watching in-game in the Esports Center, you have a chance to get one of these phenomenal prizes you see on the screen. I think I actually saw during rehearsal Seven trying to sign in on his phone and make sure he was into the game so he could get these items to draw for him. I don't know how lucky you are. I never seem to be lucky when it comes to this. Maybe Glitter can have the luck for both of us and, maybe brag about it later on within the day. But going into Erangel as our first game of the day, I almost want to start getting into some predictions here from you guys, and I want to kind of hear some reasonings why. We're going to be playing a talent in-house prediction game. We're going to have a leaderboard for it and everything to see who's on the top. I'm probably just, production, just keep my name on the bottom, because that's probably where I'm going to be the entire time. Isn't that right, Seven?
True. Definitely true. And you know what? I'll go ahead and start. For the first game, I'm going to go ahead and pick Konina Power. And also for the people watching at home, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, let us know in the comments who are you going to be picking, because in the future we might start just showing some of your guys' comments here on the broadcast.
So before we get to Glitter's choice, why do you choose Konina Power? Is it strictly off of their opening weekend?
No, it's just a team that was able to go ahead and perform really well. Remember, the 21 kill game that they had, it was actually in Erangel, and they were able to go ahead and just being able to come back from just being in uncomfortable positions really impresses me a lot. It shows champion material. That's why I'm backing them this first game.
Okay, Glitter, what about your choice? I can almost guess just from how you're saying things earlier on who it's going to be.
We're going to start off with Wildcard. I have a lot of faith in these guys. And like I've said a few times now, they're consistent. They've got just clean gameplay. They're aggressive enough to pull down that win. And this is a map that works very well in their favor.
Okay, well, we'll see how that's going to work out for them. My choice is going to be Team Queso, because I believe in the cheese, and I want to see them have a fantastic start. We're going to be checking with you guys after the first game, probably you two bragging about how I got 16th place yet again, but we'll see you guys after our first match is done. And we're going to bring in some commentators here, and you might not even recognize them because they unfortunately weren't able to be here in last week, but we do have Enviram and Cameron Davis joining us. First of all, Enviram, good to have you here. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to get into these games. Unfortunately, the schedules couldn't work out for the first weekend, but we are so excited to be here now for the opening week. I cannot wait to see what these teams can do. I'm familiar with a lot of these North American teams, but I haven't been able to see how they stack up on the global stage, and I am stoked to see how they are going to continue to perform here.
And Mr. Cam, I want to ask you, you guys had the chance to watch the matches that happened. Was there anything that kind of stood out to you for those teams?
I'll be honest, there were a number of teams that didn't live up to my own expectations. They're looking at Cloud9, you're looking at Unique, you're looking at the Knights, but I'm trying to be a more positive individual, more positive energy out to the world. And so instead, I'm going to focus on strictly how good Wildcard and especially Konina Power on the second day did this opening weekend.
Okay, well then let's get your predictions really quickly, super fast. Cameron, who do you have?
Wildcard, it's got to be.
All right, and Enviram, who do you got?
I'm going to go with a little controversial pick. I'm going to go with Cloud9. I think they're going to be able to step up here. Watched them yesterday play something else. I think they're going to do all right. Let's go.
Okay, well, let's see how they're going to do. Why don't you gentlemen take it away for us here in match number 1.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, it's so exciting to be here for the PUBG Mobile World Open. Cameron, you and I have gotten a little bit of chance to cast some PUBG Mobile together, but not quite in this environment, not quite on this stage. So I'm very excited to get into it. Map number 1 on Erangel. Let's get this going.
Yeah, this is the first game of the first week of League play. So I'm expecting a lot out of this. And the playing path on Erangel, it's not great. It could certainly be a lot worse, but it's still, it could throw a little bit of a hard little wrench into the plans of some of these teams.
For sure. I mean, if you're Tempo Storm, you're still going to get Pachinki, and that's probably the thing you're happy about. For everybody else, all right, maybe we have to rethink some plans here. A lot of these teams do like to play up around Georgia Pole, and that's going to be a little bit of a hike, so we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, this first circle, we've seen some exciting adventures, especially on day number ones, game number ones. These circles like to be a little wacky, and I would expect nothing less from... I love it when I feel validated, Cameron, after that. I feel validated.
Yeah, you teased the interesting first game, and this could lead into one. If it swings down south, you know, maybe it could slow down a little bit, it'd be a little boring, but I do hope to see some very, very interesting and fast rotations off of this circle, especially for the teams that dropped out early around the quarry area, around the Primorsk area, to have to drive all the way up that west side and really manage that Yasnaya Lake.
Yes, indeed, and we're seeing already a potential, little bit of a scuffle here, playing it around Milta. KHK up against Konina Power. We've been talking about the kill potential of this team, how capable they are in these gunfights, and if they're able to get some guns in hand, this could get saucy, because some of the analysts were talking about how we go into this, the idea that, okay, it's day number one, we're sort of resetting things a little bit here, maybe we'll have some contested drop spots, and that's potentially what we're seeing. We'll see if KHK decides they do want to relocate, if they are able to find a vehicle, but KP is very aware of where they're at right now.
Actually, nades are already coming in. That's a good attempt there by Rob. He has a really good sightline, really good angle onto KHK, but as you mentioned, if KHK have a vehicle access, the road leading out of Milta, it could be a really easy path for them to take. It's all up to whether they want to go aggressive or not. And I think Octavian here, he's just trying to get some information to see if Konina Power are going to go aggressive onto them. He has some really good close-range weaponry, but if this comes into a poke war, I don't know how effective he's going to be with the SMG and shotgun.
Level 1 helm, no vest. Yeah, that's not a fight that you're going to want to take at this point. But we'll see if they're going to decide to take this here. I'm trying to look at the loot. Yeah, I mean, even Konina Power doesn't have a whole lot of loot as well going into this. They don't have the armor or health. Feels so bad here for Rob. Just got to try and reposition. So this is going to get interesting because we talked about the idea of how passive do we want to play right at the beginning here. Do you want to go hyper aggro? Do you want to put your stamp on day number one going into league play? Or do you want to play for those points? Do you want to not leave anything to chance? And that's, I think, maybe what these players are going to lean towards here. They don't want to make any silly mistakes that are going to cost them. They're looking at the chicken dinner. They're looking at the final prize, not necessarily this first fight.
Yeah, even though you do get points from kills, just the weight that there is on placement and positioning means that I think you should really only go for kills if you don't put yourself in a bad position by doing so. And I think taking that fight in Milta is one of those situations that it would put you in a bad spot. So I think we saw just for a quick second them trying to leave, but also in this situation in Yasnaya, we got a little bit of a standoff that no one's going super aggressive on it either. But this, Zaina, this might be a little bit of aggression, or at least some information, some tags, some pot shots if you can find an angle.
Yeah, so chilling up here on the overlook, just trying to get a grasp of what's going on around us. All right, where are we at here? And this is interesting. So we've been seeing a lot of this play developing in the global scene. The idea of, we saw a lot of 2-2 in NA for a long time, but the 3-1 is something that a lot of teams have been sort of tending to favor, the idea of having a scout. And we are actually seeing pop up in the kill feed as well. A little bit of a scuffle did end up happening there in Milta. But this is something that a lot of teams are doing, having this person, especially early on, who's going to play forward, who's going to play for intel, who's going to take those pop shots, like you mentioned before. DP prone, easy, all day. We take those, even with IR sights. And Zanda's like, okay, I did my job, and now it's time to leave. Going to reset with the team. And a little bit of actually opening back and forth scuffles happening here. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see this, given how passive we know some of these top teams like to play, especially in our very first game, and especially on a map as well known as Erangel.
Ooh, this is another move that's really not passive at all. Loops are charging directly in. Do they know that Marco is here? Well, they absolutely do now.
Oh my goodness, he's up on the roof, one man against the world, and this is Loops, the team that only knows one direction to run, and that is forward. We'll see what Marco's going to be able to do, and the nades are there. Oh my goodness. Yahtzee, that's Marco getting knocked instantly, but the rest of the team is going to try and rotate on in, see if they can locate those opponents, rotating around the gas station, and finally able to hit the shots, point blank range, and That's the shot coming in from Team Queso. And the return knock. Beautiful headshots coming in from Dayton. Oh my goodness. This one's getting saucy, Cameron.
There's not just 2 squads, there's 3, there's 4 actually if you're looking at the mini-map. And Loops, they had a really aggressive start, but they didn't go fast enough, and they ended up actually getting sandwiched themselves by Queso. That, and what can he do here? He obviously hears the action just above him, so he's making sure to get the information, keeping his head on a swivel, but I'm looking at his position, and I'm wondering how in the world he's going to be able to get out of this safely.
I don't think there's a good answer to that, unfortunately. I don't think there's a world that exists where you walk away from this one completely unscathed, especially given the fact that Loops has had a little bit of a moment to reset. Carrillo did end up going down during that. But we are just, able to get them picking that up. There's the bleed. And they are going to be able to reset around the gas station here. Battered, but not broken. 3 kills. So a 3-for-1 trade all in all here for Loops. Not the worst thing ever. They would have loved to be able to keep that one teammate alive, but at least they've got themselves a decent position, and they're aware now of where their opponents are.
Tempo are arriving now. This could make it even worse for Loops. They really, as you mentioned, they already lost 1 player, which for 3 kills, not the worst trade, but it's this so early in the game, they want to try and make sure that they don't lose any more, even if that does mean going a little more passive, which isn't exactly something that you equate to the Loops team. Just in this, and the reason why we're seeing, I think, so much pressure on this bridge is because it is dead center of the circle, and the river and the lake on Erangel can continue to be important.
Map control is so crucial. Shutting down the options for your opponent's rotations, getting ahead of them, and especially because, again, we're getting to the point where these teams have played and scrimmed against each other so much, they know where their opponents like to rotate, where they like to go. So if you can shut down those paths, you can limit their options, you can force them into situations they may not want to take, into sort of these controlled zones from these other teams. And maybe, we've seen some players get picked off on drive-bys. That's kind of what you're hoping that you can facilitate by taking over pretty essential ground like this.
Gone quiet. No one wants to go super aggressive at this point. They met each other, maybe when they weren't expecting it, maybe when they were expecting it, but they just got to slow it down now. Ooh. Tempo doing a good job using the trees and the hills to get information, but without, putting themselves in danger, without overextending, like the 3x on the DP. And actually, HH24 gets one onto Becker. Good opening. Are they going to go aggressive onto this?
I think they're maybe a little bit too far off to... maybe I spoke too soon, though. Hang on. Are they going to try and push? Becker is down. No, they're going to be able to reset and get him back up. If they had been just a little bit closer on that one and he wasn't in such a secure position, I think Tempo may have tried to push that, but like we were just saying, there's a time to calculate it. There's a time to do the math, put in all the equations. When should we push this? The metaphorical W key. That was probably not the situation there, as we are jumping back on board with Wildcard, taking a look down onto Umbra. And Wildcard, of course, one of the favorites coming into this, as we're also seeing this circle going to be moving on up. And that's not a bad one, all things considered, pretty center. So this is going to be definitely favoring Wildcard, though, who already have this northern half of the circle already under their control, just outside of Severny. This is looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, they're actually one of the fastest teams to move, not just in general away from their drop spot, but above onto the north side, around Severny, north of the river, and they want to make sure that they keep control. That's why you see Sam there. Even though this team is so far away from them, they still want to make sure that they're just being as loud as possible, peacocking, as I call it every once in a while, of just being trying to look as big and aggressive as possible so they can control as much space.
And we've casted other tournaments, and there's the idea that you see a team pop up in the kill feed, you hear the gunshots, and that's like the team you don't want to fight. Part of the problem is when you get to this level of competition is that everyone is a threat. You know what I mean? That you can't really even have that thought process go through your mind because everyone's a shark. Everyone is ready to go if they smell blood in the water. So, at this point, it's like, maybe we're going to try and puff ourselves up pretty big here. But at the same time, you're a bull in a field of bulls. I mean, everybody is a threat.
Looking at SWAT 69 here, holding the cube compound. Ooh. And I'm a little curious why they haven't started moving yet, because it's an all-right position in the early game, not super strong in this round's phase 1, but phase 2, it's just not strong at all.
Yeah, we did actually see Bayo get knocked by the zone there. We'll keep an eye on that with Cloud9, but as we jump back on board with Tempo, Rain not quite able to connect those long-range DP shots. The dinner plate, smash that one, try again, find a different one. As Yala's just like, maybe let's go somewhere else. That's a silly place. We are going to reset a little bit, and they are going to be able to find a hill to call their own. Rain, you probably don't want to jump up on that, friend. Just as an aside. It's maybe not the place you want to be.
So Yala right now, they just took over the hill that Tempo was controlling. The reason why Tempo backed off is because Tempo wanted control of that bridge that Anas is looking at right now, because we still don't know where exactly this circle is going to end up going, north or south of the river. It's likely going to go north, but it's never 100% guaranteed. And so Tempo having control of one of the few choke point crossings is, I think, going to be very, very powerful for them. It's, as I mentioned earlier, a reason why that compound, the gas station that Loops was on, was so contested in the early game.
And you just get to that point where you've got to make a call. You've got to try and commit a little bit here. What side are we going to set on? Where are we going to draw our line of scrimmage? And that's sort of what these teams, the game of chicken of back and forth, these teams are playing right now. And again, they're making these calls. SWAT 69, they also have themselves in a pretty good position. They've got a compound as well here on the river, just over on that north side, and Nova can be rotating in. We haven't got a chance to talk about Nova too much so far this game. They dropped down. They had this interesting split drop on Military Island and just north of the river, the island as well, I should say, and they're now being able to rotate in. They've done one of these long loot sessions. They're feeling really good. They got actually not even as many meds as I would like to see coming out from them, at least in Easy's backpack. So they're going to be rotating up a little bit later. A different strategy coming in from them. I think that was very much a combination of something they had planned to do and reactionary to the circle.
Yeah, I agree with you on the meds. As you mentioned, they spread over the entirety of the Military Island, which to me thinks they want to be able to grab as much loot as possible, divide and conquer. But there was one player on that team that had 1 bandage and 2 first aid kits. I mean, yeah, sure, they used a bit because of the blue, but okay, you're talking about making a decision. The circle has decided we are going to go north of that river, north of Yasnaya, and Wildcard's position, as well as Umbra and Unique, are very, very strong. Everyone else is going to have to scramble, because the reason why this part of the map is so difficult is because there were significantly fewer areas to play compounds terrain than a lot of other spots on Erangel. So the team that gets here first is going to have a huge advantage.
Yeah, you can sort of set up these barricades, play around the vehicles, and again, getting set up for the old school style of PUBG Mobile used to be there's a lot of edge creeping involved. You basically didn't want to have anybody come up behind you, and then teams started to realize that the faster you were able to rotate, the sooner you were able to get it set up, then you could be the defenders. People had to try and take over your castle, and they found that was actually basically just a better way to play the game. So now we are constantly seeing teams trying to be as proactive as possible. Reactionary play, especially in a game with as skilled teams as this, is going to get punished every single time.
What's also going to get punished is a lot of these rotations coming in from the west side. Nova, luckily enough, were actually able to make their way just barely inside the circle, grabbing that tiny itty-bitty compound. But there's a lot of teams that are coming from the west side.
Ader's like, maybe is this one open? No? Okay, the next. We'll go to the next one. Thank you. And they were able to get Bayo back up, which is good. I was wondering if there maybe he's having. Oh, hang on, King. Oh my goodness, no. Don't let him go, Pyra. Don't let him go. Never let go, Jack. And that's just going to be an easy pick up there. And that's what we're talking about. I love it. I make a point, and they put an exclamation on it. That is what happens when you get there first, when you're able to get set up. Late rotations are going to get you caught every single time. You cannot underestimate it. They are going to hit those shots. They hit those.
Yeah. I'm also going to want to look back, because SWAT 69, the only advantage that I could think of them holding that cube compound was to keep Cloud9 out. And so the fact that Cloud9 able to get in front of them on this circle shift, I don't know if that was a mistake on SWAT 69 or Cloud9 just doing something really, really well. But nonetheless, 69, they're still in it. They only lost 1 player, and their position is not awful, especially, well, does Udyr Killers, do they know that they have a threat just next to them? I think they do. All eyes, all arrows are pointing in that direction.
Got your head on a swivel at this point. They're sitting right on the edge. You think it's unlikely at this point that someone's going to try and make the long bomb rotation up north past Saverny. So they're definitely looking inwards. But in this situation, SWAT 69, yeah, they're playing this slow. I think this is 100% the right call here. So it's the idea of the knowledge game. Mind games. How much do they know that we know that they know? You know what I mean? In this case, we're trying to figure out how much intel does the other team have on our locations right now. And I don't know if they know this, but the jig is up.
Well, yeah, Swat, I like the fact that they're not even trying to go for even a bit of a poke right now because the phase is just about to shift and they don't want to be in a fight, but it's going to shift. It's not the worst for them, but it's still away from them. It's a hard shift down towards the southwest. Konita Power are loving this. They have a really good position. Umbra have a nice spot also to pick up a couple of kills from rotations, but everyone else is... Most everyone else is in a movement. Wildcard immediately in their vehicles. Nova immediately in their vehicles.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting because here we go. The party with Nova Esports and Wildcard breaking out the drive-by. HCL's trying to find the shots. Able to trade one back. Slicky is going down. Going to try and lay down. Oh, and GFan on the flank as well. With the optics, that could actually be huge. What looked like a potentially great position for Wildcard there, but a very split play from Nova. We'll see if they're going to be able to actually confirm any of these downs. The smokes are out. Cameron not quite able to find the shots, and that looks like Wildcard might be able to reset.
Maybe, but they're all still stacked up in one grenade. Because remember, Nova, despite having one down player in AZ who's getting revived, they still have players close. The nade's already coming out. That's a smoke, potentially allow him to get closer, but a well-placed frag by one of these two players could spell the end. And I think that's why Spring immediately split off, found a rock of his own.
I think that was the play for sure. Trying to get an additional angle because we've seen time and again, nice shots. What happens when players stack up a lot? Obviously, you want to be able to assist your teammates as much as possible. You need to be able to help them if they get down, but at the same time, when bullets are spraying back and forth, well, we can see what even happens right now in CQB. We're seeing Umbra, Vindex. Oh my goodness, he's just lying down prone on the hood of the vehicle, hiding in the smoke, hoping for the best because Udyr Killers are in a terrible position. 2 members are down. PRZ is going to be able to try and clean this one up. Hello, sir, from over the wall. And that is going to be another pickup there. Their first kill in this game. Oh, and you can just see the 2 remaining members just staring down at the compound of death where their 2 teammates just died. That feels bad, man.
Yeah, and they also see that Cloud9 are rolling up just above them. So if Cloud9 get even a scent, just a whiff, the wind blows a little bit in their direction, they could easily go incredibly aggressive onto this. And this is probably, it's hard cover technically, I guess, but it's not that great. But Octavian, pushed by 2, not even going to get 1 before he falls out. And that's going to be KHK eliminated first.
Out here first, KHK, unfortunate. Team coming in from PMCO Saudi Arabia, out 16th place. Not the way they wanted to start off the day, but there are plenty more games to be had. Cloud9, we've been seeing them up on the kill feed, getting involved in a couple different scuffles, but they've been able to keep all 4 members alive, and that is so important. Cameron, we talk about this, the idea how much easier it is to win the game. Get the chicken dinner if you're able to keep even 1 more player alive. Having that extra body, that extra shot, that extra distraction in these late game fights makes a world of difference as the nades start to fly in.
Your killers are in the worst position ever. You see 2 full squads of 4 just shooting at them, throwing grenades at them. That one looked like it might have been good. Just a little bit too short, unfortunately, but I don't know how they're going to get out of this. Their vehicle is on fire. Oh, that grenade is good.
Oh, I mean, like, who's going to get the kills? It's not the question of if they're going down. It's who's getting the points for it, Cameron. Here we go, Ader. Is it going to be money? Is it going to... No, okay. I hyped you up, man. I hyped you up, and you let me down.
There's a lot of smoke, okay? He's just... All right. It's close to blind, so, you know, cut him a little bit of slack. He'll get them eventually.
He will get there. We'll get there. As we're seeing so many grenades just flying left and right here, the smack off the pan as well. As we are just lying prone, trying to get any ounce of cover to be had. But unfortunately, Cameron, the way the circle is rotated, there really isn't going to be much of any. I think a lot of slippery little snakes here to round out this game is how much teams have been able to prioritize usage of utility, particularly in terms of the smokes. How many they've been able to keep in their pockets for these final fights is going to make a huge difference as to who's going to make it from 15th position to first. Because I cannot believe we still have 15 teams in this game. Unique is facing down the barrel of a whole lot of problems.
Whole lot of problems in Alpha, who still have 4 members standing, and they have an all-right position on this plateau. There's not a lot of cover, and it's close to the circle, but Nemesis tries to go big, able to get a knock, but cannot secure even a single point from a kill. And this could be a good reset for Alpha, but the question is, where are they going to go? Because this plateau is not in this circle. There may be an itty-bitty lip of it, but there's really not a lot of cover in this circle, and that's where we're seeing a lot of action playing out right now, just because space is limited.
Oh my goodness, an uneven try and go in with the full set. The rest of the team is going to try and make it through using the smokes as a little bit of cover, but it is Team Queso looking to do some work. Axial, can he get the shots? The nades are around. This little ridge has been the bane of a couple of different teams so far in this fight, but it's kind of a little bit of a 1v1 situation with Pyra. The nades are going back and forth, but Axel's getting the better of this initiation. Can he find the shots though? And through the smoke, almost able to do it. The one-man army, Cloud9, needing to blast off right now if they want to be able to secure this kill, because this one solo player from Team Queso has just basically shut down this entire rotation, and finally they're able to deal with him, but it's cost them a lot of time, Cameron.
It's not even them. It's finally the blue was able to deal with them. And they're still just trying to reset, trying to get their feet out from under them. And they're down to 2, as you said. It's cost them a lot. They're moving some vehicles around to try and get some cover below that ridge. But it's a tight little area to control. Alpha here, they push forward, push into Tempo's compound. Or at least what remains of them. It's just Old Man remaining, hanging out inside of smoke. And you can see Tempo know that it's so close to removing that threat.
Yeah, and in an instant, you hear the gunshots on your screen, and we've gone from 15 teams to 8 in a matter of seconds. This has been a bloody final few circles, as Rain is going to try and rain the pain down on Old Man here. Can the nades connect? They will, but not enough to take him down quite yet. And this is just so annoying. We're seeing so many times these one single players able to just be enough of a threat. Like, Tempo would love to deal with other things right now. There are other teams rotating in, but because they have to deal with this one single player, the thorn in their side, it is causing so many resources to have to be... Every single player is looking at him right now.
Yeah. Like, if they didn't have this player here, if they didn't have Old Man, they could focus on clearing out the rest of the area, clearing out the south side, which you're going to need to now, because the circle shift means that there's going to be pressure from the south. But if Old Man continues to wait there, then it's going to be a split focus by them. Dura here, though, because of the shift, Cloud9 are in a lot more comfortable of a position. They have a little bit of a ridge. I think they have a small lip of it that's going to be in the next phase once the circle closes, and the Blues are behind them. They're not going to have any pressure from the north, so they can actually just get some pot shops, perhaps pick up a couple of kills, steal some kills.
A little bit of circle luck there for C9, doing some work for them, keeping them in it for now. Umbra, though, has this really coveted compound. The last building going to be right there in the middle. But Konina Power, 3 members still up, able to get the down teammate back into the fight. So there's still actually a lot of the teams we had predicted as the favorites. Loops as well, still making it into these final few circles. There's a reason that the team's up at the top of the leaderboard. But Acer, once again, finding the long-range shot, the tap from Cloud9, making it work. Intensa returning the favor. Cloud, Wildcard's getting hit from every single direction, Cameron.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing with death for the longest time with that previous engagement. I'm honestly a little surprised that they're still in the top 6 right now, but it's not looking great for them.
Yeah, this angle that C9 has been able to leverage here right on the back end, able to find the shots at range, and they've just been, again, this demon on the edge of the circle, just making every other team fear them, but they are at some point likely going to have to push into that compound. 4 players are still holding that. Loops has gone for an interesting strategy. They're spreading out as much as possible. They're just, at this point, trying to survive, trying to go for placement as much as they can. Konina Power is battered and bruised. Not a lot of meds left on them as well. It's actually Umbra who has the best position of any team right now, as long as this next circle favors them. And speaking of favor, hey, Drop, how you doing, Cloud9? Have some cover.
Ooh, yeah, that's actually, I think that drop is directly on top of Umbra, too. But you're right about the cover going to Cloud9, but unfortunately, Cloud9, they're basically the little brother of Umbra at this point. As long as something disastrous doesn't happen, as long as Umbra just ignores them, doesn't throw a grenade in their direction, and focuses on the teams on the south, Cloud9 will be able to climb placements with ease.
Yeah, and I totally misjudged where that care package was going to drop. It's right in the compound. Everything going the way of Umbra right now. Not hiding in the shadows, but coming out into the light of this first game, trying to do everything they can to walk away with the chicken dinner. But 4 members of Tempo Storm might look to deal with that as much as they can. Loop's taking some punishment. So is Tempo, though. They don't have necessarily the best position. They just have that tiny little shack. Cameron, that's all they have to their name right now.
It's better than what a couple other teams have. It's better than what Konina Power or Loops have. They just have some grass.
Oh my goodness, Loops is in a terrible position right now. Tempo has been able to build themselves a bit of a base, and that's just Loops getting absolutely wrecked, at least being able to deny the point to the blue, and that's Loops out. Not bad, though, overall. In 5th position, they were able to claw their way back through this. And we do have Konina Power, Team Umbra, Cloud9, and Tempo Storm, but Konina Power in a world of hurt, and somehow Cloud9 has been able to be relevant this entire time. How is Rain getting these kills? That's not allowed!
Oh, just the angles that Cornino Power are trying to find where a foot isn't sticking out, where Umbra can't shoot under the vehicle. It's very, very difficult for them. That's why they only have one player remaining. But now with all that space cleared and the circle coming in their direction, you can see immediately Tempo trying to go a little bit more aggressive, but Spec does get dropped. Keeps them a little humble, forced to reset. But now Umbra also need to leave their compound as well as Cloud9.
Tempo Storm has a little bit of a rise, has the circle. I haven't talked a ton about Tempo Storm. They've been one of these teams that's been kind of flying under the radar a little bit here, but Tensa and the crew have been looking so good, not tensing up at all. They are feeling loosey-goosey. They've got everything going for them right now, and Umbra trying to slow call out as much as they can, and that's Cornino Power out. Beautiful shots from distance. Cloud9 has been able to weasel their way in really well, but I think Pyro at this point is pretty much just out of it. He's just trying to survive, as long as possible. He's heel stratting up. This is now the fight between Umbra and Tempo. And oh my goodness, Tempo Storm has all the positioning in the world. Where are you going, sir? Get right on down. HH24, no questions asked. And Pyra is just trying to outlive. And I can't believe he did it. Tempo Storm takes game number 1, but Cloud9 surviving against all odds. Oh my goodness.
11 kills for Tempo Storm off of that ending. They pick up like all these players surrounding them. Umbra, when they leave the compound, couldn't get those last 2 onto Cloud9 because good play by Cloud9 to give those points away to the blue. It's only 1 point in the grand scheme of things, but at the end, there's a lot of games that we play, and so those could add up to a lot at the end.
Does indeed, but Tempo Storm able to stick together, not overextending, taking the fights they knew they could win, and at the end, they had the high ground, and it worked out so beautifully for them. A fantastic job. I cannot credit them enough. Really, really solid play from Tempo Storm. Didn't let the game get away from them at all there, even in the chaos of those final few circles. Like I said, went from 15 teams to 8. Absolutely wild. But that's it for us for game number 1. We're going to hop onto a short commercial break. When we come back, the analysts are going to break that one down.
Tempo Storm starting things off with a chicken dinner. So well done to them. And also a big shout out to Team Umbra. They kind of came out of nowhere. Again, you pointed out, Glitter, earlier on today that they were in 20th place coming to the last day. They ended up getting themselves up to 11th. But let's talk about Tempo off the bat here. That was a fantastic showing.
I mean, that was something that we had been looking for out of Tempo as well. They're more than capable of doing things like that, and their positioning there in that final zone was just superior to everybody else. While it was super open, and yes, Umbra had that one small compound, they just had the slightest bit of a height advantage, giving them a better angle over every other team in that end zone, and were able to pull out the win.
Let's take a look actually at how all the teams ended up within that first game. You can see Tempo Storm, the 11 kills that Envera pointed out earlier on, and the 20 placement points already off the bat. I think the funny thing is that, right, there's going to be 10 matches played over today and tomorrow. Only 2 days of league play, but that one victory right there might have already like cemented them in the top 16-7.
Oh, definitely. I think being able to go ahead and get a win to start off with, that is just huge. Or at least being able to get into the top 3. Another surprise here for me after seeing what we saw in seeding was Cloud9. I love, this is one of the things that I say, I love that they're starting hot and they're not starting slow, because that's going to go ahead and mess with them mentally, especially here that we only have 10 matches until we go into the first Super Weekend. And other teams, Team Unique didn't really have the best performance. Nova Esports, we saw Nova Esports get into fights with Wildcard and actually go ahead and lose them. And Team Queso, I know, Jason,
come on, man, please.
Queso actually ended up surviving longer than I expected because they got into a fight with Loops, and it was only Axel at the end, and Axel was still able to go ahead and get some kills by himself. So overall, great performances there from Axel. Hopefully, Queso can go ahead and pick it up. And I'm also impressed by just by Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm, one thing to go ahead and point out to all the viewers is when we were doing the seeding, SWAT 69 actually went ahead and landed on them in Pochinki. Tempo Storm won that engagement, and guess what? Today, nobody challenged it. So it was a good engagement from seeding, and now Tempo Storm, once again, is just going to have Pochinki all to themselves.
Well, speaking of them, let's take a look at their stats from that last game. And obviously, like, Ten's a massive factor within this team. When we're looking at them on day 1 in the opening weekend, this is a team that kind of struggled to get into the late game parts of the match. Tenza was generally the only one to get through, but we've seen the power of them, right, Glitter? We know they can be a good team. We know they have phenomenal players, but getting to that late stage of the game with all 4 up, we can see what they can do when they finally achieve that.
Absolutely. They definitely fixed that here in our first match of the day. And I love seeing that they've already broken the 2K damage mark. They're already going for these big games. They have very minimal healing. And if you look, they were doing a very good job converting those knocks into their kills. So that was just a consistent, solid game for Game 1 coming out of Tempo Storm.
Let's actually take a look at our do-the-do moments of the matches. We also talk about what we see on the screen, but also more importantly, we need to talk a little bit about Wildcard and Kanina Power. Those are the two teams we talked about going into today, going into that first match, and they definitely struggle. Let's start off by talking about Wildcard and some positioning problems they might have had, Seven.
Oh, definitely. I think Wildcard, what actually impressed me is that they got into this fight here with Nova that we're currently seeing. And they were also at one point getting third party from Cloud9. They had a couple players knock. What impressed me the most is their use of smokes and also how they actually use their vehicles to give themselves some cover and being able to go ahead and revive everybody. By the way, that grenade right there from Otter was absolutely awesome. I thought he was actually going to go ahead and get those 2 kills, but it didn't happen. But going back to Wildcard, it was just impressive. Even though they didn't get the win, it was really impressive for them to go ahead and be able to be up against the wall and being able to go ahead and come back from that. That's always, for some reason, that always impresses me.
Yeah, and then I think we also were able to take a look here at Queso. Now, this was a fight that I believe that they were... Is it Cloud9 that they're in a fight with? Oh, yeah, that's when Axel was fighting by himself. He was able to stay alive after his entire team got wiped out. Then he was able to third party on Cloud9 for a little while by himself through utility and through just good positioning, and he was able to get them a few more kill points, which we've spoken about how important those are going to be before he went down to Cloud9. So I was super, super proud of him there in that scenario.
And something from Tempo Storm that I actually want to go ahead and mention for the viewers currently watching at home is get familiar with Tensa. Tensa is one of those players, when he throws a grenade, more than likely he is actually going to go ahead and knock down somebody. And this is a player going back to seeding on the first day. He had an amazing match. I think he ended up with something along the likes of over 1,000 damage just by himself. So to be honest, I'm not surprised that Tempo Storm actually went ahead and did this. I am a little bit shocked that they did this right away. I thought it was maybe going to be later in the day. I was actually going to pick him later in the day. So it caught me by surprise, but it's awesome to see. It's awesome to see teams like that had that potential to get that firepower to also get the win.
Well, you know why they start off like that, Seven, today? Because I didn't predict them to win. Let's be honest. I seem to have the curse. I'm sorry, Team Queso, I didn't mean it. Let's take a look at the overall damage, though, from that first match. We can kind of see how things are going to break down. As you pointed out, Glitter, we had some ridiculous damage, over 2K done in the first game by Tempo, and you can see there, they just had a landslide in damage. One thing I do want to point out, and I'm sure you guys will get to off the bat here, Glitter, is Unique. Look at that. Look at the damage they did at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, and they're a team that we know can be aggressive. I think they just had an unlucky start, here in Game 1. But looking across the board, we're seeing big damage numbers coming out of Cloud9, coming out of Kanina Power, even Alpha Legends. Look at them down there with 6 kills and 1,300 damage. So I think some of these teams are definitely ready for the potential to be aggressive in these games, knowing how few games they have to kind of get themselves in good position going into the Super Weekend. But, there are definitely some names that I was not expecting on the lower side of things and some on the higher side of things.
One that actually impresses me from here and that I'm not surprised at all, even though it does impress me, is Alpha Legends. 1,300 damage, 6 kills. That's one team that during seeding they were actually able to go ahead and survive. I think it was, I don't remember the player's name off the top of my head, but he was able to survive and get him those extra points, kind of like what happened with Nova Esports. So overall, I'm starting to see some consistency out of these teams, and that's what you want to go ahead and see here in league play.
Let's take a look at our top players, though, from that first match of the day. Remember, we still have 4 more to come, and you can see Cloud9 taking 2 of the top placings. We see Rain and Tensa and Glitter. Well, you talked about Tensa before. Sevi talked about him as well. He's still going to make the top 4.
Yep.
I feel like this man just doesn't know how to miss. He is constantly a player that is putting out a lot of damage, that is consistently at the tops of the leaderboards, whether it's in his kills or his actual damage numbers. He is just so strong that I feel like throughout the entire event, he's definitely something we need to be paying a ton of attention to.
And from this one here, something I want to go ahead and point out is Adder. I love seeing Adder right off the bat on the first game in the top players. This is one player that just had a bad PMPL Americas, and he told me going into World League, he said, 7, if for some reason I start doing bad again, please roast me. So guess what, Adder? You're doing amazing, brother. Keep on. I don't want to have to roast you, so please keep on doing the performances you're doing right now.
Please roast him over roasting me in my prediction 7. But I like on the note you're saying, I like how Cloud9, one of their big problems last year was the fact that they couldn't really get the kills. They bring an Adder from Team Unique. He shows up in the first game as well to really show what Cloud9 can do in these matches. There is one more team I want to talk about. We talked about Wildcard, start of the show, coming into this one, Konina Power. The rotations, I think we were saying during the game 7, were a little bit late.
They were late. They were super late, and something that actually, not even with the rotation, something from the start of the match, it was Konina Power getting almost into a fight with, I believe it was KHK, if I'm not mistaken. They were so close to getting into a fight, and that's a fight that we already seen over the weekend. They decided not to go ahead and take that, and Konina Power just playing it super slow. It reminded me a little bit of B4 back in PMPL Americas, just making sure they go ahead and take a certain approach to it. At the end, he actually ended up biting him in the butt. But overall, I think with the kills that they were able to go ahead and get, it was amazing. 7 kills, and as we're seeing the stats right here, 1,700 damage, 739 heal, goes to show that they only got it started getting into those fights towards the end. 7 kills, 8 knockouts. I'm pretty sure they wanted to get that extra knockout, but with everything going on in the end and them kind of just rushing in late into that final circle, it might have been a little bit hard to confirm those kills.
And something we kind of mentioned, again, at the start of the show, Glitter, was, you were saying in particular, we saw teams being so aggressive in the opening weekend. We were wondering if they're going to continue to play that aggressive. And I remember hearing Envirium say, there's a lot of teams still left alive when we got into the late stages of the game. So what was your kind of take about maybe the difference of play style going from opening weekend to today?
The teams definitely decided to play it a little bit safer, a little bit slower, and like, Seven has pointed out, and we saw throughout the game a little bit, there were a couple people that did land on similar drops, and they were just like, you know what? We're not going to go for it. We're going to leave it for right now. Because I think people are maybe trying to feel out these first couple games and see if any of those teams are going to be aggressive and then adjust from there. But now that we know that everyone's kind of playing a little bit safer, either it's going to continue or somebody might take advantage of that. We might have one team that's like, you know what, if everyone's just going to sit back, we're going to go for it. And that could throw people off.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we, even towards the end of today, we still see that passive gameplay. Keep in mind, only the top 16 teams are going to be able to qualify. So these teams, even if they're not able to get a lot of kills, they at least want to be consistent there on the placing. Now, when we get towards the end and we see those teams that are towards the bottom out of those top 16s, those are the ones that are going to have to question themselves. Do we push it now or do we wait until tomorrow? And something that I've always mentioned is you don't want to wait until the last day. You never want to play catch up here because you never know what the game is going to throw at you. And you never know if maybe other teams are going to realize, hey, that team is actually not doing that good. Let's go ahead and see where they're landing, and let's go ahead and pick on them in a way, because we've seen it over and over again. You don't want to become that team. So we're going to see maybe halfway through the day, we might start seeing some changes from certain teams.
Well, 2 players I don't think are going to change too much considering the performance they did have are going to be Rain and Tensa. And we're going to have to obviously talk about these two both coming in from Tempo Storm. Some ridiculous damage being done between the two. I believe this is over the course of every match they played now within the opening weekend and the first match of League Play. As you can see, the 9 matches total. Look at that. Tensa on 2,800 damage, 18 kills. Rain on 11 kills and 2,000 damage. These two are really putting out some good numbers, Glitter.
And I love to see it too, because I know that we do focus on Tensa a lot because it's kind of hard not to, because he's just so impressive as a player. But look at the stats coming out of Rain as well. He's consistently up there in the exact same damage margin as Tensa, and the kills are very, very close across the board. If you are able to have a team like this, because we've also seen the rest of the squad have very, very strong numbers as well. That is just another illustration similar to Wildcard. When you have all 4 players that are strong across the board, consistently putting out your damage and your kills, it's a recipe for success. It really is.
Okay, well, we've got our first Erangel match out of the way today. Let's take a look now at the schedule yet again to see what map's coming up second. And honestly, you guys should have known all we're going to have is Erangel Vikendi today. We have Vikendi coming up second. Group D will be sitting out. Glitter, is it possible to inform us which teams will no longer be playing at the moment?
It sure is. Group D sitting out is actually going to be Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, and SWAT 69.
So on that note then, Seven, Tempo Storm, they just got a chicken dinner. Now they have to sit out. We talked about this before, right? We talked about you get that first victory under your belt. You want to keep playing. What do you think they need to do then to kind of keep their focus, to keep momentum going into match 3?
tell you exactly what they're going to be doing. They're going to go up against each other probably in a custom room and just continue that momentum that they currently have. But for the other teams that are going to be playing, like B4 Football, is Pittsburgh Knights and Frag Machines, they didn't get a chance to play that first Erangel. Well, guess what? You're not going to have two of the top teams from the last match in this match. So go ahead and take advantage of that. Cloud9 sitting out as well. That actually caught me by surprise. I usually like to see teams go ahead and continue momentums. So hopefully they can go ahead and continue that. If not, this is going to give us a great picture of how teams are going to be able to react. If maybe they do get a win, they have to sit out a match and they play again. What's going to happen there?
Okay, well, it's time to get in our predictions as we have the next match almost ready to go. I had Glitter go first last time. 7, I'm going to have to put up to you this time. Who do you got?
I got Loops. Loops Esports, baby.
Okay, Glitter.
I had a feeling he was going to pick Loops, I did. But I know they're fresh right now, but I'm actually going to be looking at B4 this time around.
B4? Ooh. You know what? I'm going to back you up on that. I'm going to go B4 as well. I have some faith, something inside me making me think they can do exceptionally well when it comes to this map. I'm sorry if I just cursed you on this one, though.
You might have just jinxed it.
Glitter. Yeah, you might want to change yours real quick because he just picked your same pick.
Well, they're locked in. I'm sorry about that one. But we still have more things to give away. If you guys are watching at home before we get into our next game, you can watch and earn points. Now, if you're watching within the game, in the Esports Center, you're getting points over time for just watching. The top 100 viewers get exclusive rewards. I'm still going to be eyeing that helmet. 7, if you had to choose one of those 3 items, which one would you go for?
I think I'm going to go with the suit on the right, just because it looks pretty awesome.
All right, well, we're going to check in with you guys after the next match yet again. Thank you very much for your time. But now get out of here. I want to bring in Veer. I want to bring in Cameron yet again to hear what they have to say coming into this one. And, of course, I want to get the predictions as well. I want to call them in. There we go, boys. All right, so going into now, what's up, boys, gentlemen, men? Going into match 2, Cameron, I want to get your prediction of who you think is going to take this one.
For this one, I'm going to be looking at Konina Power. I still think Wildcard are going to be doing very well, but compare on Vikendi, I think Konina is a little bit stronger of a team, and they already performed very well last map, so talking about momentum, I'm going to be focusing on them.
I like the safe choice. I think you have actually done something really good behind that. And Viram, what's your choice, though?
Oh my goodness, I'm torn a little bit because I kind of want to keep rolling with like some of this NA team hype. So maybe I'm kind of leaning towards Wildcard.
Okay, is that? I'm hearing a little bit of questions in your question in your voice.
Yeah,
is that it?
Yeah. You know what? No, we're gonna go with it. We're gonna stick to our guns.
All right.
Everybody else has got guns here. It's PUBG Mobile. It's fine. I'll stick to mine.
All right. Why don't you guys take us into our second match of the day?
Thank you so much, Jason. All right, let's do it. Let's get things going. That last game certainly went 0 to 100 real quick. Pedal to the metal if I have ever seen it, Cameron. And I expect this game will follow a lot of the same. A little bit smaller scale, a little more scuffles, I think, earlier on. So maybe we'll see if we get to that same point where we have 15 squads alive at like Circle 4. What was that? Absolutely wild. But Cameron, yes, let's get into it here on Vikendi.
Ooh, a very, very good drop at the start. And I'll be honest, this is the first time I have ever cast this map, so I'm very excited to do so. I want to see what everyone can bring out. And the thing about this map when you compare it to Erangel is just the amount of compounds is like turned up to 11 almost. And so when you talk about rotating fast, finding the early positions, that's doubled here because I mean, you don't want to be walking up to a compound that already has someone in it, but the first circle has revealed itself. It's going to be northeast yet again around the Cosmodrome, and this could be fun because that's a really fun area to fight in.
It is, but a lot of teams have already started to commit in one direction, and now they're like, okay, now we've got to rotate back. Of course, a little bit easier here, but we'll see how the teams play out because, again, we talked about at the start of Erangel, and I'm going to kind of harp on it a little bit for these next couple games, the idea that while drops are a thing, that there's this respect system that goes on. It's like, hello, sir, I'm going to go over here, and you're going to take that city. Glorious! Not really a thing so much day number one. That's how they talk, I swear. Day number one, not quite like that so much. Teams are going to fight for this. They're going to scrap for this. I mean, we talked, Wildcard was one of those teams that said, if you contest my drop, we're going to fight you for it. And of course, they're going up against Konina Power, one of these teams that our analysts has said, hey, this is a squad to look out for. They're coming into this. I mean, this is 1 and 2. If you started off the day in terms of overall placement, and now they are scrapping for the same buildings, for the same loot. And Spring from one rooftop to the other here. He's looking like a trademark character, if I've ever seen one. And now we'll see what he can do.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to take roof control because that's one of the beautiful things about Volnova. It's my favorite city, I think, in all maps of PUBG strictly because of roof access. You almost feel like you're Assassin's Creed when you fight on this area. And so taking roof control to get that information, get that vision is incredibly important. But Wildcard, they're actually pulling off of this, and partly because they recognize that control of the east exit of the city is controlled by Kodina Power. So they're going to have to back off and try and find some other way to get into the circle. And west might be the only direction that they can go. And if that's the case, then they need to start to go soon.
Yeah, early rotations. We talked about this before, and they're aware someone's over there. They're not sure who's over there, if that makes sense. They know that there's a person or a couple of peoples, but they're not exactly sure who they're going to be fighting up against. But Nova, they've discovered a little bit of a scuffle over here up against HQ. See what Headquarters can do. Nova, of course, went for a very interesting strategy in game number 1. They were totally off on their own, totally in left field. They chilled on Millie, did a late route, went for a heavy loot system. They just ate the blue for a while. And they ended up doing not too bad. They were able to rotate up north all the way around. Let's see if that's going to be a strategy here again, or if that's not really something they're going to feel is viable on Vikendi. That's more of a one-off Erangel, the way the circle played. But we'll keep an eye on them because I've been casting these guys for a while, or a bunch of these guys for a while, and they are fraggers if I've ever seen them.
They already have a kill. They already took a head off of Headquarters, if I'm not mistaken. But they're not committing to it, and I like that decision. They just got that, and they're backing off. They're not tunnel visioning onto the potential 4 points, but also the potential 16th place exit off of that. They're just looting up where they can. I don't even know if they have any information on where the other teammates of their, the first point that they grabbed are hanging out in. So they also don't want to be wasting time playing hide and seek. You can just see Vanguard leaving this situation, trying to get some loot while he can, but most importantly, staying safe.
Yeah, that's really the big thing here, is not, and I repeat, not losing any teammates in any silly situations early. You want to keep everyone up and alive as much as possible. I'm not saying don't take fights. I'm not saying don't play aggressive. But take the fights that you know, or at least have like a 65% chance, knowledge that you can win. Because we see so many times players think they're backed into a corner. You don't always have to fight. You can reset. It's a tactical retreat. You're going to come back another day. You're still going to get that point. But if you go down early, you put your teammates in a position where, like you're seeing right now, Nova's continuing to scrap. Maybe they're going to be able to convert this, though. We'll see. Point blank range, SMGs in hand. Hello there, sir. HCL able to... Oh, don't do it. Don't do it to him like that. Not like that. Okay. That was a little mean there for a second.
I actually really like the play of HCL right there. To me, it looked like he was almost using his teammate as bait to force that player to push out from behind cover so he can get the kill there. Because once it came down to a 1v1, it was suddenly, obviously in a 1v1, it's an even scenario.
You want to try and take, as many of the situations, baiting your teammates, that's one thing. Using your teammates as bait, big brain move, 5 head, right out there. That's it. That's what it's all about.
And he knew that he got at least a couple of tags of damage. So if it just came into a fight, if I need to kill him before he kills my teammate, he knew that he had at least a little bit of an advantage. It wasn't. It was a little bit of a risk, to be fair, but it wasn't the biggest of risk. And again, this is assuming that he intentionally used his teammate as bait. I might also just be putting that out there into the universe because that's what I feel like my teammates do to me.
Well, let's actually take a look back at this replay here. We can see the wait, did he just... Was that a... Okay, all right. That shot aside, this was it. And this is where Jamaz started really, really well. He got the initial down. And HCL, yeah, he played the corner on this perfectly. Yes, he absolutely was using his teammate as bait. He was trying to get him to thirst for it. He peeked back around the corner and then put it... Oh, no, Cameron. Yes, that's how you do it. That was textbook.
Yeah? What can I say? I like how production is there to back me up.
Oh, yeah.
You seem like I'm big old brain.
The biggest.
The biggest. Okay, it's not that big. My forehead's not that big. Calm down.
Wait, no, that's not what I was implying. Relax. Just the IQ. I was trying to... All right, you know what?
Sorry, flashbacks to high school.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. The other team that's only having... The only team that's having flashbacks now, of course, is HQ. Looking back at that going, why did our game have to start this way? But, now a potential situation here. Loops, maybe having some friends to play with. Oh, this is going to be interesting. That was a very aggressive send. They've taken over the compound. But now, Carrillo, he's got full eyes on this. And Loops, they're right on the outskirts. I don't know if they want to take this at this point because we talked about the idea of the defenders here and playing in TPP and what that can mean for you, but it's also Loops, and they like to break open buildings.
the real question that I have is, does Frag know that Loops are here? Loops, as you can tell, they obviously know, they heard the vehicles, but Frag might not be aware that where they just pulled up to has, you know, people just next to it. They're so focused on Queso right now.
I don't think they know. They're making a lot of noise. They're making a lot of noise. Federal, Gowski, they're just like chilling. Deaden. Oh, no, they hear these footsteps now. They know. That's it. Yeah, you can see the instant positional change. Everybody's coming back down. Hang on. That was an instant posture response from Frag Machines. They're posting up now on the edge of the wall. Yeah, I think they heard those footsteps. This is going to get interesting. And this tells me, yeah, you can see them. Staring right down at them. They know what's going on. And now Team Queso is another potential factor that's going to have to be taken in here if they want to get some pot shots into Frag Machines behind. We'll see how that goes, because Loops is playing this real slow.
Yeah, but despite them hearing, like getting confirmation that Loops is next to them, or at least a team is next to them, the fact that they know that someone is behind that rock actually gives potential for the rest of Loops to be able to put pressure more towards just the straight west side, because, you know, Frag, you got to play around the information that you know, and obviously the threat is there. It's going to make them clench up, it's going to make them tighten up, and could end up, if not overextending, at least being put into a corner. It's almost like Daden is like being a shepherd there, a sheepdog.
Please, go this way. Go this way. Yes, and that just, Frag Machines, they gotta just bolt it down. But none of these teams are going to take any silly fights early for reasons that I have previously mentioned. Only take fights that you're absolutely certain that you can win at this early stage. The circle is going to get you to a point where you've got to take them. You're not going to have the option. It's, kill or be killed, and that's what the Battle Royale is all about. But we are not at that point yet. There is still enough real estate to fight over. It's not like an average Tuesday in San Francisco. But as I say that, stick your head out and get it torn right off. Carrillo is here, and he will take those every single time. And now the team has got a response. So we've gone from 0 to 100. I talked about it in game number 1 with Erangel, and a little bit of a smaller scale. Let's see what Loops can do.
Listen, when you see not only one of your players get knocked, but it's knocked by the PMPL MVP, that's got to put a shiver down your spine. And Federal is going incredibly aggressive onto this, using that knock to its fullest advantage. Yes, the revive has come through for Frag, but Loops have now gotten close and inside the compound, inside the walls.
Yep, got to back up, reset, let them take that building. We have to fall back. We have to reset as much as we can, says Frag Machines Freak. Taking a little bit of poke to start this one off. But this is Loops, and this is them taking a compound. This is where they feel at home. Fish to water, Loops to a siege. Let's go. Let's see what they can do. As Frag is now forced all the way back, trying to lock down as many angles as possible. The smoke's on the outside. This is important. You look at this and you go, wait a second, why are they doing this? It's because it is a potential route. They're not necessarily going to take advantage of it, but allows them to flank around the outside like Kowalski is doing right there. He actually takes a lot of punishment for good measure, but the smoke is going to allow Loops to crawl their way up. And getting out of range, the molly, nicely done, but the damage that Frag was actually able to do there, it's going to give them a momentary reprieve.
Loops just consistently go aggressive and aggressive. The minute that Frag take a single step back, Loops immediately takes a step forward of their own and actually into the building. Daden is going incredibly aggressive, not committing, just trying to go for a little bit of information, using the smoke to his advantage because there's a lot of utility already utilized. But Hamadi, he had an advantage for a quick second, but takes a bunch in return. And that molly could be huge.
Oh my good, no, okay, all right, a little bit far. Yeah, the time it took him to ADS, I mean, Carrillo was already there. Again, taking advantage of the TPP just to like get that angle, get those optics on that roof. That was a great spot. I actually like him holding that position. That is giving him a lot of good intel. He just needs to make sure that one of his teammates is drawing their ire before he decides to pop up and deal the return damage. And there's the lob, not quite able to get it over. A lot of utilities being burned from Loops here as we're looking at this standoff. And all is quiet on the Western Front, but the rest of this is a battle of nerves. Who's got the nerves of steel? That's the question, as more fights are breaking out across Vikendi. Focusing up here on Loops, one of the teams that, as I said, our analysts had pegged to do well in this game. Let's see if they can deliver.
The reason why these teams aren't moving too fast is because that they're still in phase 2, and it's not the best position. It's not dead central as it was in phase 1, but speaking of which, Kowalski does go down. It is a trade, but immediate trade by Daden on the roof. Does he hear the footstep? Does he have the angle?
Oh my goodness, you're on a roof. I will get on a higher roof as Federal is going in. Able to find the shots at point blank range. Can he get out the reload? No, he does not. The door opens now, going back and forth. This is an absolute bloodbath, but Carrillo is still here on the flank. He's got to be the one to clean this one up. All 2 of his teammates are down. Hang on, this is a rough position. All 3 of his teammates are down. Carrillo against the world, and functionally a 1v1. The rest of the team is crawling on back. Put your shells on your back, boys. We're snailing on out of here. Get them back to where you can protect them. And another reset comes on in. Oh my goodness, Cameron, this fight is wild. It's gone so even.
While picking up his own teammate, though, Carrillo does allow Freak to revive Outplay. And I was hoping that he would go aggressive to stop the revive, but he's able to get an immediate down again.
Ooh, now Freak has put himself in a compromised position. Can they find the shots? Yes, they do. It's Loops. Why am I even saying it? Obrigado, they say. Thank you so much for the points. We take these. We will take those all day long. Do you know who you're fighting?
It was a bit slow. They took a lot of damage, but they were able to keep all 4 members alive despite the knocks going against them. And they take that compound. That's rough start for Frag Machines.
You're going up against one of the best teams in the server, doing what they do best, but they almost, I repeat, almost got the better of them there. Dadin getting that vantage point on top of the roof was the big difference maker there, and if you're Frag Machines, despite the fact that you lost that, you should still be proud of how you handled it. A few things go a little bit differently, and you could be walking away with the victory on that. But let's get back into the action. Is Footballists going toe-to-toe with KHK, and this is a very, very fun little scenario here. The cover is sparse, so you gotta hit those shots, Cameron. And point blank range, here we go. Hands out, no!
Offense trying to go aggressive, trying to use the 3rd-person camera, but Lutz, he does get taken down. Going for a second, can't find it with the scope in. Footballists, they have a bit of control here for KHK, and Dami, he's bleeding out. I don't think he's going to get revived, and Lutz, I think he's just giving information. A good smoke.
Oh. Solke, one of the top players on this team. If you ask any other person in the lot, who do you fear on Footballists? This is the man they're probably going to talk to you about. He's pushing on in. Beautiful usage of the smokes. Is he going to try and go for the clutch revive? Yes, he is! Because Leveson is actually just able to continue to put the shots in, and now, oh my goodness, force him on back. Octavian's got to run. They are battered and bruised, but the flanks continue. Look to your left. What a solid play coming in. Raum, he's not even hesitating. They are just pinching them from both sides. They're going to trade back and forth a little bit here, but now pushing right down the middle. I feel like we're watching American football because this is a play being executed to perfection. Hut, let's get this going. Touchdown.
That went, so it was a bit of a standoff when we first entered this fight, but the thing that brought it back into Footballers' favor was Luvazin getting that frag onto the wall. But over here, Wildcard in a bit of a pickle themselves. 2 players down.
Oh.
And make that a 3rd. I don't know what happened to the start of this, but they're just getting demolished.
Dream Eaters crushing the dreams of Wildcard right here. Holding on to the wall. Slickies just gotta try and hold on. Spring, the last man standing. Gonna try and get his teammates up one at a time. But Dream Eaters, they have the HP. They've got the angle. They've got the names. They're gonna go in. They're gonna finish what they started. This might be Wildcard out early. Can Dream Eaters get it done? Wildcard hanging on by a knife's edge. Slicky's off to the side. He's just gonna bleed out. He is out of this. It all comes down to Spring. Can he hit the shots? I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it done, and that's it.
You saw Wildcard at the end there just trying to grasp at straws to swing this back into their favor at least a little bit, but the damage at the very beginning, having 3 downed players and not even getting a single knock of your own at the start, it would have been a miracle for that. And Dream Eaters, they saw the advantage that they had and they went super aggressive, but Nova, they heard all of that fighting. They saw it in the kill feed, and so they're being a little curious. Curious little prairie dogs trying to peek their heads up to see what they can find. Perhaps pick off a kill of a downed player still outside the wall.
Here we go. Ooh, there are the shots. That's 1 in an instant. We have to see this. We have to see the circle shift. Okay, that's super kind. That's super kind. Let's get back to the fight. Okay, all right. Ooh, that's actually... Ooh, playing outside of Cosmo. That's going to get interesting. That's a lot of open terrain to deal with here. Who third parties the third partiers? Joke, it's Nova. As they continue to come on in. Quiet to start this one off in the same compound that Dream Eaters just did their work. Now Nova is going to be the aggressors pushing on in. SMGs raging. And they find the shots. That's the question. Trying to isolate these 1v1s as best as possible. But Matic is doing so much work. Able to confirm the kill. But coming in from the other side, that is going to be it. The flank is there. Nova gets it done, but not unscathed.
Yeah, they do lose a player, and unfortunately another player got dropped, which means their bleed out timer is only going to speed up, but it is still a compound take, and it is in a good spot in this circle. They have 5 kills right now. I think at this time in the game, taking a trade like that is worthwhile, and the way they did it was great, but look, Konina Power, they want in, they are sending it, vehicle into the air.
A compound of death, Cameron. Let's make it 1. Let's make it 2. Oh, baby, a triple. Let's wipe a 3rd squad right here, right now. Konina Power flexing on him. And Nova, it is all down to G-Fam, the one player on the outside looking in. And now he's got to go. Oh, go, Tixie. You absolute mad lad. You're not supposed to do that. Let him live. Let him live. But no, Konina Power is saying this is our map and we will take it over.
No, but you gotta expect that a team is gonna do exactly what you just did. But if you talk about how aggressive Nova went, Konina Power went even more aggressive. In fact, one of their players walked into their teammate's molly to make sure they secured that first kill in the garage. And Loops, they've moved away from their compound just a little bit to the north to try and get a more central position. And while that was happening, that meant that it was a safe rotation because no one was watching the cross. And now they have their eyes on Konina Power's compound.
This game could not be more different from game number 1. It was a slow burn. We lit the match, we let the fuse play out, and then it went boom. This one has a lot of smaller explosions along the way, and they're not even that small. This has been teams just going toe-to-toe. This has been a brawl from start to finish. This has been one of the most exciting Vikendi games I have ever seen. The action has not stopped, and given this big, open, frozen wasteland we're about to encounter, as we move up here towards Trevno, this is going to be a finale fitting of this epic game.
The shift goes heavily in Unique's favor. Yes, there's not a lot of cover where they are, but they are spread out. And because of the shift, they don't have to worry about basically their entire backside. They can just focus forward, and they already have a decent spread. The question is, will they be able to pick up a number of kills? Because I think a lot of these teams are going to be killing each other before they can even reach the circle. Konina Power, they're certainly aware that they're going to need to fight through a couple of squads.
Loops is staring them down. They've been hearing all the action. They were able to rotate in. We'll see. Oh, they're going to load up into one vehicle, which is something
that's dangerous
that I highly never recommend you do, but they're not moving too far. This is why I highly recommend you never do it. If that goes boom, if the team fire is on point, all your hopes and dreams, quite literally, go up in smoke.
Okay, they did it. They didn't even lose a single player, though. A bit of damage onto them.
Oh,
they found a shack.
Federal decided he does. I don't like it. I don't like it. It doesn't have marble countertops. You know, that's not for me. I have to go on to the next one, guys. There's a nicer house up the hill. This is where we're moving. But he's taken a lot of punishment for it. There is a little bit of a defilade there that they are going to be able to play around. But at this point, Konina Power, this is a team that is known for their aggression. Going into a team that is known for aggression. What happens, Cameron, when you have the immovable force and the unstoppable wait, hang on.
Yeah, Rob, he sent it. He sent it behind that ridge.
No.
He doesn't. Oh, okay, well, Dadden's not going to let him get that for free, but Konina Power, they don't want to allow Loops to get the spread that they were going for to get that crossfire. Unfortunately, I think they moved just a little bit too late, a little bit too haphazardly, and they lose Rob for their troubles.
It was the immovable object and the unstoppable force. That was for the record, team. But here we go. Konina Power back into the action. Loops is spread, and they are in a world of hurt. That's a roof. You don't belong there. As Sixties just continue to just lay waste to everyone else in this entire server right now, as Carrillo's just trying to get and scrounge as much loot as he possibly can at this point. They're just playing for placement. The rest of the team has gone up the hill. They are now going to have to completely rethink their strategy for the rest of this game. Loops, who've been taking these really calculated 4v4 engages, now will have to go into survival mode. But it is Konina Power that is staying strong through all of this, and they are going to be able to continue to play their game.
They got the knock, and they're trying to send it to get the finish on the two members of Loops in this compound. Dadden was revived, but Konina Power are here, and they know they need to get these kills in order to make their way to the circle because it pulled all the way towards the northeast away from them. Got him with the first aid kit, healed back up, but the push is coming through.
Oh, that's Dadden down. Nice nade as well to confirm that one. And that's Federal. Also, Carrillo, the last man standing, look up at the hill, going, teammates, no! Trying to assist as much as possible. Actually gets the explosion with the vehicle from range. There was a reason he was your PMPL MVP. Even from range, he helps out. He gets the work in. And that was actually pretty massive. That was revenge. That was retaliation. That was actually pretty huge.
Umbra have been watching the fight as well and trying to get some damage where they could. but they're not going to send it. They're not going to try and take Konina Power out of it because they have to worry about the circle themselves. They're just sending it in vehicles of their own. But over here, the Knights versus Footballists. A lot of knocks towards the Turkish team.
Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. The last man standing is Raum. Pittsburgh Knights. PK, hello. Welcome to the lot. Okay. Well, there you are. And taking down Footballists who had 6 kills at that point, too. They've been looking so solid, but I think it was a couple of grenades uphill that totally just demolished them, and then everybody running out. Just SMGs in hand. That was really solid, and this game has been nonstop action. I have not been able to take a breath, because now Konina Power is facing up against other teams who have been playing this a little bit less aggressive, who have taken less casualties, like Team Queso, like Yala, and now they're dealing with the concept that, look, because we chase these kills, yes, we're getting those points, and that's fantastic, but maybe we put ourselves just a little bit out of position for it.
Pixie, good damage onto Umbra. Can't secure the knock, can't secure another point for themselves. But Umbra, they're going aggressive onto Queso because they have to... What? The arrival of an explosive vehicle. And I think they just lost a teammate as well. So this is a little bit of slack for Queso to manage.
Oh my goodness, this game just will not stop. I'm pretty sure we have had triggers down this entire game, and now Team Queso looking to get into the fray. The Molly is out, and that might have been, no, just a little bit over. That could have been the Molly to end the dreams of Umbra, sending them back to the shadows, and now, oh my goodness, Konina Power in the world of hurt, eliminated there in 7th place, but a lot of kills will help to balance that one out. Team Queso, though, still has all 4 members alive, but they don't have a whole lot of cover to their name. Trying to create as much of a barricade as possible with these vehicles. Oh boy.
The shift you saw goes towards the southeast, goes towards Yala, and Queso, they have a potential path if they can actually clear out Umbra. But as you mentioned, the mollies that they threw went a little bit too far, and now Umbra are back to 3 strong. But let's see if Yala has anything to say about it. They have a great angle. They don't need to worry at all. Once the circle closes, the situation could change for them a little bit because I don't know how much of the wall is going to be inside, but at least for now, they can just deal as much damage as they can.
Oh my goodness, Yala is in such a great position, and this is the only thing that has reminded me of game number 1, is the team uphill with the circle doing work. Oh my goodness, those shots were clean. And through all that as well, the last remaining member of Loops did get taken out, trying to snake his way on the rotation, try and make something happen, but this is a great spot for Yala right now, and they need this. They need a great game here. They have been quiet so far, sort of middling in terms of how their performances have been, but I think this could be the opportunity for them to really step up.
Tree cover. This is making it a little difficult for them to at least try and clear out Unique. Queso, you guys gotta go. You guys gotta move now because the blue's coming in, because the Knights are also coming in. And Queso, they're aware of this. Oh, Xana actually overextends just for a quick moment and does get dropped, but so does Axial.
Oh my goodness, the back and forth. This is going to be interesting to keep an eye on as these teams are going to be forced to move. Who is going to play the game of chicken? Nobody wants to get shot in their back here. PK coming into this. Oh my goodness, they're looking so solid right now. But that's the team trying to make the move, and Umbra is down and out. Team Queso able to land the shots, but Yala still making their presence felt from distance. But Mystic, the last man standing for the team, out in the middle of the trees, trying to get some sort of cover. Anything, I'll take it right now. And is not able to find it. He is taken out as well. Team Queso not able to get it done, but Raven from Pittsburgh Knights is still in this. PK, have this been this force? We haven't necessarily been able to show them as much on screen, but they have been doing work in this game, and they found their way in here. J7 and Raven holding on, but it's Unique, and it's, oh my god, no, Umbra giving it up to the zone. All right.
He was able to survive past Queso, able to survive to 4th place, so that's not the worst round for him, not the worst play for him in that situation. And Raven, I thought he was dead, but that Unique player getting downed on the side angle means that he actually has an opportunity here, but he's not going as aggressive as I would have liked onto Nempus, onto Frozen, and this means that Unique can solidify their position, can get all their 3rd member back up and standing, and this could give them more control, because control is no longer in Yala's court, the circle pulled away from them, they're going to have to run out in the open just as everyone else has.
And J7 is still on the outside there. I think he's trying to make his way in while heel stratting. I'm not sure if he's full committing to that. We'll keep an eye on that. We see him go down to the blue here in just a second. But as you said, Yala does have to move. Raven's in a decent position here. But the problem right now is that Raven is on the flank of Unique. Unique doesn't have a unified front here. They have Raven shooting them in the back of the face, which is what we're seeing right now. And now, wait, J7? No, he's going to go down there. it is Unique going to be able to get a little bit of retaliatory fire back. But we'll see if they're going to be able to get it done. Part of the problem is right now, like I said, though, is that Pittsburgh Knights is not allowing Unique to set up how they want to, which is going to give an opportunity for Yala to rotate in, except for the fact that they're just losing members to the play zone, making this only 3 members. Unique is in a terrible spot, though. This is Yala looking so solid, finding the shots, able to confirm the kills. This is huge. They have 3 members up, and they are just slowly, methodically pushing in, but you cannot doubt the fact that Raven is still here on the flank, and he's going to want to get involved. Like a shadow in the night, he is not going to let this go unanswered.
You has been playing it quite safe, quite slow. When the revive from Umbra came through, I would have wanted to see him go more aggressive based off the information of J7 gave, but he's just trying to crawl out as long as he can, despite J7 trying to go big with the hero play and getting a knock for his teammate. But hey, he's still in this. So I don't want to be too critical on his play. We'll see what he can do. And Yala, the control is back now in their court because of J7's play onto Unique.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. Inadvertently, you're playing for yourself. You're playing for your kills. You're trying to confirm them as much as possible. And of course, still able to hopefully execute on some of those kills and get that placement. So that would have been huge for Raven. But Raven, I actually think he played that smart. He's just playing this head down, letting this play out. His hope here is that, of course, the Unique and Yala just go into each other here. And that's what we're seeing right now. The shot's going through, and then he can just survive, scooch right on into second place. That is his hope and his dream. But no, he's actually going to try and get involved. He's going to try and sneak up the kills. But Zana from downrange and now burning out. This could be it. This is Yala pushing in a 3v1 situation, and the Molotov will get it done. Yala Esports with the first place finish. The winner chicken dinner. That's how you get it done. They played it out perfectly. They played it methodical. They played to the circle. They played to their advantage, and they made it look good.
10 kills as well, but I got to give it to the Knights. They actually performed very well as well. Third place with, I think, around 8 kills. And when you compare that to Unique's 1 kill, well, Unique, I think, would have wanted a little more out of that one. But second, being able to survive until second place, you certainly can't knock that.
No, I mean, absolutely cannot, especially given just how many fights were taking place over that game. That was not, again, a quiet, slow burn. That was action-packed from start to finish. So any team that was able to weather the storm upon storm, make it in to those final few circles, able to try and calm things down once they finally found the eye, if you can weather that, you definitely deserve those points, and they definitely deserve their spot there at the end. Great job to all of those teams, able to just make order some sense of any of that chaos. But that's game number 2 in the books. We're going to go to a short break and circle back with our analysts. Quite yet. We're going to get them ready to go because there's so much to parse from that, Cameron. There's so much to parse from that. Final thoughts, though, from you before we send it back to your analysts. Let's give them something to talk about.
One thing we saw was a lot of fighting in the Cosmo Dome, and part of we didn't see a lot of it because we were so focused on that initial Loops engagement. I actually forget who they took that compound from in the very beginning, but the reason why we saw so many fights in that area is because that was the only access point to the circle. A lot of teams wanted to avoid the south, which is a lot more open. Unfortunately, it's almost like a self-correcting meta, because when everyone wants to do the safe bet, now everyone is in the same spot, and that safe bet is no longer the safe bet. And so I'm curious to see how rotations like that are going to continue along while these teams play with each other over the course of this entire league.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a question. We're constantly having to check in and see how they're developing. We're actually going to check out now some top 5 plays and then circle back to recap that game.
Pear Drug just absolutely destroying KHK there for the #1 clip of the week. Fantastic to see him step up, and I do have to say this, I am sorry B4. I did have you pitted to win this game, but I have to tell you, well, as you can see, they did not do it. I hope to have my analysts with me. 7 and Glitter is going to be talking about Yala taking home the chicken dinner. 10 kills, 20 placement points, 30 overall. But even Pittsburgh Knights making their way in here. 7.
I think this is impressive. Just to give you an idea, from the seeding weekend that we had, Pittsburgh Knights was in 15th place, and then Yala was in 18th place. So this is huge for Yala. This is going to give them so much cushion to just maybe go ahead and test out different things later on if they're able to go ahead and get consistent placement. And Pittsburgh Knights being able to get 9 kills, that is big as well for them. Team Unique, one team that also won during seeding. Even though they ended up getting just 1 kill, it's not bad to go ahead and see them on that top 3. And I know we mentioned Kanina Power still being able to go be that powerhouse that they have been doing so far. Loops Esports maintaining the top 6. And look at this, Glitter, Footballists. One of the teams that we didn't see in the first match, they come out and at least show that they are able to go ahead and continue the consistency that we've seen from them coming into league play.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see that they were able to start off the day for them so strongly. But, you know, one team that also needs to be pointed out here on this first page is Team Umbra. We've not seen them consistently on this first page here, coming in with a 4th place overall finish, and that's fantastic for them. Then moving here onto the second page, you're actually seeing a lot of names you probably weren't expecting to necessarily see on the second page here. And I'm going to blame Jason for this one.
You guys don't want to talk about that real quick?
Down at the bottom, Wild Card in 12th place. But I think that this is quite the shakeup here for match number 2.
And you can see Dream Eaters, number 10. Like, they didn't have a great first game. They didn't have a great second game. Wildcard getting 12th place, and Virum's going to be probably a little bit upset by that one. But we are starting to see some teams who did have great performances in the opening weekend start to struggle today. Even Nova there. I guess Gifan wasn't able to snake his way forward. Some tough times for these teams. What is that? Is that a 5? 6?
No.
That's a 14.
Cut it out, 7.
Place of B4. You totally jinxed her pick, man.
I mean, what if I told you it's her fault for choosing the team that I was going to choose, right? She predicted before me, and it's kind of her fault. Well, anyways, let's take a look at Yala. Like you said before, I think they were 18th overall in the opening weekend, 7, and we can see here getting themselves a chicken dinner. I think this is a massive weight off of their shoulders as well after having such a tough start just a couple days ago.
Oh, it definitely is, especially with 10 kills. I think that is huge for that team. Coming in from seeding weekend, the max amount of kills that they were actually able to get into a match, I believe it was 6 kills. So this is huge for that team. This is going to be just such a confident booster. And remember, you want to be within those, if you're just tuning in, maybe you missed the beginning of the show, you want to be within those first 16 teams after this next 2 days that we're going to have. That way you can actually go into Super Weekend. You don't want to miss Super Weekend. That is 3 days of matches that you're going to miss out on, and it's going to set you back behind, and it's going to force you to do things that you might not be used to doing.
I mean, maybe there's another aspect to this, Glitter, as we take a look at our do moments, is maybe there's an upside to it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not a great upside. There's a silver lining. Maybe that's a better way to say it. You get 3 days off to practice and to really look at what went wrong in those days for you to really improve coming into the second week of league play.
Yeah, I think the biggest, potential variable there is whether or not you can implement whatever changes that need to be made in that downtime, or be able to make use of the practice time, whether it's working on your comms, whether it's maybe working on a different drop, because sometimes maybe the issue is that you're dropping on a team that you just can't really win right off the rip. And we've seen a few teams land on top of each other and play super safe. But like Seven keeps saying, moving forward, there's so many things that can change for these players based off of their standings, because everybody wants to make it into that Super Weekend. And that's actually a fight right there that we're seeing with Loops and Frag Machines that we're going to be breaking down a little bit later on for the Telestration segment. I know Seven is excited to do that for me because I'm ready to talk about that play.
I am, and actually one of the things I wanted to talk about is towards the end we saw Loops fighting Kanina Power. It wasn't a full Loop squad, but it's great to go ahead and see those teams fighting this early on, because remember, those are just 2 powerhouses. Kanina Power being the first team to get first place from the European League, and then Loops Esports being the team from first place in PMPL Americas. It's always great to see those kind of challenges. And actually Dream Eaters really surprised me here with the strategies that they had against Nova. They ended up pretty much I don't remember quite well what happened there, but this push right here from Kanina Power was super impressive. They were third-partying people every single time they saw a chance, they actually went and took it. They were a little bit more aggressive than what I saw in the first game of Erangel from Kadena Power.
Yeah, and then we see Tixie again coming in here with just a level of aggression that is probably just going to be his signature at this point. He was overall second in the map in damage, 5 kills to his name. Kadena Power is proving themselves to be a powerhouse across the board so far here in day 1.
Definitely. I think being able to go ahead and finish off, top 3 or at least top 5 back-to-back, that is huge. That is the consistency that you want to be able to get. And from other teams, Unique, I know that's another team that we're mentioning in Sitting, it was that Unique was actually able to get a win. We want to go ahead and see that kind of performance from them. In Pittsburgh Knights, I feel like Pittsburgh Knights being able to get that second place as well, that is such a huge confidence booster for them, because remember, they did change the roster. They ended up adding 6less with a little bit of extra firepower, and maybe seeing the results right now, it will stop fights between the players. It will stop certain situations that you might not want to get into within the team. So you always want to have your team winning, or at least being at the top. And Twitch chat, I gave you a chance to go ahead and select the winner, and none of y'all guessed it right. So you know what? I'm going to hold up on the confetti when we do the breakdown. But if you guys want confetti in the next one, let me know in the chat.
All right, let's take a look at the damage breakdown from our match number 2 here in League Play. It's the first day. We're going to drop straight into seeing Yalla. You know, the thing is, you can technically win games without getting much damage, without much kills done, but they show that they can win the game with getting both of those here, Glitter.
I'm so happy to see Yalla having a really strong performance and pulling down a chicken dinner right now with double-digit kills. And we saw it like in game 1, Tempo was right at above the 2K mark. Yalla coming in just barely under that 2K mark. That's clearly going to be close to the average that maybe these teams need to be looking for when they're going for a strong first place finish. But like Seven also pointed out, look at the damage coming out of PK, and they were able to come in second overall.
Not just that, look at Team Queso. I know that was one of you guys expected the first match, and right here, even though they ended up with just 1 kill, the amount of damage that they're able to go ahead and put out, that's usually a good tell that teams, at least those players, are finally starting to get into a groove here today. And I wouldn't be surprised if Team Queso going to the next couple of matches, they're actually going to be able to maybe go for that top 5, and if they're able to go in and have that whole squad towards the end, they could get a chicken dinner.
Maybe a silver lining for you, me, Glitter. Before, they weren't worst on damage and at least had a kill. But I do apologize for cursing them once again. We have the overall rankings now as we are 2 matches deep into our first day. And you can see, with that victory, Yalla Esports have taken themselves first place, 7.
Nice.
They have taken themselves first place, and keep in mind, though, Tempo Storm has only played 1 match. Yalla has already played 2. So it's great to see, even though Tempo Storm has only played 1 match, they're still able to maintain themselves ahead of teams like Kadena Power, ahead of teams like Loops Esports. That's going to give them a lot of confidence in Cloud9. I'm loving seeing Cloud9 there towards the top. Same with Pittsburgh Knights, Wildcard, all those teams. And Futbolists, one of the teams that we actually saw being very consistent from the seeding weekend, is they came in, even though they maybe weren't able to get the placing that they would have loved, they were able to at least get kill points, and they got 7 of that. So that's pretty impressive from them.
I think that shows they're coming out to really frag here. You can see Nova, 5 kill points, 5 placement points. You know, I think a big portion of their results from the opening weekend was purely off of placements. You might be able to correct me if I'm wrong here, Glitter, but they've been having a really rough time so far.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens. We did see them pick it up a little bit towards the end of opening weekend. And like we've touched on before, GFAN's survivability was incredibly impressive. All they needed to do was kind of get everybody on board with the same strategy. A couple of those times when he was alone, it was because he actually made the call to dip out of a fight that was going bad to make sure that he could kind of potentially get those extra placement points. So it was the decision to leave the fight early that allowed them to acquire a few more points here and there. Hopefully, though, they don't have to get caught out in those situations. I think that they did have an unfortunate fight in this game. It was against Loops, I believe, right? And so that, they just have to maybe just pick and choose their fights a little bit better, and they should be okay.
Well, 7, you've had an entire day to work on your Telestration game. I really want to see what new sweet tricks you have for us.
Listen, I told y'all I wasn't going to give you confetti, but guess what? This West League right now is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. And you know who the first person is going to go ahead and take it is going to be none other than Glitter. So Glitter, go ahead and take us through this fight between Loops and Frag Machines.
Right, so now this was the fight that we actually heard the casters getting super hyped about early on in the game, where we have Loops versus Frag Machines. You can see that both squads are trying to use the building as kind of their way to zone each other off of the area. Now, once we do start getting into all of this fight action here, we will see a ton of damage coming out from both squads. And at the end of this, when everything is said and done, we actually see 3 players knocked on Loops right there on the corner of the chart, and then 3 players knocked on Frag Machines as well. We actually see only Carrillo up on Loops and Freak up on Frag Machines. So now this is where it starts to get interesting. I love the flames. We're going to see those Loops players kind of crawl around and rotate over at the same time that Freak heals up and decides to go for a res on one of his teammates. Carrillo's also going to do the same on Dadine, and he's going to take that opportunity to get up, try to get a res on some of his other teammates while also getting off a heal. Now, as soon as they are able to get those reses, Freak tries to wrap around to see if he can maybe pick off some of those downed players. But unfortunately, Carrillo sees it coming. Dadine has already rotated inside so that he cannot get the free kill, and Carrillo is able to take out Freak on the corner of the building and therefore take out the rest of the squad.
And I think that was just such a great fight. And the next fight that we're going to be showing you here is actually going to be Kanina Power pushing into Nova. And this was something that Nova just did so well. Even though that, let me go ahead and just replay that star. Just look how they were able to grind the car right here. Keep an eye out for this section because it's pretty amazing what they were able to do there and not being able to mess up. They all get out. They know that this team has already been into a fight. They know that they're going to have the upper hand. And meanwhile, something I want you to go ahead and keep in mind, even though there is currently 2 players from Nova here on your screen, there is going to be another player from Nova all the way towards the upper hill and is going to be providing an angle. But guess what? Kanina doesn't really care about that. They smell blood in the water. They are like a great white shark and they're going to go for it. And they do just that. They're able to go ahead and get the knock. First knock right there, second knock right there. And something that you're actually not able to see from this perspective is that Kanina Power actually used a Molotov to kind of make sure that this player from Nova wasn't going to be able to push up from that angle. So that was really impressive. And then as I was mentioning earlier, there is going to be one player from Shifan. Shifan, we've always seen him just kind of outlast everybody from Nova Esports, but at this moment, I feel like he maybe took a little bit too long to get over this little hill right there, and that ended up costing them just some precious placement points. Overall, great tactical play by Kanina Power, and I felt like they took full advantage of just being able to third-party that. And as I mentioned, Twitch chat, no confetti in that last one, but if you guys want confetti, let me know in the chat. YouTube, Facebook, all of y'all. Let me know if you guys want confetti.
I want confetti. Someone in Twitch chat, please get this next game right. Let's take a look at the schedule now so we can see which game will be coming up next, and more importantly, which group will be out. We're heading back to Erangel here, Glitter. Group C is going to be out. So which teams are going to be taken out of the fight here?
That means we will not be seeing Loops, Team Queso, Nova Esports, and Yala Esports.
Okay, so Loop's not going to be in the mix. I think Mustache Dave, one of them, picked all day, but of course, it's not possible. Let's take a look at Erangel, though, as we hop into it. I want to start getting into prediction game here because I think we are almost ready to start off the match. I'll start first. I'm going to be fair to everyone here, so I don't jinx any of your picks. I'm going Tempo Storm. Glitter, who do you got?
Ooh, okay, I like it. Actually, and I was talking about this a little bit with Seven. Now that we have Footballists thrown into the mix, I'm going to be picking Footballists for this map this time.
You know what? That is actually a great pick. They've been very consistent in Erangel, but that's not going to be my pick. I think my pick is going to go ahead and be Kanina Power. What they've been able to do today, the consistency that they have shown me, being able to go ahead and rush people when they need to rush, being able to be a little bit defensive when they need to be, has been super impressive. So I have Kanina Power winning this next game. And let us know, once again, everybody watching at home, please tweet at us at Esports PUBG Mobile. Let us know who you guys got for the next game.
Got bad news for you, Seven. I'm actually going to change my pick from Tempo Storm over to Kanina Power. I got to be fair to Glitter. I obviously chose B4 before. Now I'll keep Tempo Storm. But guys, this is going to be an interesting one. I'm really curious to see who's going to take it again. We have Yala with a victory. We have Tempo Storm with a victory. They kind of set themselves up beyond everyone else. I think, though, for me, look at this, Glitter, like, you can't get complacent, right? Yeah, you're kind of already in a good position to make top 16 no matter what, but I feel like you need to have those, consistent games under your belt to just have the, morale of your team and the motivation and the momentum go in your favor.
See, the thing is, while Tempo Storm and Yala have had really strong first games, especially Tempo Storm, there's always the possibility for another team to come in and have equally as strong of a game, and then all of a sudden you're on equal footing. So like you said, you can't get complacent and just assume that because you have one strong showing that it means that you're safe over the course of the next 2 days. So I'm really hoping that Tempo is able to pick back up, even though they did just sit out this last match. I'm hoping they're able to pick back up on their momentum and come in strong.
Well, I like that. I like your kind of get on my side with Tempo. Let's see if they can get going here. Let's take a look, though, at, again, some giveaways we're going to be doing. The lucky draw, if you guys are watching in-game in the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some loot within the game. So if you're not watching it there, make sure you head over there. Obviously, you can stick around to YouTube, stick around to Twitch, stick around to all the different ways you can watch the World League. Glitter and Seven, thank you again for joining me. We'll check in with you guys once again after match 3. But we have to bring in our commentators now. I love you too, Seven. Mr. Envirum, Mr. Davis, are you guys out there? There you are. How are you gentlemen doing? Envirum, you got 2 games on your belt now so far. Going into match 3, how are things going to go?
I mean, if it's anything like that last one, I'm not going to have a voice in the next. Like, this is going to be this is wild. I mean, you could not have a bigger contrast between a game 1 and a game 2. Game 2 was all about action, and I'm kind of hoping that maybe that sort of creeps back into game number 3 here a little bit more on Erangel, because it had that slow start. But either way, we've been blessed with some pretty fortunate.
We have. All right, real quick, Mr. Davis, prediction. I want to hear who you think's going to win. I don't know I don't know if that's just me or if that's going out to the stream.
Oh, he's
Maybe
definitely
he unmute himself. Okay, and very much.
That's on me. That's on me. Cloud9.
Cloud9. And Verum, who do you got?
I'm going to go with KP as well. Bonita Power. Let's go.
All right, take it away, gentlemen.
Let's get into it. Game number 3. First day on the show, you get one. You get one mute, Cameron. You only get one. Let's get back into this, though. The teams are ready to get into the action. Let's start this back off. And it's been this interesting thing that's been happening so far today, that the team that won sits out the next game. Yeah. And I wonder, like, momentum's a big factor in this game. Talk to us about that idea. You know, Seven touched on the idea that going to customs, stay warmed up, but do you think that's impacting these teams being unable to sort of keep up a consistent performance from that other game?
I don't know. It's actually a very interesting concept to talk about, because I think if you have, as long as you have access to a custom game, as long as you have access to just like a training ground to keep your mechanics hot, I actually don't think it's going to be that big of an issue when you combine that with the fact that it allows you to watch your opponents. If only 4 teams are sitting out, that's still 16 other, or at least 12 other of your opponents that are still playing that you can watch and get information from to help inform your next match. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, but who knows? Maybe this game will prove me wrong, and Tempo Storm and Cloud9 are going to go out in the double digits.
Well, we're going to see here is a very easy going, very relaxed opening circle here. I see. I call this just draw a smiley face in there. This one's just so happy. It's giving everybody all the options. Interesting note, of course, teams like Nova not in here to start this off means that teams like B4 are able to go down and take over Millie. So we're seeing adaptations based on drop paths based on the teams that aren't in the lobby. And I think that's so, because all these teams, there's they have like little maps. I've seen them. They like drawn out and they go, this team drops here and just this team drops there. And they're definitely using it right now to make sure that we're not having any silly early scuffles. And hey, it's Old Man, the team that was the thorn in the side of Cloud9 way back in game number 1, is now bothering nobody, but also is not really going anywhere too fast.
No, I think they actually tried to contest vehicles into Wildcard, but Wildcard beat them to every single one on this area just north of Rosa. You see Cloud9 continuing to push further north. In fact, I think Sam is actually still parachuting, so he was there to give some information. But over here in Prison, this is an interesting spot to find Unique.
Or just one single member of Unique.
Just one, yeah.
And then there was one. I'm looking at that mini-map, and I do not see... Oh my goodness, they are down towards... The rest of the team is in Milta, and Milta Power. Like outskirts of Milta, full east. And you have frag machines. Okay, this could be a very interesting start. They are going to be rotating out in a way. They're not going to lock themselves into prison, so wipe the sweat from your brow. You made it out. You're doing okay, Unique.
Yeah, I don't know if they knew, if frag machines knew that AH was sitting there, because that's a wide overextension, wide split for him, the rest of Milta Power. But luckily, we're looking at Alpha. They found vehicles. It took them a while, but they found them. And luckily, their loot position is still in the circle. It's not the best spot, but in a way that kind of helps them out of being able to loot, because they're starting their loot rotation so late. They can loot up without as much pressure from teams that are going to be contesting for that dead center position.
And this is interesting here because obviously, there's a concept that's been, in Battle Royale since the outset, particularly viable in PUBG Mobile. It's the idea of loot economy. It's the idea that certain places are going to have, that you need less time to get more loot. And these highly contested places are going to be that. They're going to be contested, but you can opt for these other routes that are going to take a little bit more time. But if you don't feel like you're pressured, it should still be viable in terms of what you're going to get. Because there's, of course, that's still that element of chance into what guns you're going to be able to get your hands on. And I think it's interesting that Erangel gives lots of options in terms of there's a decent amount of high loot zones, but we're still seeing there is one team in George right now. We have no teams in North George. North George can support 2 teams as long as they don't get too antsy. Yeah.
Problem with North George is one, looting through the apartments is very rough. And actually, even though there is a lot of loot, the amount of footwork that you do makes it a lot slower. The other problem is rotations out of North George are incredibly weak unless you get a northern circle like Game 1 or around shooting range. And the fact that it also doesn't have a consistently good parachute from the plane, I'm actually not shocked to see anyone there unless it's perhaps a backup.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting because we did have teams who were sort of forced out, and maybe they're going, oh man, maybe we should have reconsidered where we're going. And this ties back to the point that I've been making before, and I'm going to keep making. It's the idea that these aren't established yet. Where the spots are, the handshakes have not been made, the deals have not been signed. Teams other than maybe Tempo Storm and Pachinki, this is sort of like, Death Taxes and Tempo Storm and Pachinki. This is what you're going to be seeing. But I also love that we're highlighting Pittsburgh Knights, and I commented how last game it felt like they were playing passive because we hadn't really, there was so much of their action, we hadn't really caught them. But they were actually involved in a ton of fights of their own. We only got to see them at the end when they were playing there, but PK actually ended up putting up some pretty crazy numbers from game number 2 as well. So I really hope we get a chance to see more of them here because I think they're definitely going to be carrying that momentum over into game number 3.
I'm actually a big fan of how the Knights play this game. They're not a team that get involved in the early game, and even sometimes in the mid game they can stay silent. But that's because, at least to me, it seems their focus is always about being in a really good position to then go explosive at the end. And I think that's what we saw on the previous game. You're right that we didn't see exactly a lot of the action, so I can't say exactly when they started to pick up those kills. But they're not a team like Loops. They're not a team like Kunina Power that will go heavy, that will just go hard on you no matter what time in the game it is.
Yeah, I think that's always so interesting is the idea that, okay, we're in circle X, therefore we can do Y. Again, it's just another one of these equations that these players are constantly having to run to help them make these decisions in the moment. Because, we talk about the idea that 1 or 2 seconds of hesitation in a game like this that is so fast, that is so action-packed, you're not going to win. If you can't make those decisions, your hand starts moving before your brain does, you're probably not going to make it to a stage like this. So we know that these players are capable of it. They just need to trust themselves and trust their teammates. And for, a team like Pittsburgh Knights that has made some recent roster changes, they've got Sixless, they've got Carnage. These are relatively new additions to the roster. They're going to have to still sort of figure that out. Of course, Sixless, debatably one of the best fraggers in NA. You then add that additional voice into the communication. What does that look like? And they're still going to be figuring this out. Luckily, we have weeks of play for them to continue to refine the style that, like you mentioned, I think is going to take them far.
Looking at Alpha right now, we commented how slow start for them. They finally found vehicles, fighting looting up, but you're looking at Faker's loot. He has 5 bandages and a single drink for his drive, or his road trip. That's not a lot of loot as far as I'm concerned, so I worry how this is going to impact the rest of their play. But Gonzo going down super early to KHK. First player out. KHK.
Is it too late to change my pick?
Nope. Locked in. It's locked in. It's
okay. I still believe Kunina Power. I still believe in you. You got 60. Therefore, nothing is off the table. That was unfortunate. And that was, funnily enough, indicative of, Pittsburgh Knights of games past. The idea that you're just getting caught out in the open on a rotation. Why were you there, Gonzo? You're just going to be Gonzo at that situation. You know what I mean? Like, people are going to take it. That was low-hanging fruit. I had to take it. Just like they took those shots right into his back as he was out in the middle of an open field. But the thing is as much as that looks like his positioning, that's also on the team. Like, you shouldn't also, I understand the idea of the 3-1 and you want to have a scout, but the team should also be in a position to support you if you're making those decisions. And there was no support that was had there. That was just a free kill.
Wildcard here moving down, actually following in the footsteps of Alpha. Alpha who are getting just closer and closer towards the river just in case they need to cross, because the river is not exactly central. There's a majority chance that it's going to swing towards the south side. And so both these teams on the north are taking it slow so they don't run into anything dangerous, but they are still slowly pushing themselves further and further towards that river. We only have a couple more seconds before phase 2 begins, and we see exactly where they are going to have to move, if at all. But my worry is that, look at Cube. Cloud9 are there. Cube is notorious for being a really strong position to stop these crosses, but in return, Wildcard do get a crate. Oh, and a good circle to match.
Just to take a bite of that donut right in the center. That is not really going to cause anybody to move. We are going to have another slower start like I think we saw in game number 1. And this is really just leaving every single option open. But we're going to have those similar questions that we posed. The idea of playing around the river, of playing around Roz, of holding onto those bridges, controlling rotations. Then already, once again, we're seeing Cloud9 putting themselves in a position where they can do just that. No loops to fight with this time around. But we'll see what they can do as we see Uter Killers up against Umbra here. This is going to get interesting. Vindex real close. But he's able to hold on as they have control of this, and the rest of the team is backing them up. We've seen so many fights around this compound in the world of competitive PUBG Mobile. This is a staple, playing around the rocks, trying to get the angle in. But at this point, I think you just got to cut your losses.
Now, for a second, I thought that Sandro would have had an angle onto Vindex, who was healing in the corner, but he's not going to take it. As you mentioned, they're just bailing out of it. They lost 2 players, I think, from that. It's definitely not a good start, but it's a good decision to bail once it's stacked against you, and I think they're just going to send it into Rozhok and try and play it safe. It's not, I mean, they obviously can't be happy about this decision. They can't be happy about having to go into a city and just hang out, because generally, more often than not, you're going to be on the losing end of things. I say that. Maybe they're just going to hang out here on top of the water tower.
All right, chilling on the overlook. I don't hate that decision at all. Dream Eater's going to take over school while they're here. School's out for the summer kids, but not here in Erangel. Back in session. Let's go. And they're just going to be able to, I call this the porcupine, where they're just going to be able to look out in every single direction and have the spikes ready to, respond wherever they need them. And again, this building, a lot of angles to keep in mind. Also a lot of angles to get shot from. So we'll keep an eye on that.
That's the trade-off.
That's it.
It's not as one-sided, and with that many angles, that also means that you're tempted to trying to watch almost everything, which means you could miss something. I think they have all 4 players, which means that they can just send one to each angle, north, south, east, west, etc. Mm-hmm. If you lose a player, though, then you have to make decisions of, we're going to have to put priority onto this angle, put priority onto this side, and teams can sneak up on you.
And indeed, and we're getting a replay back at that first pickup there. Oh my goodness, Underconina power, and then the shots from long range as well. On that other screen, you can see these long-range shots from these players. I mean, the fact that they're doing this on phones is mind-boggling to me. How good these shots are, especially at range. The spray control they have, give them the 4x, and it's like you're watching Mozart compose a masterpiece at that point. It's absolutely wild. Footballists now maybe getting some eyes down. Hang on. And this is going to be the engage. This is going to be, let's just go in, and the rest of the team is backing up Cameron. There is no hesitation with this squad. This is what I was talking about. They have that killer instinct.
Ooh, and I like how they're not full engaging just yet. They're just setting up around those blue crates to try and get an initial starting knock, but there it is. A nice grenade from Soul-K.
Oop, there it is. Soul-K just starting things off absolutely right, and now the rest of the team is going to try and take advantage of it, but they are getting a full flank. Give them the old 180. Wrap this up, put a bow on it. Let's go in. And I love this play. The grenades being used here in the World League have been so impressive. The shots as well. And this is just a methodical execution. This is the slow, inexorable collapse. The jaws of death are closing tight. And Soul-K is at the tip of the spear. He is not slowing down. He has the shots. He has the 1v. No! He can't quite get it done, but his teammates are there to wrap it all up for him. And that is going to be the squad out. That is Footballists with first blood.
Man, the minute that they got that first knock, there was nothing that SWAT 69 could have done. The way that Footballists just executed onto that compound was almost perfect. I think they had a man advantage at the beginning, so maybe, we don't want to say that it was like the best play in the world. I think that if SWAT 69 had one more player, it could look a little differently, but they still executed it so clinically.
Yeah, no, I definitely, again, having a 4v3 situation is solid, but it was more just so the instant reaction off that first knock. You make that play, whether it's 3 or 4. You make that play regardless, and oh man, Now we're seeing Alpha Legends, it's just Umbra just not really being in the best position right there, getting caught out. And now as the circle is starting to rotate north, we talked about the river earlier on, and it is going to be in play in a big way. Right now, Wildcard's the only team up to the north, and the battle for Rozhok has begun. All the teams are rolling on in, trying to find a parking space. It's like 3 p.m. in Toronto. It's just not going to happen. Best of luck to you, sir, as they are finally starting to try and take over a building. You get a building, maybe two.
It's not the worst position for Tempo to be in, but it's definitely not going to be as good as Alpha, just to the north. Alpha have the best spot in the circle right now. It's dead center, and it's heavy control around that river, which is splitting the circle in two sides. I am curious to see how many teams are going to use this circle shift as a reason to go towards the north. You already saw Frag a little bit of a fight with Cloud9 because they made that decision. I wonder if anyone's going to go around the east side around Yasnaya. But right now, it is all going to be teams trying to get into Rozhok. If you're not on the north side, you need to be in this city.
We're seeing teams just trying to take the most minimum step they need to. They don't want to overcommit at this point. They don't want to, okay, we're going to make a long bomb. Like you said, we're going to go past Yaz. We're going to try and take some buildings to the north of the river only to have it suddenly shift back south. Nobody wants to make that call. They're going to put themselves in the position that works best for them in this moment. In this case, we have 3 teams fighting over Rozhok, and this is going to get interesting. Konina Power, of course, losing that one member early. We'll see if they can find some redemption, but no, instead it's the long-range shots doing their work. And we'll see if they're going to be able to get him back on up. You can see all the various angles. This is going to be one interesting scenario for all teams involved. If you don't have perfect knowledge of where your opponents are, you stick your neck out, you're likely to find it chopped off.
Like how aggro Alpha is being right now, just constantly moving around and using the advantage that this plateau gives them. Looking into Power, they lost the second player. I don't know if that revive is going to be... Oh, nope, they're on it. Okay, so they were able to find an angle to retreat from the sightlines of Tempo and Alpha, and so they're going to be able to stay S3, but the circle shift goes towards the east again, and this actually gives a little bit of space for Konina Power to work with.
This was probably the best circle they could have asked for at this point, because they have, in terms of the scope of the rest of the teams, the 15 that are still up and alive, of course, there's still 15 teams up and alive. They don't have super far to go, and they are going to have a little bit of cover to try and get it done. This is another play zone, having some fun with Cloud9, who are just not having the game here. As Uneven is going to fall as well, but Pittsburgh Knights are still in this. Carnage didn't end up going down, but HQ are going to relocate. They know what their priority is. It's getting to this next circle. It's not taking fights that are just going to slow them down. I actually really like that decision here from them. Pittsburgh Knights now need to find a rotation of their own as we get back to the fight here. Once again, it's Tempo Storm now still fighting up against Alpha. One building at a time, but the vantage points of the roof here are going to make a big difference. Let's see if you see Konina Power off to the left out of the corner of your eye. Let's see if they decide to get involved as well.
The thing is, Konina Power's angle is not very good for them to get involved unless they want to overextend. And so I think a better strategy for them is to let these guys fight it out and then pick up the scraps once they have to move towards the east. But that does mean that those are kills that potential that they're not going to be picking up if Alpha goes big and goes huge. They're already getting a little bit of damage, but you see just on the side a couple of other teams trying to get involved into Rozhok, trying to send it because they have no other options.
Ooh, barely able to use the edge of that cliff is Pittsburgh Knights. The rest of the teams are rotating on around. Can they get the shots heading towards the bridge? That's the question mark. Pittsburgh Knights forced to bail out now and trying to play bridge troll, but Raven is the one who does get tagged. I knew they weren't going to get through there unscathed. Too many eyes looking their way, and Adder is just having a little swim right down the river. Let's see if he's going to try and pick up some kills from the outside. Be a sneaky little snake to try and third party this, because Pittsburgh Knights, they're damaged. Let's see if he can find these shots. Carnage, can you get yourself back up?
I don't know if Knights know that C9 are there, but Alpha know that PK are there. And they're going aggressive. They want to finish these kills. And they know they have an isolated angle. And that's 2 more kills for Alpha Hunters. Only up to 3 right now, but the control and the aggression that they're displaying makes me think that they're on a roll in this round.
Oh my goodness, Alpha Legends, no hesitation there. They see the 2 members down. Well, they know they have the 1 member down. They know the other one, and they're still potentially going to try and hunt for this. They just need to make sure that they don't give up, because they're still fighting Tempo Storm. Like, there is still another fight on their flank. They cannot overcommit. We call this tunnel vision. You focus too much on one direction that you ignore everywhere else. Don't put on blinders. Everybody needs to keep this. And now, in fact, the fight has been going on with Tempo Storm and Konina Power, who have not had the game to remember, more like the game to forget this time. And Alpha have just kept themselves in such a good spot. They have not had to move. They've planted their flag in the ground, and they are owning Rozhok right now.
The problem is that they have actually let too many teams get into the city, and they have not moved from their position to a strong position, but it's not the center anymore. But good aggressive push there by KHK to finish off Udyr Killers, and they're going to go out in 15th place. 4 members still up, but the fight for Rozhok is not over, not even close.
It has only just begun, Cameron. As footballers are trying to rotate on into the compound controlled by Dream Eaters, trying to lay down some smoke. I wonder if Matic is going to try and get a prone angle on top of that roof, but he's going to be exposed to a lot of the rest of the city. That might be a bit of a gutsy play, but he is going to try and go for it, try and make the jump out the window. I think he's going to try and squeeze on in to get the angle on Footballists, who the only cover is the one they brought with them. We'll see if they're going to be able to get it done. This is a very risky situation. They have this tiny little defilade, but they're going to have to move here pretty soon.
I think the circle shift has happened, and it's shifted off of them. It's shifted to the north side of the river. And so every team that is in Rozhok is going to have to move. You already see Alpha Legends and off in the background moving across the bridge behind the Knights, but everyone else, they don't have the room to. They don't want to get shot in the back where they move out. And Footballers, they actually have an opportunity to leave, of course. Toffees does find the angle.
And, gives them the old headshot for good measure. If you're going to leave, you're not going to leave. Let's be real. As we do take a look towards the map, the teams are trying to get that. Alpha was actually doing a fantastic job. They did rotate out. They gave up their position at the top, but Wildcard, they have been chilling. They have been sitting pretty this whole time. And Unique has also been able to get up. B4 as well as PK just chilling under the bridge. Everybody is trying to make the rotation, trying to get on in. And Dream Eater is doing a good job of getting involved in that conversation. But Footballists, despite the fact that they took some losses, have been able to survive at least a little bit longer. But the blue is going to make this difficult. They're going to have to try and take the bridge and the vehicle. And this is a risky play, but I think it might be the one they have to make.
Lavazin is already there, and so that allows him to get across, to shepherd him on in, and now both vehicles coming up on the eastern side. The problem is they're going to be driving directly into Unique, and they have no other option but to try and take that fight. But all these teams that are still in Rozhok, they're just going to get chunked down from the blue. Umbra, they're not going to last long. Tempo Storm, they're not going to last long, because even if they do run away from the play zone, they have the Knights, and they have Dream Eaters on that bridge just above them.
Not a great position. The idea I talked about tunnel vision, focusing on the fight that's right in front of you. The circle caught up to them, and now they're going to be fighting not only Umbra, but the blue. Let's see if they have enough meds and everything to get them through this. I think they might. They don't take these decisions. Yes, they do have the vehicle as well. They don't make these decisions lightly. They're going to send 2 on ahead, clean up the rest of it. Spec is there, making a ghost of his opponents. But then, fortunately, like you mentioned before, they're coming in late to the party, and this bridge is the bridge of death. Oh my goodness. Rain is forced to go prone, but they still have to make the crossing. This journey is not over yet. Someone's got to make a call.
Sliss trying to get the final kill, but Matic is going to be able to duck his head under the water just for a little bit. And you can see they're using the underside of the bridge to try and stay safe. But the Knights, of course, have the biggest advantage here, because Dream Eaters, they're going to have to dive into the water at some point. But who is that on the left side? A Footballist? Do the Knights know that he's there?
These are all the questions, and we'll see who has the answers. Dream Eaters able to pick up one. That is HQ. Going on down in 10th position. But this is the slow and steady battle here under the bridge. Trying to find all these angles. Dream Eater. Oh my goodness. And no, they absolutely have no idea. I think that Levazin's there. Oh, this is going to be interesting. But Alpha Legends, the team that was able to push up in early, is dealing with Wildcard, the team that has just been able to sit pretty this whole time. And now they're also going to start to make their presence felt. They did lose Sam, so Wildcard did not get through this entirely unscathed. But they are going to have to pick up at least 1 kill here to try and even the odds up against the team of Unique.
Wildcard, they've been playing it very, very safe and actually letting these teams get quite close, but Spring is going to try and turn that around, dropping Nempus, and Slicky is there with a smoke tunnel to get up close and perhaps trying to finish the job. You can see on the minimap, Wildcard want to take Unique out. They're going to let Alpha Legends survive for now. The nades come in, they don't quite hit the intended target just yet for either side. And Slicky's able to make his way back to his teammates.
You saw B4 popping up on the kill feed as well. Alpha Legends, who had such a great position, they were doing so well. They rotated in, not quite able to have the same success out in the open that they did in the city. Oh, and that was interesting. I believe they were ended up clean up there. Pittsburgh Knights, the fact that they lost 2 members, they are still in this, still putting up points on the kill feed. But B4 is actually in a great spot right now. We've been quiet on them. They've been skirting on through the outskirts, but they've been able to pick up 5 kills over the last few fights. And they've got this whole entire side of the circle, Cameron. They're actually looking in a pretty good spot. Other than the fact that they don't quite have all the leverage in terms of elevation, they've got a great angle down towards the river.
Yeah, and actually the reason for their success so far is because they've been playing quite loose. What's the saying? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. They have 5 kills, 4 up, and they don't have the strongest position. But because of the loose style, it means that they're able to move wherever the circle sends them. Unfortunately, I think they just got a knock against them onto Levy. But that should be an easy revive, assuming that the high ground angles from Unique, or actually Alpha Legends on the west side, don't find a spot to get this, confirm that kill.
And once again, Pittsburgh Knights with the last man standing, able to just rack up these placement points. So amazing to watch J7 once again on the edge, out in the blue, but making it work. Just passing so many teams, despite a bit of a risky rotation down in the riverbed. Well, they were able to make it happen, at least to here. I don't think too many more kills are going to be able to come that way. But as a reminder, all these teams need to know, okay, there's still somebody down there. We still have to allocate some resources to looking that way, or we absolutely will get shot in the back. We literally just saw it in that last game.
Looking at this crate right now, and Alpha Legends, I think, have a good opportunity to go grab it. I'm not entirely sure of the angles that Unique might have, but I think once the circle closes, and especially once J7 is taken out of the game, assuming that happens, because we've seen J7 do some miraculous things, and actually, he gets a shift in his favor, so this could be the Knights. I don't think they're going to win this game still. It's only 1 player remaining, but they could make this a lot better than I think we expected.
Yeah, the question now becomes, does B4 maybe want to try and make a play and take over that piece of real estate? The problem is you give up your high ground advantage, and they're going to split. They're going to go 2 and 2. I love this decision here from them. The time for 3-1 is gone. You need to have a buddy. Play the buddy system. They're going to go down here and try and deal with J7, open things up, and keep an eye on the rotation coming in from the other side of the ridge. Wow. Mixera and Levi are going to be able to keep an eye on Unique coming in from the top. Mixera says, no, you know what? Let's commit all the way here, leaving Levi out in the open. I'm not sure. I think he's still got a vehicle there as well, so this might be the okay play from them. They realize they would rather commit the fight onto J7.
Oh, there he goes.
It's actually Alpha that confirms it, though.
It's a 7th kill for them, and they lost 2. They only have 2 remaining. And I think their position is about to get cut off by Wildcard. I am a little curious on why Unique and Wildcard have been taking this so slow, because the blue is pushing them in. But, well, Alpha, that's going to be 1 down. It's just Kaito remaining. Can he turn this back into their favor as Wildcard? No, it doesn't matter, because Unique's actually going to be saving them.
Yeah, and we're seeing Slicky trying to find the shots. Gets it. Goes prone, but it doesn't make a difference here. Let's see if they're going to be able to confirm these final kills as the circle's closing in. Slicky looking so good. He's got the big gun in his hands, letting it go. Boom. Well, let's see what Alpha can do. Up in the shadow, in the smoke, up against B4. And Maxon's going to look to try and maximize their chances of getting this chicken dinner if he can secure this kill and secure this ridge line. But Kaido, he's down there all by his lonesome. Can they find these angles? B4 is looking to try and be the one that every other team needs to deal with. Blowing up the vehicle. Slicky going to take a little bit of damage, but stay alive. This is getting down to the wire, Cameron, and that is going to be Wildcard out of it. I think the nade from long range was able to clean that one up, and now B4 is in a great position. They're looking uphill. Everyone else is battered and bruised. Kaido needs to win this fight, and he does, but the rest of the team is rotating on in. Can he keep doing this? What? Somebody stop this man! Oh my goodness, finally take him down, but the damage has been done. 2 downs going in now for B4, and this is potentially an opening for Unique, but it's just the last man standing. What can he do? He's got to try and push. Can he find the shots? He confirms 1 kill, backs himself back up, but he's only got bandies. Oh no, this is not a great spot. He's got to try and survive. He's got to strike while the iron is hot. Can he get the shots onto Maxon? Can he confirm these kills? No, the res has come through, and that is B4 with the chicken dinner.
Oh man, a really good win for them, and as we mentioned, where were they, at least as far as we're concerned, in the early to mid game, but they come in hot at the end, and that's a 10 kill win. That's definitely a good win for them, and they sort of kind of stole that round from the other teams that we were looking at. Neither of us were big fans of their position earlier on, but they played the circle shifts, and they were able to slide into that, steal the position away from the Knights, steal that position away from Alpha Legends. And yes, it looked a little tricky at the end with, I believe that was AH there from Unique. I'm not exactly sure on the information that they had, of why he didn't go perhaps a little more aggressive than he did at the end, but nonetheless, a really good round coming out from B4.
Yeah, they played that so well. They played that so tight at the end. literally one player was able to get the res, and then he was able to go get the revive on the other, and they were just hiding behind the... Oh, my goodness. Like, obviously, we have perfect vision. We have perfect intel. For us, looking at that, it's like, okay, maybe there's one way to play this, but in the end, B4 able to weather the storm, able to walk away with the win. We're going to jump onto a short break. When we come back, our analysts are going to break that down. Oh, my goodness, what a doozy of a game.
I do have to say, that curse is living strong for Mr. Jason Kaplan here. I predict B4 last game, and they lose very early on. They come into this game, and they win. I picked Temple Storm, and they got destroyed. What is going on with me? My curse? 7, please help me out, man.
Listen, you outlive me. I gotta give you props when their props are due. You outlive me. I picked Karina Power, and for some reason, they decided to not show up in this match. They got absolutely destroyed by Temple Storm, and I forgot who the other team was, but it didn't go their way, man.
I'm getting real frustrated on my side. We have a little talent prediction game going on, and I can tell you before this match I was in last place with 6 points. I don't know what's going on, but Glitter, let's take a look at our rankings from that last match and see who was where. B4 Esports taking first place with 30 total points.
Love seeing B4 at the top of the list there. They had a very, very strong game, even stronger finish in that final end zone. But also, Team Unique did very, very well for themselves. And Alpha Legends, I feel like we keep talking about them. They just keep showing up after kind of ramping up a little bit in our opening weekend. So definitely excited to see them on there, especially with 7 kills.
Definitely, and I think the other one we got to go ahead and mention is Futbolist. Your pick, Glitter. They ended up with 4 kills. We mentioned it over and over again. That's a team that's very consistent. And also, from seeing there from the first page before we go to the second page, it's Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights, even though they weren't able to go ahead and get into the top 5, at least staying consistent within the top 10. That is something you love to see. And going back to B4, I love teams that are able to go ahead and bounce back. B4 ended up with the 15th place finish after Jason Kaplan went ahead and chose them for Vikendi. And here, he didn't pick them. Guess what? They ended up with the win and 30 points. That's really impressive.
Well, 7, you know what? Someone here, I'm not going to say who it was, picked Karina Power. And if I can read correctly, they're in 15th place on that last match with 1 point. So maybe the curse is slowly transferring from me to you?
Ooh, imagine if that happens. At one point, I'll take it. It's bound to happen. Listen, I'd rather have these mistakes happen early in the tournament than later on, okay?
That's a good point. Not even just for us, right, in our predictions, but maybe for Kanita, maybe for Cloud9. Get those bad games out of the way now, because again, these are teams that we expect to make it through into the top 16, to make it into the Super Week. I think going into Super Week is where they're really going to need to focus some things down. But let's take a look, though, at the stats from B4 with their latest victory. See 1,700 total damage. Not quite the 2K we've been kind of seeing, however, Glitter.
Yeah, and if this is the threshold, then I'm here for it. Not only, though, do they hit almost that 2K damage mark, but look at their heals. So they either got a lot of their damage super late in the game, which we did see. It did take a long time for these teams to start kind of taking those fights, but they were also very smart about their positioning in those smaller zones. So they did very, very well there. And then also they not only had 7 knockouts, but 10 kills. So also awareness in general, being able to pick off other people's knocks while they're kind of battling it out.
It's interesting to me.
And I think that's something you always, I was going to say, I think that's always something you love to see, especially from winning teams, is their awareness. Being able to go ahead and get those extra points by just stealing some kills. That is huge. That is something that even the viewers got to go ahead and keep a close eye on that. Because remember, 1 kill equals 1 point. And it can come down towards the very end tomorrow, going into Super Weekend, that you might not be able to make it because of 1 point. I've seen it before, and you don't want to be that team. So if you are able to go ahead and just secure that extra kill, that extra point, go for it.
Did you say stealing those kills?
I did.
I call those confirming kills, to be honest, because if I can get a single one, I'm going to be happy about that. Something we did want to talk about was your choice, Glitter. You talked about Futbolist, and there's something about the rotations that ended up happening. Do you want to kind of go into detail for us?
Yeah, so I was watching them, and they were doing really well up until, I want to say maybe zone 6. It shifted really hard north across the river, and they were on the south end of that zone. And while we were watching them, I was sitting there going, oh my god. Before it shifted, I was like, if this zone shifts away from them and goes north, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. It shifted away for them. It went north, and they got stuck having to rotate through, I think, 3 teams across that river. PK was holding the bridge and gatekeeping anyone that was trying to go around that way. Dream Eaters was there. Tempo was behind them. As soon as that shift occurred, anyone that was on the south side of that zone was in a really, really bad spot.
I think we might see some of that in our do the do moments from our match number 3, and we can kind of talk about that when we do get into it. But to kick things off in the 7, we're going to have to talk about how this really broke out right off the bat. I mean, you see here KHK just trying to get aggressive right off the bat.
Yeah, and KHK, even though they are getting aggressive here with Konina Power, this is one that I mentioned over and over again. For some reason, these teams end up fighting each other, and guess what? KHK got the better out of Konina Power there. During this seeding weekend, we actually saw the reverse of that, so it's impressive to see KHK not backing down from a fight. Even if Konina Power is being very consistent, very powerful, it's good to see teams being able to do that. And going back to B4, as we're going to be seeing some highlights here from Alpha, is B4, they just absolutely impressive game here. 30 points, 10 kills, the win. And not only that, not having to take that much damage. That was amazing to see. Another fight that we were keeping a close eye on that you guys are probably going to be able to see in a little bit was Pittsburgh Knights going up against Dream Eaters. Pittsburgh Knights actually lost 2 of their players. I don't remember quite well off the top of my head which team it was, but they lost them early and they had to push up with 2 players under the bridge. It was a back and forth for a very long time, and Pittsburgh Knights at the end able to go ahead and come out on top. That was huge for them because it secured them some extra points.
Yeah, and you know, Jason has even talked about it a couple times, specifically in these map scenarios where teams do have a bridge at their disposal and they are able to gatekeep, especially across water, because water can be so treacherous on these maps. PK did a really, really good job of holding the likes of Dream Eaters, and you know, I think it was also Cloud9 possibly at some point that was over there. There were so many squads that had to rotate through there. When you have that positioning over these teams, and we can see here the Dream Eaters kind of finishing off that fight down there at the edge of the bridge with PK, it's difficult. If you're not there first and you don't have that bot, trying to go through an area where there's a height advantage, where there's a literal land advantage, is just so hard to do.
Yeah, anytime you get into a fight with a team that has a height advantage, you're just gonna be trying to find different ways to go ahead and approach that, whether it's through smokes, whether it's through using your vehicles and go ahead and push up, or at least if you end up getting one knock like B4 there, right there, just go for it. I mean, if you get a knock, that's already a man that you don't have to worry about. Send your players out, send your players to get different angles, and you're gonna be able to go ahead and just overcome that. And shout out to Gabriel, because he actually picked B4 on Twitch. So everybody watching on Facebook and YouTube, I'm gonna be looking at you next for predictions.
Is he gonna get his confetti from you, 7?
Not in this one, in the next
one. On this one, in the next one.
Not doing a breakdown this time.
Well, we're going to have a quick interview, actually. We have Knight, the coach of B4 Esports, going to be joining us here in just a few seconds, and I'm actually really curious to hear what he has to say. Well, first of all, Knight, can you hear me? We good?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Great voice. Yes. I'm loving it. So first question for you is, how did you guys change your preparation not change your preparation, how did you prepare specifically from the opening weekend until league play? Was there anything that you changed up? Any VODs you went back and looked at? What was the whole protocol for you guys?
As a coach, I was studying the other teams for like 8-10 hours daily. So I was talking with my team. We are together here in Sao Paulo, and we talk a lot, we study a lot, and you do all those things together. So we're kind of confident playing against the other teams.
All right, 7, you want to go ahead and kick it off here?
Definitely. So in this one, you guys have to sit out the first match, obviously. Then you go into the candy, you get 15 plays, right? And then how do you guys react to that after having to sit out, having a bad match to start off with, and knowing that you only have 2 days? What is the mental state of the players there? By the way, obrigado do Brasil.
Obrigado. So we are used to play with the odds against us. So playing like getting the 60 plays doesn't change our mindset, because you're very focused on what you're doing. We work a lot with we have a psychologist to talk with us, so we can speak with her when we have when you have problems or anything like that. So this doesn't affect us inside the game, and you just keep playing our game.
Awesome. Hey, thank you once again, obrigado, for that answer. And I'm actually surprised to hear that you guys have a psychologist. I feel like that's something that you guys might have an advantage over a lot of teams. because I always say this game can be a very mental game. So good for you guys to actually go ahead and have that in hand. I think that is huge for your team going forward.
Take care.
Well, Glitter, I mean, you have to have a question. You have to, honestly, we could probably keep him here for like half an hour at least, but we obviously have to move into another game. But I want to give you a chance to ask a question.
I just have one quick question. Across the board so far, you guys have actually done a very good job of being incredibly consistent, which, sometimes can be difficult in a game like this. What do you credit that success to? How do you guys manage to be so successful on a variety of maps and just over a spread of time?
I think it's because we're very together as a family. So we spend all day together talking about the game, studying together. We did a lot of preparations. Even before the PMPL starts, we are talking a lot. We are having a lot of different experiences, testing different things. So that's who we are, a team that can adapt really fast to everything that appeared to us.
Okay, well, Knight, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Obrigado as well, and we continue to see you guys' success coming up in the next few days.
Bye. Go before.
I love that. What you asked, by the way, Seven, like his answer about having a psychologist. I think that's really cool to see, because if we look at esports in general across the world, across different games, that's something really being integrated more and more into teams to keep that positive mental state.
Oh, definitely. That's something that I've been pushing since we even started doing this PUBG Mobile esports, is that things can actually it can get into your head. If, for example, your top fragger has a bad day one, that could start playing mind games on himself, and that could lead him to have a bad match. So just knowing that they actually have a psychiatrist on hand, and if something is in their head, they're actually able to go ahead and express that to somebody, that is so huge for a team. And I hope that other esports that are currently watching this, especially mobile esports, please, if you're able to, go ahead and give them that extra tool to your players, because on the long run, this is going to help them out big time.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I need to hit Knight up for her number, because I'm gonna need one with how frustrated I'm getting in my prediction games. Let's take a look though at the total damage from that last match. We start to break this one down, and again, kills being such a major factor. 1 kill equals 1 point. Let's take a look at where the teams do currently lay, and as you can see, B4 Glitter not even topping the damage numbers.
No, and that's actually incredibly impressive. I think that just lends itself to what I was touching on a little bit before, is that I think a lot of their damage came in at the end, super late game, when they got into a lot of those engagements in those final zones. But Alpha Legends breaking the 2K mark, that is really impressive, Seven. You have talked about them quite a few times.
Definitely, Alpha Legends is one of those teams that has just been very consistent for me. They have yet to get the win, but as we are able to tell here, they're getting closer and closer. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe by the end of today, we end up seeing a win from them. And I think it's impressive too, them being able to go ahead and keep their players alive. As I mentioned at the beginning of the show yesterday, one of their players was able to go ahead and get them extra placing points. But now that we're here in League play, we not only want to see them get those placing points, we want to see them get those skills and if possible that chicken dinner. So Alpha Legends continuing that consistency is very impressive to me.
I will say one thing, looking at Konina Power, obviously they had a rough game here. Tixi, he had almost 4K damage coming into the League play day one, and they had about, was it 300 to 400 damage there, period? This is a rough start, I'd say, for them so far, Glitter.
Yeah, and that was bound to happen. I mean, they've kind of been hovering at the top of those leaderboards for quite some time.
Yeah.
They even managed to already have a strong start today. So, we have to allow them like one stumbling block here and there, because there are so many good players, or just so many good teams, period, that every once in a while things are going to get shaken up.
What's that, Seven?
Even though they didn't have a great game, the man has been averaging 467 damage per game, and not only that, 2-point-something kills per match. That is so hard to do in a competitive scene like we're seeing here right now. So still impressive numbers by that squad, even though this last one, I might have cursed him.
You might have. The curse might have transferred. Finally, it's my time. Let's take a look, though, at the overall standings now from our first 3 matches being played. Just to remind you guys at home, top 16 teams at the end of tomorrow will make it into our very first Super Week, and that will be 3 days of matches. You can see Tempo Storm, you talked about before, Glitter, they were in second place behind Yala, but they only had 1 match played, and now with 2 done, they're currently sitting in first with 40.
Yeah, and they still have more to go as well. They are being very, very strong in general right now. And I think I had said there's a possibility for any squad to have an equally strong game. Somebody else can get a 31-point game and kind of jump up the leaderboard and be right near Tempo Storm. If they can just keep up their consistency, they don't need an overwhelmingly amazing game from there. They just need to be consistent. That is now going to be the name of the game.
I definitely agree with that. And something to also keep in mind for the viewers is that we have seen a game from a team get 41 points from just one game. So anything can happen here. If you're currently seeing maybe your favorite team out of the top 16, well, guess what? They can still come back. All it takes is a win or just a little bit more consistent placing and higher kills. One team that I'm actually surprised that we're currently seeing in 16th place is Nova Esports. That's one team that I expected them to be a little bit higher. Not sure exactly what's going on there. Maybe everything is not falling into place. I'll have to have a conversation there with Sheep and pick his brain a little bit more. And Loops Esports falling to 11th place. I'm pretty sure mentally for that team, from coming from PMPL Americas and being at the top 3 every single time, every single day, I think that's going to go ahead and start messing with them. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see another huge game coming here in Vikendi.
And one thing we should kind of keep our eye on there in the overall rankings is the fact that the 16th, 17th place, that point cutoff to stay safe into the first Super Week, right? Right now it's 10 points for 16th place. You could easily get that in one game alone, just based off kills, if not even placements. So really, it's anyone's game at the moment as we do head into our future games. We're going to take a look at Loops Esports and Tempo Storm. We do have 10 matches in total, so including the opening weekend and the games we've had today. And just look at how close the numbers really are here, especially the kills from eGlitter is something that stands out.
Yeah, that's actually crazy how almost dead even both of these teams are, which I think is just speaking to, one, their overall level of aggression, which, we've seen from both teams. They're both capable of it. Loops especially, kind of not afraid to take any of these fights. And we saw them take some crazy early fights already in day one here. But the kills overall, those are high numbers. And it's kind of exciting to see, Seven.
Yeah, they definitely are. And just something to know, as Jason was saying, those are from all the 10 matches that we have played here so far in the World League, including Seeding Weekend. Now, if we go just based on today, Tempo Storm has 16 kills. If we average that down, that is 8 kills per match. If we go down to Loops, they're currently averaging about 4.5 kills. So Tempo Storm definitely get the better out of that head-to-head there. And those are teams that, honestly, we're probably going to go ahead and continue to talk about in the future because they just have that fragging power. And we know that if they get into momentum, they can get those wins back-to-back if possible.
So there's one more stat in there that kind of stood out to me is the fact that you have about 1,000 damage done difference. Actually, sorry. 500 damage done difference, but 1,000 damage received difference between the two teams. And that, to me, kind of says, at least for Tempo, is that when they take these fights, they take them cleanly, right? They're not rushing in maybe as aggressively as Loops Esports is. They're being very cautious about their fights, picking them, but they're also taking quite a lot of fights considering the amount of kills they had, Glitter.
Which, I think is definitely something to try strategy-wise, especially with the amount of time that these teams have as far as matches goes and the opportunity to get those points. That could just be a strategy that they're trying out, and whether or not it works for them, they have a little bit of time to shake that out here and this first day, especially with their current standings being as strong as they are, although Loops is a little bit farther down in the rankings, so maybe they'll start to rein it in a little bit and see if playing a little bit safer works in their favor.
Well, you know what? Not only do we like to see what the players are up to when it comes to the World League, we want to see what the fans are up to, see who you guys are rooting for. So let's check in for a couple of people of who the teams they think are going to take the whole thing.
Hey guys, it's John Allen from the PUBG Mobile World League East. There was a little bit of a call out to support your favorite teams from the World League West, and as you guys know, I was commentating on the PMPL Americas, so I've got a couple of ideas about who I'd like to see win. Now, I would choose Tempo Storm, but Monica still owes me some socks, so I'm going to have to go with the one, the only Team Queso. Hopefully they're going to be able to do their countrymen proud. I hope to see big things from them. They've stepped up so many times before. We'll see what they can do here.
Hello PUBG, my name is Mystic and my favorite team from the West it's Futbolist. Foot.
And of course, if you want to support your team, you can email your video over to pubgm@eslgaming.com, and you can kind of support your team and maybe get yourself here on the show. I do have to say this though, Seven, I'm so tilted. If John doesn't get enough time on the East League, he gets to come on to our show and as well show up. What is that about? Come on.
That man just wants all the camera. And then when he joins the Twitch chat, he just says, John Allen? Nah, just kidding, John. Hey, man, you guys are killing it over there on the East as well. But I just want to go ahead and say, West is the best.
You know, John's got to flaunt his VIP badge as well in Twitch chat. I'm going to get me one of those. I think, Glitter, you're missing yours as well. We're going to get on this. We're going to figure out what's going on. But we're going to take a look at the schedule now as we move into our fourth and penultimate game of the day. Going over to Vikendi, and we still have yet to have any dual chicken winners so far. But we have Group B being taken out, Glitter. So which teams are not going to be playing here in Match 4?
That means we actually won't be seeing the likes of Konina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, and Uter Killers.
Okay, I think Konina Power, specifically after Seven had them pitted to win, need that slight break. Isn't that right, Seven?
Yeah, they went back. They said, yeah, listen, we're disappointed to Seven Worlds Gaming. He's over there picking us. We got to do better in the next one. So they say, let's go ahead and sit out this one out. Seven, you go ahead and pick Loops. So in this one, I'm going to go ahead and pick Loops. I'm going to stick to the Candy, Loops, Erangel, Konina Power.
I mean, jump on the gun a little bit on predictions, but we might as well get out of the way then. Glitter, who are you going to go for?
Honestly, I'm going to be going back to B4. They might have struggled 2 ago, but we clearly just saw a very strong game come out of them. They won a Vikendi during opening weekend, and maybe they're in a little bit of a better groove now, and I feel good about B4, especially, you know, because that interview was awesome. I'm feeling okay about it.
Well, you know what that means, so I have to pick, right? I'm going to have to go B4 with Glitter. No, I'm going Team Queso. I don't know. I can feel something about the team. You already heard, was it John Allen talk about them as well? If John has them predicted to win, I have them predicted to win, and we know that's not going to go wrong at all. Isn't that right, guys? I always pick the winners.
I'll back you in that pick because it's actually a great pick. I've seen Team Queso win multiple Vikendi matches, even if it comes to a heal-off. So it's impressive for them to go ahead and, for you to even try to go ahead and pick them. Hopefully you don't jinx them. Team Queso, be on the lookout for whenever Jason picks you.
Please, I don't need any angry messages from fans, okay? I need them to be on my side. Let's kind of talk about, obviously, there's a lot of viewers out there who maybe don't know a ton about the competitive scene when it comes to playing on these maps. And with Vikendi coming up, I want to give you a chance, Seven, to talk to those players to get an idea of what you need to look for and maybe how to improve your own gameplay.
Definitely, and right here on Vikendi, something that we always tend to see, that we don't really see that much in sitting, is how slow of a pace it is at the start. Everybody's just going to try to find their compound, and something that you'll notice more, at least that I've been able to notice more, is teams always try to go towards the center of the circle, and for some teams, that might actually backfire. Something that I wanted to go ahead and mention from earlier was in Konina Power's standings from last Erangel, is they were pretty much inside the circle. They're used to playing that outer circle, so sometimes even if you get blessed by the zone, it might actually be a curse for some teams.
Well, as long as you don't get me predicting you to win your casual games either. Glitter, going into this next game, you were saying B4. Obviously, they've had some victories before, but we haven't seen a team get double chicken dinners just yet. Where's the confidence coming from? Is it solely off that past performance?
I heard that pun that you accidentally snuck in there, by the way. That was nice.
Did I?
B4's, done it before. So, that's snuck it right on in there. But no, I think, okay, so luckily, what we haven't had the teams be able to experience in the past is the repetition of the maps, right? So these players are getting way more opportunities on these specific map locations that they can try things out or maybe become more consistent in specific areas that they may have been weaker in before. So I'm actually really looking forward to seeing specifically how B4 kind of switches up their gameplay after being on Erangel into Vikendi. And then, also, this is just for 7, but it'd be nice if we could get a Dino Park ending.
Yes.
Everyone wants a Dino Park
totally
ending.
agree with you.
All right, well, guys, we're going to see if we can get it as we go into this next match. I have to get you out of here. We have to bring in our commentators because we have 2 fine gentlemen coming in to join us here on the stage. It's going to be Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Can we get them in? Can we talk to them? Can we hear what they have to say? My man, Dave and Jukes. Jukes, how you doing today, man? You're looking fantastic.
Thank you. Looking good. Feeling good. It's money time, baby. We are at the first, actually not the tail end of league play now. So, I mean, this is where I like to see teams just kind of go at it right at the start, and I think we've seen that so far.
All right, well, Dave, you're looking great as well, but let's get your predictions really quickly. Just the team name, Dave. Who do you have to win?
Football list.
All right, Jukes.
Tempo Storm, because last time you picked them and I realized that you messed up and I picked Team Queso this time and I saw you pick Team Queso, so I changed it the last thing. Tempo, let's go!
All right, well, take us in the game then. Let's go. Vikendi, match 4.
All right. Thank you. Great job on that prediction there, Jukes. Hopefully they win the game. Now, you were going really quick there. Do you want to kind of redo what you were saying there just so people, who are you going for exactly?
Look, I had to let Jason know, okay, because last game I picked Tempo Storm, but I made the gravest mistake of all. I realized that Jason picked that same team.
Oof.
So I think that's why they struggled on this one. So this one I had the pre-prediction. You know, I was like, hey, Team Queso, we've seen them just kind of really do well on Vikendi, and they're consistently overall do well on this map. But then I saw that Jason picked the same team I did. So I was like, all right, you know what? Gotta go with Tempo here. And you know what? Speaking of kind of mixing up the predictions, look at this first circle. I mean, it would seem like it's a surprise, but at this point, is it really? Is it really, Dave?
Exactly. Is it really a surprise? You know what? Maybe not for us, maybe not for the viewers, but for Frag Machines all the way out there on the east side, they are going to be pulling out their hair. They have one of the most challenging rotations to get on into circle number 1. Looking at teams in circle 1, though, Jukes, you got B4. I mean, they just had a chicken dinner, right?
Yeah, they did really, really well in the last map, and it was really awesome to be able to see an interview coming from I believe their manager as well and coach. So, you know, also it's one thing I want to note is like, I also saw that they had a psychologist on deck. So, man, maybe I need to join them because that'll save me a fortune right there in bills.
I mean, maybe help you out a little bit too, because you sent me some weird messages, man. I'm just saying.
Hey, you know what? I hung out with
exposed.
7WG one time, and ever since then, bro, I've just had to get regular visits. I'm just kidding.
So, looking at this game, I already see a couple people with the new skins that, they just dropped like last night or today or something like that. After today, I'm about to drop myself a fat check out here and try to get that as well. You got Team Queso Axel up here on the roof looking like they might have spotted out Alpha Legends Faker, but not opting to take these early shots.
Yeah, it looks like Axel, you know, almost like he heard you. He just popped that shot off real quick to show, yup, I got it. I'm ready to go here in this Vikendi match. And like you said earlier, you're looking at this map so far. Team Queso, B4, SWAT 69, they are sitting pretty. But the rest of these squads, they're going to have to get going and get going quick as we look at Wildcard right now. Just trying to loot up, and man, they got to loot up fast because when you have this circle, first circle, halfway in the water, that just reduces the amount of spots you have available. That's just, you know, easy math right there. So these guys just trying to hunt down that loot and get moving quick.
Easy math, and it only took me about 3 years to pass algebra. So, I mean, talking about math over here, you said it. SWAT 69 all the way right smack in the middle there on the coast. Meanwhile, other squads, you got Dream Eaters. They're out here making the run, hoofing it on foot. Just unlucky. I mean, if you can't find yourself a Zima or any type of vehicle here on Vikendi, you're at such a disadvantage because at least when I'm playing, whenever I'm on foot, it feels like I'm running for miles.
Oh, man, yeah, like third time's the charm, and I think you're exactly right when it comes to that specific point, because when you have the first zone like this, you're just trying to get there as fast as possible. And you can see Dream Eaters, they're running alongside this road right here, trying to find something, but oh, it looks like they did. Probably Matic or Everest spotted Alpha Legends over there, and those comms are going to come out quick. So it looks like Miku over here is going to try and find an angle, maybe catch Alpha slipping.
Yeah, I mean, they got a little 2-2 split going on right now on the side of Dream Eater. So, like you mentioned, with that information, hopefully they can relay that back to the squad mates and, you know, start to formulate some type of pinch, some type of game plan, while Alpha Legends, at least 3 of them, are going to be inside the compound, you know, currently looting on up. They might not even be aware yet. Oh, they're actually looking over there onto Team Queso.
Looking the wrong way as Meku was there really quick with the first knock. And it looks like they're going to get the thirst off the bat. Old Man's going to have to retreat back to the rest of his squad as Dream Eaters up a kill early on. That just goes to show you, man. You can't get caught slipping. Can't get caught slipping. Just like that. It's over.
Can't get caught slipping, and you know what? They found out firsthand. Alpha Legends will be losing one. I mean, they popped down out of the compound. They saw Team Queso. They immediately, you know, tunnel vision onto them and finding out firsthand how deadly this map for Kendi is you never know who might be lurking in the foothills on the mountains. And, you know, with Dream Eaters getting that one up right there, the question now is, when will they push? You know, when will they make the push here and try to get some more points?
So risky. It's so risky right now. If you're across the street, there's no way you can push. It's just too wide out in the open. So right now, I believe they're kind of looking for their teammates that are on top of this hill right here to get a little bit more intel and perhaps another knock. If they're able to get 2, they're going to full send it 100%. So you can already see they're trying to find angles there. Old man running across the street. I told you, you cannot do that, but gets caught on the other angle. So
yeah. That was our bush Wookie from Alpha Legends in the bush just moments ago. Yeah, it might provide some cover, but it's not going to soak up the bullets. Old man's going to be tossing a couple mollies to stop the push from Dream Eaters, but at the end of the day, Old man is going to need to take this fight. Old man going to be jumping on out, bolting on out, switching on over to that Bison, and, you know, we were talking about Dream Eaters with that 2-2 split. It's going to be paying off.
Trying to make some plays, trying to do all he can, Old man, but unfortunately, nothing you can really do when you're going against a full squad of some of the best players around the world right here. And yeah, this is a tough break. This just goes to show you, Dave, like how important spotting is. You know, just seeing that initial spot right there is what really gave Dream Eaters that entire opportunity. You know, just to be able to get that intel, say, hey, okay, all right, we want you to have 2, go up on the hill, see if you can catch one of them slipping. That's exactly what they did, and then just execute it.
And they did it right in time as well because, you know, this is only circle number 1. And Dream Eaters, that position is right on the edge. And as we say that, you already got Footballists trying to make the push on up into the zone. You got Tempo out there. You got Wildcard. And it does look like Team Umbra are able to weasel their way on around this fight. And we were looking at Footballists just moments ago. Solke, one of the top fraggers from the squad, going to be spotting out a member from Dream Eaters.
And look, this is that third party right here. They heard those shots coming from Dream Eaters, and Footballists are trying to catch him slipping. Versus trying to slow down this fight. Gets knocked, though. Really tough one right there. There's going to be a full send from Footballists right now.
Full send, exactly. They got 3 knocks on the board already. Now it's just up to Matic from Dream Eaters. And you can see, extremely low in the health department. And just like that, Footballists, hey, I picked them. I picked them to win this game. 4 kills so far. I'm on to a good start. Not only am I, but also the squad, of course.
That's what I'm talking about. That's how it's done. And that just goes to show you, you know, like you can never really get too comfortable. Even if after a full squad wipe, you always have to risk that third-party opportunity.
Ooh, the drive-by
loops. They're caught. They're caught out right now. They're pinched.
They're getting caught. Zima is smoking, so they are forced to bail on out. Yep, Kowalski will be blowing that one up. And 2 members right now from Luke, right on in between KHK. But look at this, Federal coming up from behind, providing that support, catching one of the members from KHK Esports off guard right there. That's going to teach them. That's going to teach them, hey, don't be taking shots at my boys because we are going to bite back.
And where did it even come from right there? It looks like they were. That's why they play so close. This is why this Loops team, I think, is so effective in these kind of fights, man. Even if they get caught out, the other 2 members are at the ready. Oh, Leader has a nade caught. Will this work?
Ooh, it's going to be deflected off that windowsill. Kowalski's going to take a pretty good chunk of damage. Has a couple meds, but will opt to just go on for that hip fire with the Uzi. And there goes another member knocked down and out from KHK Esports, and Dadden coming up to finish the fight.
And Loops, look how quick they were able to turn around that fight. It looks like they were going to be caught out, pinched in a 3v2 situation right there. But man, the rest of that squad got the intel, came quick, gave that support, and then once they got that initial knock, they just used that numbers advantage. And man, these guys are so good at pushing together.
And not only that, I noticed like after they got that initial knock onto that member from KHK Esports, they kind of isolated the remaining enemies. You know, they took the fights kind of one at a time. Even though KHK, they were all kind of grouped together, they just, you know, they didn't have enough time to react. And that goes to show you why Loops, you know, not only one of the best, but the best team to come on out of the PMPL America. So they're here today trying to prove themselves. And this is only day 1 of league play. And looking around here, Hot Jukes, we got some more rotations out there from Cloud9.
Yeah, you know, this is the first zone. This is the first circle right here, you know, so it's so insane. When you have a zone like this go halfway in the water, you're going to always see these people get caught a little bit early on. as Cloud9 tried to make it out of there. Beowulf on the pedal. Looks like they are going to make it out away from Yala as they try to find a spot to secure themselves up. But I'm pretty sure, look, Dave, after this, once these guys get their spots, I have a feeling it's going to get pretty quiet for quite a while.
Yeah, and to me, that was a risky kind of a YOLO send from Cloud9. Yes, they have 2 vehicles, and they sent it 2-2, but you kind of saw them hesitate there. They were getting shot at by Yala Esports, and they hesitated. They looked like they pumped the brakes and then just decided just to continue sending it on in. So I'm curious, how will the other duo in the vehicles make it and regroup with Cloud9? Can they make it safe? Because like you said, once one of these teams on the coast, once when they get their spot, they're probably going to bunker down for a good amount of time.
Yeah, especially with the server circle. And it does look like the other 2 members are able to get there. And that just kind of goes to show you, for everybody who's just kind of tuning in here, Cloud9, Beowulf, the IGL, one of the most experienced players in North America. He is not just their IGL. He's one of their top fraggers as well as their spotter and location getter. And you can just totally tell the way he was able to position himself and get to that spot. He was telling the rest of his team exactly the route to be able to drive there safely. And yeah, just really well executed, I think, from Cloud9.
I mean, talk about teams trying to execute some plans. Look at Yala. They're playing like 4 corners right now in this compound. They're covering all these angles. We see Zero taking some sniper shots with that mini onto HZL from Nova. My fear is, though, yes, they have a really good spot. Yes, they have the angles. But if one full team plans to full on send it into that compound, like, how are they going to be able to respond? And talk about teams responding. Pedro OG looking like they want to respond to that care package.
Oh, yeah, he sees it dropping down. But back to your point that you just mentioned earlier. Hold on really quick. I see Pedro Dog as he...
Some scouting.
Yeah, I think he has a good little spidey sense going on. The tempo is down there. Hopefully he finds an angle. But back to your point, you know, that 4 split right there, you're totally right. If a full squad is able to crash on there, they're just going to use that the numbers advantage to just kind of hit that 4v1. But what I think works really well from this position is you have to have each teammate be so good at spotting. Because right now, I believe that they're 4 splitting so they can make sure that no team pushes up on them for free. So hopefully one of their teammates is able to spot a vehicle coming, start putting down shots, and the second that happens, the rest of the team needs to come to his aid instantly. Any slight hesitation, and your whole team can get wiped out.
But really, you know, in order to execute that strategy well, it comes down to communication at the end of the day. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And good eyes. Right
and the baby powder. You know, you got to slip and slide on the phone. You know, you got to keep those fingers greased up, ready to go with vehicles. So, next zone about to close here, and we will see the shift coming on soon, very soon. And looks like all our teams are actually in at least this circle. Will we get a hard shift?
Let's find out. I'm going to highly doubt it, but you never know here with this game. I mean, this is only, I believe, circle the board. All right, just, you know, it goes up to what a hard shift, right, Dave?
Oh, hard shift.
I mean, just that is the hardest shift I've ever seen. It is absolutely, it is straight to the north, but man, I think all these players had a good assumption of where this next circle is going to go, as they're pretty much already bunkered down and set up for this next zone.
Vikendi, the podcast. So we got a book on Sanhok. We got a podcast on Vikendi. Pedro OG with the G36 going to be spotting out HH24. Doing a little scouting. HH was getting shot in like...
HH hit that U-turn so fast. He was like, no, sir. No, thank you. I'm going to go right back over to my teammate. And this is, I think... this is the cause of this kind of first zone. I think you get teams that are just extra antsy, you know, from just being stuck in the same location for so long. But little do they realize, this is only zone number 2.
Yep. Only zone 2. And talking about zone 2, looks like Team Umbra going to be forced to defend their compound. They only got 2 up right now. Tempo Storm with 4. Going to be breaching this building. Tensa with the hipfire and the Uzi will be connecting onto 1, getting that flush. And now it's just down to Prez up there on the second story, tossing out some grenades, tossing out some mollies. Tempo, they are 1,000% aware that there's an enemy up there. Now they just need to set the trap, bait it out. They might bolt down out that window. This looks like it could be an easy kill for Tempo, but...
The gas can explosion?
Got to get him first. Setting up the trap, like you said, the gas can.
Yeah, I think Prez right now, all he's just doing, he's just trying to buy time. He knows that he's in big trouble. Tempo hears those footsteps. They know it's only one member. Here they go with a full send. And that's going to do it.
And that's that. And you know what? Perfectly executed. Yes, it might have been the numbers advantage on the side of Tempo, but they pushed up those stairs at the same time to make sure nobody will get thirsted. Talking about teams getting thirsted, Xana out here on the outskirts of this engagement. Pro Lord already going to be down, bleeding on out. Looks like Xana's going to be tossing a nice little molly right on into the doorstep of Cloud9. Beowulf in the stairs, going on for that spray with that Uzi as well. Uneven, already going to be bleeding on out, and here comes the rest of the squad. Going to be coming up for the support, and Pyra just spraying on into the smoke, and Cloud9 wiped out by Yalla. By only one player, though. I mean, it came down to that 1v1. Jukes. Wow.
And them Uzis out early. Saw Uneven on fire, getting caught early by some good old kit from Yalla Esports. But man, they just bullied their way in there, but got those Uzis out, hitting those hip fire, getting those shots done. And just like that, taking out one of the top teams in North America early. Yalla.
Third-party pull-up. The third-party pull-up right now by Nova. They heard the shots. They saw the kill feed. They're trying to make the push on up right now. Two members from Nova on the opposite end, the opposite compound. Yalla, though, fortunate for them, they had enough time to heal on up and reset.
You gotta think what this does to their confidence. You know, they're already in third place so far here at the beginning of this tournament, and not to mention being able to take out a big squad like Cloud9. Man, this is going to be huge for them.
Lord, going to be sent to the lobby. So
can they defend now, though?
And they defend. It is going to be a 3v3. A 3v3. You got Nova. They're going to be tossing out some mollies, but Easy actually running on in through a molly will be forced to push on off of that one. Healing up HZL on the outskirts of this, actually. Going to be playing that anchor position just in case some of the members from Yalla decide to swap compounds. And Zero going for that revive right now into Xana.
That was really clutch right there because Slicky, actually from Wildcard, third-partied and knocked him. The molly
That's a huge
was so
molly.
Perfect. Oh,
That's
goodness.
a huge molly. That's going to force the revive to be put to a halt right there. And Nova making the push right now.
Oh, not much you can do right there when you got the full squad of Nova. What? That was so unlucky and unfortunate for Yalla Esports right there. Just get a huge wipe onto Cloud9, and while you're trying to defend, Slicky, the man himself, just with the hardcore third party, gets a knock, and while you're trying to revive that teammate, a Molotov onto both your... Oh, that's just so tough to see from Yalla.
And that goes to show you like how important utility is, especially mollies. I mean, we used to be in the nade meta where you just chuck a bunch of grenades, get those explosions going. But I feel like mollies 100% 2020 making that comeback within the competitive scene. And we've seen so many good plays with mollies here.
Yeah, mollies are so strong. They do have some big advantages, too, over grenades on the fact that if you throw a Molotov at a door, it'll actually break down the door and go through it. So that's pretty huge. Not to mention that, you know, it just cracks instantly. You don't have to worry about it bouncing around into a crazy spot. So, yeah, Molotovs are really, really huge, especially, I think, in Vikendi, because, you know, fire and ice, they don't mix.
Fire. Hey, we've seen it bounce one time, and that was ridiculous. Off of Pyra. So we still need to have like a science experiment. I think mollies bounce off of players, but that's it. Next zone goes on up, Jukes.
And here we go. It looks to see it just center out right here. So Loops Esports, Pittsburgh Knights, Frag, all the rest of these teams that are out on the outer edge, including Tempo Storm, are going to have to find their way in. And you got some major teams, B4, Wildcard, and Team Queso. They'll be doing some hardcore gatekeeping right now.
Hardcore, parkour, right? I mean, at least when it comes to Wildcard in the city, looks like they are going to have themselves a crate. But yeah, you called it. You got Loops up there to the north. You got the Knights right on top of them. Looks like football is trying to gatekeep Team Queso, but Team Queso trying to gatekeep Tempo. So it is Inception all over again. Mystic taking a couple shots on HH.
That was more than a couple right there. That was a full clip. And just like that, HH able to make it out just by the skin of his teeth. Put it in reverse, Terry, is what HH just did and was able to survive barely. That was really clutch right there.
making Scary Terry proud on that one. So I'm looking to see how can Mystic regroup with the squad mates? Because right now, Team Queso kind of demonstrating that 3-1. Mystic kind of spread apart, and now after those shots being fired, Tempo 100% aware of that player.
Oh, yeah, I have a pretty good idea that all these guys are going to know exactly where they're at. We just saw the kill feed right there. Remember from SWAT 69, getting the knock onto Slicky. Wonder if they're able to get the revive here. But this zone, it's starting to close right now, already halfway there. These guys are going to have to get in this zone quick.
Yeah, they're going to have to make the pull-up. And looking at teams trying to make the pull-up, Tempo will be pulling up just ever so slightly into these tents. And Spec still on the outskirts of the old zone, going to be popping in their own vehicle and regrouping with the squad mates. Footballists also looking to make some moves right now, and it's going to be a bloodbath. We got two different three-way standoffs happening. You got one down there in the north and one down there in the east, and this is the one in the north. This is the Knights. This is Loops. This is B4.
Here they go, just trying to circle around the edge of this circle, just trying to find a way in safely right now. They don't want to get into a crazy engagement because they're not sure exactly where this next zone is going to go, but they do see it right now. It's pretty close by, so right now they're going to have to push by right by B4 in order to get into the circle.
Yeah, B4, they're right on the edge. They are looking good. Maxing up here on the second stories. Might not have the sight lines onto the Knights, but 1,000% knows where they are behind these rocks. And you know what? Looks like Sixless might have the VSS, might have the ghillie suit, but how well can they disguise themselves here in the snow? Because they have to continue making the push on into this next zone.
A VSS, the silent assassin, for those of you guys that don't know, it is one of the weapons that doesn't really show shot markers on the player. So you're going to be able to shoot some shots, and people are going to be wondering, where the heck did I get hit from when it comes to that weapon right there?
And the
so
Bison.
You see him. And the Bison as well. All 9mm with the ghillie. This man is just full-on stealth mode.
Aim small, miss small. That's what Sixless is telling himself right now. Aim small, miss small. Talking about other teams telling themselves to aim small, miss small. Looks like Nova are finding themselves in an engagement with Footballists. We saw one of the members in Nova able to use that vehicle for cover, popping on out, taking some shots.
Third party.
Okay, yep, going to be getting the wraparound. Doesn't even matter because Tempo, they're going to be third party in this one for days. And look at that in the kill feed. Team Queso, third party in Tempo. So once when Tempo started to take those initial shots, Team Queso are like, nah. We're also going to get involved with this one. And Team Queso, Marco popping off in the kill feed onto Easy.
And he gets Spec and also gets the Thirst as well right there. Look, we got some fourth, fifth parties coming out right here. This is a really tough circle here, Dave, as this zone is starting to close right now. Not a lot of cover, nothing but trees and rocks. And look at this, Football is just stuck healing out right now because there's no way he's going to be able to make it into this one.
They all passed their meds off, though. They all passed their meds off, so we'll see how far the Footballist squad can make it in that blue end. SWAT 69, they were big chilling on the west side the whole time. Now they are going to be forced to go up against Loops, a very aggressive squad. Loops, they have 4 up. I see some grenades tossed in on top of them, well, inflicting some damage and pop clear to wildcard spring. Mini will be taking a bunch of shots on to SWAT 69 right now.
Wildcard with a really good angle right here, but they are outside of the circle, so they're going to have to move in here. But look where they have to move. There's nothing there. It is all wide out in the open, the street, but here they go with the vehicles.
They're sending it, so they're going to be sending it across the street. They're going to be putting Spring on behind that rock. Sam trying to get up close and personal onto the Loop squad. Loops putting a stop to that one. Slicky behind their Dacia, tossing a couple smokes. Slicky has some cover, but being alone right there, how long can he survive? Just across the street, you have Spring, Dadden, Molly, Molly going to be taking down Dadden, and that's going to be from SWAT 69 problems right now, and that might have been exactly what Spring needed to open this one up and regroup with the team.
And man, Slicky getting the vehicle blown up, caught from behind from AZ. Slicky saying, this isn't where I parked my car. Didn't expect a whole team of Loops right there at the edge of zone waiting for him. So it's all up to Spring, their IGL and off-angle specialist, to try to get as many points on the board for this wildcard team.
Self-driving cars 2020, man. I'm telling you, that's what I'm going to chalk it up to. So let's see. Spring across the street is going to be tossing out a couple smokes. Not in the next zone. Very unlucky. Loops, 4 members alive. 13 kills so far. You got to bet your bottom dollar they want to take out Spring right now. They want this one bad.
Man, Loops is hungry, and you can tell that they know exactly where he is. Now, considering what this next zone is, Loops are going to secure this edge of the circle. So Spring, man, he's going to get gate kept so hard. But he has 7 first aid kits. So it looks like he's going to go for a heal strat here.
Yeah, best case scenario, heal on up, and hopefully another squad can kind of, third-party Loops and, get that distraction going on. And talking about teams getting that third party, yeah, you got B4 right now just spraying down the Knights. And you know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for Sixless, but I think Sixless is going to be dead already. Raven going to be bleeding on out. It's just up to J7 right now. J7 has some cover to work with, but it's the same story. It is not in the zone. J7 is going to have to push on out from that cover, and here comes the blue.
Oh, it's so important to clear back the second you get into circle right here. But B4 just rolled up with the huge angles onto Pittsburgh Knights. And oh, they're going to try to get the res here, but a little too late. Mixera goes down.
Yeah.
That's tough right there for B4.
That's a tough one, but it does seem as if they might be able to pick up Pedro right there. We see in the kill feed, Axel getting a vehicle explosion, not only onto 1, but 2 members from Tempo Storm. And yeah, talk about parking your car in the wrong spot. Well, that's going to be happening to Tempo down there. It looks like Pedro was able to get on up. Raven is going to be confirmed, and now it's just J7 out there in the blue, and we still got Loops. Loops, 14 kills. 14 kills in the zone right now.
Insane. I wonder what happened right there with Tempo Storm. I believe they had 3 members up, and just like that, they are gone and out. This Loop squad right now, they are holding it down here in Vikendi. And they got the circle.
Holding it down. Yeah, they get the circle. They got about 14 kills. Team Queso, they've been playing these zones really well. They are on the edge right now, but Dadden going to start the engagement, tossing a grenade onto Ayala, connecting the grenade onto Ayala, and that's going to put some pressure on both of those squads, and we still got the fight happening over here with B4, but Marco taking some shots back onto Loops.
And look at that, Loops Carrillo getting a big knock right there off the start. So here we go, Team Queso, B4. Oh, B4 is so stuck and out. They don't have very much cover at all. Yeah, that's going to be it for them. And it's just Team Queso against Loops. Going to have to make a big play.
That's like Chuck. So,
goodness.
Yeah, just like that. So Team Queso, they opted to get the easy kills right onto B4 at the end. And while they were taking the shots onto B4, Loops, they were making the immediate push, trying to close this game out. And winner, chicken dinner going on over to Loops, man.
Oh, man, you got to see this squad. I mean, like, we're just looking at them and the way that they're able to just work together as a unit, constantly covering each other's angles and just executing this game to perfection right here. That was just beautiful. 18 kills from this Loop squad. Huge game for them here in game number 4.
Yeah, great performance from Loops. We do have one more game. It is going to be Erangel, so maybe, I'm not sure if Loops are going to be playing in that one, but with that momentum, maybe they come in and get those double chickens that I know our analyst desk loves to chat about. So
it's totally possible. They will be into this next in this next game as well. So that, I mean, 18 kills. That is a huge momentum booster. That's going to be great for their mental fortitude as well as their entire synergy. I think this is the game that we've been kind of waiting to see so far from Loops. But man, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say about this one. So let's go ahead and figure out what they have to say right after this short break.
I think Loops Esports looked at Konina Power getting himself 21 kills and said, you know what, maybe we can beat that record. Was that 18 kills at the end? 7? I gotta give it to you. You predicted them to win, and they sure as hell did it.
That's right.
I'm not giving you more than that. I mean, I got second place, right?
I was gonna give you credit, Jason. It seems like the curse is over, baby. You got second place.
High five.
Hey, Glitter. No, I'm not even gonna try. And then Glitter ended up getting third place too with B4, man. Our predictions were on point, baby. Oh my gosh, but what a match, honestly. This is actually what we expected out of Loops. I was hoping they would have a match like this today, and guess what? They came out and performed. They came out and did exactly what we're able to see from them, especially from PMPL Americas. We know they're the team that they can actually go ahead and just turn it on a switch. They can be passive when they need to be, and they can be very aggressive when the time comes down to it, especially when they need to. And right here, getting 38 points, that is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, I actually think that's our best game point-wise so far that we've seen today here on day one of our league play. So good job going to Loops. But also look at the top 8 right now. Finally, we're seeing Nova Esports in our top 8, which is amazing for them. Really, really good. They were able to get 6 kills, some of those being onto a play that we're going to see a little bit later on with Yala. But, you know, good job for Nova Esports.
Well, even in Verum, I just want to jump in really quick. It was talking to us about Pittsburgh Knights. That's, what, 4 games in a row? I think he said that they got into top 4 by snaking. Well done by them as we move now into the second page, 7.
Yeah, and I think Pittsburgh Knights, it's impressive to see performances from them, consistency from them. That's kind of one team that needs that. And then look here, as we're going into the second pitch, Yala Esports being able to get 4 kills at least saves them a little bit of points there. SWAT 69 with 5 points. And Cloud9, not sure exactly what happened there with Cloud9, but only being able to get 2 points. Remember, Cloud9 was one of those teams that ended up getting a second place earlier in the day. So hopefully they're going to hope to bring that back and come out to be that team that we all expect them to be. We expect them to go ahead and get chicken dinners, but at the moment, it's just not working out their way.
Yeah, from what I remember you saying, Yala like crashed into Cloud9 and then knocked them out in that round. It's been tough times for them. Let's take a look at the team stats. And, you know, 7, you're probably going to have a giant smile on your face the entire time. 18, that is ridiculous. 18 kills. That's almost a chicken dinner in kills alone, and 2,800 damage, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 7 should be very proud of this. This is now our first team so far to get close to the 3K damage mark for today. Still, while managing to keep their total heal under 1K and 18 kills with 14 knockouts, which once again is just lending itself to, 1, being able to convert on all of their aggressive playstyle, but then also being aware to what's going on around them and picking up a few more kill points.
And I think this is great for them because remember, before they had a 5th place. Then after that, they had a 6th place, only with 4 kills, 6 kills. Something that we're just not used to seeing from them. We're expecting a lot of kills. So I'm pretty sure everybody in Brazil right now is screaming, "Do Brazil! Do Brazil!" And they deserve it, man. 18 kills. That is very impressive here on League Play.
Well, what's also impressive is our do moments from that last match we had, our 4th match and our penultimate match of the day. So why don't we just drop straight into this one, starting off with Dream Eaters, looking for that early aggression here, Glitter.
Yeah, and Dream Eaters is a team that we have been paying a little bit of attention to. They do end up getting in a fight super early on with, I believe that was KHK, and I think they were knocked out. KHK was because of that fight. But you know, they needed those. The Dream Eaters needed those points because they do end up going out a little bit early in that game. And then we're moving on to Footballists here, and this was a team that I think a lot of people were looking at. They did have a pretty decent past 2 games once they sat out the first round, and they were able to pick up a few kill points for themselves as well. This is the fight. Okay, so this is the fight where Yala and Cloud9 go at it super early on, and that's what knocks Cloud9 out, unfortunately, in the game. Yala has an amazing showing against them, though, and has 0 fear going into that fight, and they're able to pull that out. Then there's a second part of that play that I think 7's going to be breaking down a little bit later for us.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's going to be a push on Yala by Nova Esports. I think they play that perfectly. And I think that's something that we kind of expect from them. And we're going to be able to see in the illustration as well. By Nova Esports being able to third-party teams. Whenever they see them maybe hurting, they're able to go ahead and third-party them and win those engagements, and I think it's huge. And I know at one point we thought B4 was actually in a really good position, but just the circle didn't work in their favor. And overall, Loops Esports just being able to go in and come out on top and make sure they beat the Jason Kaplan's team.
I feel like every time, I feel like you're just trying to say Loops Esports winning as much as possible now that you finally got. I think actually that might be like one of the first times we've actually had like one of us predict the team who gets the chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Second time.
Is it the second time? Who was the first time?
Wild card. Wild card.
Yeah, that too. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to celebrate when I get it the first time.
You're always picking the loser. Give us some credit.
One day. I got tons of days ahead of me, right? Let's take a look at the total damage from that last match and see how things are going to break down here across the board. And again, we're going to see the graph quite skewed in one direction, though I do want to give credit at the very end to Dream Eaters. But 2,800 damage. Not even coming close to that here, Glitter.
That's just nice to see. I will keep giving props to Seven for this call because it was a really good prediction. But also, even just looking down the rest of the line, like Queso did incredibly well for themselves as well. 1,500 damage coming out of them for that game with 8 kills. That is not a game to be embarrassed of. That's a very strong showing. And then Tempo Storm actually coming in with 1,405 kills respectively as well.
Definitely, and I think you guys need to stop giving me credit because my head's already big. It's just going to keep on getting bigger and bigger. And Cloud9, at least being able to get a kill there, I think that's good. Remember, you want to get any points that you can, and if you're able to, even if you're going to end up with bad placement, if you get at least 1 kill or a couple kills, that's some points that are going to go your way. So I want to see that from teams that are maybe not performing so well in regards to placing.
And one team in there I was actually paying attention to, and I've been trying to pay attention to over the entire day, is Team Umbra. They did really well in the beginning of the day. They had a 3rd placing, then a 4th placing. They had 2 kills in the first game, 4 kills in the second game. I feel like they figured out the game when it comes to placements, but they haven't had that marriage, right, of getting kills and getting a decent placing. But let's take a look at the overall placings from these teams now, as we have had 4 matches of play. And you can see, there we go, Loops Esports taking away that 1st place position. However, Pittsburgh Knights, to me, that kind of stands out. They were very quiet, Glitter, when we went into the opening weekend.
Yeah, and, we saw, I believe it was J7 able to get them some more of those placement points, which was super helpful for them in this last match. But overall, this entire first page is not separated by a very wide margin. And we need to keep reminding you guys back at home that it is the top 16 teams out of these 2 days of league play that will move forward into our super weekend. And right now, 1st to 10th place is only a 30-point difference, which we've now seen multiple teams have a more than 30-point match. So this can still be anybody's game right now.
Yeah, anything can happen here. And I know one of the teams who we're kind of focusing on, which was Wildcard, they're currently not in the top 10. So that's one team that I'm going to be looking to just go ahead and spark it up. They are currently qualifying in a way. For some reason, this was tomorrow and we were ending and going to Super Weekend. They will be able to qualify, but I'm pretty sure they want to go ahead and bring a little bit more momentum. Kanina Power falling off a little bit too. Those are teams that we've been seeing them at least be consistent in seeding. I want them to go ahead and get some wins, get more kills, show us the potential you're capable of, because remember, it is just 2 days that you're gonna get a chance to get into the top 16. You cannot afford to have off days here, and this is why I love what PUBG Mobile Esports is doing. I love this format because it brings the drama in and it keeps me glued on to those matches every single time.
As we talked about at the start of the day, Wildcard finishing 1st in the opening weekend. We had Konina finish 2nd. I think there were 30 and 28 points between the two, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So 11th and 12th place. So they've kind of fallen from grace. But also, as you were mentioning, Glitter, the difference between 16th and 17th is 12-9. So a 3-point difference right now, meaning you get into the Super Week or you're going to be sitting there just watching it. But we do have, yet again, some person here on the desk with us with a handy-dandy play he wants to break down.
I got you. Don't worry. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. Twitch chat, YouTube chat, I see you. You'll get your confetti just in time. But we're going to be breaking down here we're going to be breaking down the Nova push on Yala. And now I want to go ahead and let you know before we even continue on. Keep in mind, Yala was currently healing from a fight they had with Cloud9. Nova Esports realized that and they went in for the push. And boy, did they go in for that push. Easy though. Easy getting caught a little bit there. He had to backfire. And on top of that, he had fire. Something to keep in mind. That man stepped on a Molotov, and that's something you're probably going to go ahead and see me talk over and over again, the way some of the teams are able to use Molotovs as a tactical advantage. And I love it because it stops a team from pushing a certain way and it gives them some extra time. And another one I want to go ahead and mention right here, once again, there's a Molotov right there. It's going to at least stop that team from pushing in. They were trying to get him, but luckily for him, he was able to get away from that. Now, let's go ahead and continue on here with this clip and see how it ensues. And any thoughts you had as we're watching this, Glitter, any thoughts you had in regards to this fight?
You know, the one thing that I was almost kind of like I felt bad for Yala because they had just had such a strong fight against Cloud9, and Nova was just the opportunist in this scenario and able to really push them when they were already on the back foot. I like the point that you made, though, of them zoning each other with those mollies, because I think that was incredibly important for the opportunity it opened for Nova to be able to push in on Yala, because they had to rotate outside of the back end of that small building to get back into the larger one to group back up with their squad.
And something I enjoyed there from Nova was pretty much that 3-man push that they did on the stairs. I think it was wonderful. And overall, guess what? I know we went back, but there you go, chat. You got it. You got your confetti all over the place. I know everybody's going to be happy there from Nova getting that confetti.
I'm just wishing you could do that when I'm on the screen. Just put confetti all over me. Maybe on yourself, because obviously you did take yourself the chicken dinner. I felt kind of bad for Yala there, just for the fact that you had also Wildcard pick up a kill on one of their team members. They kind of struggled. But also, I was wondering, watching that clip, are we on Sandhawk? You know, it's not really often we see third parties come through like that, you know, one after another, but we're comparing Nova and Yala, as you mentioned before, Seven. You can see the damage. This is over the 11 matches they've now had played. It's still relatively close, about what, 1,000 difference between the two, so is damage received?
What impresses me the most is damage received. Look how much damage received Nova Esports has over Yala. That goes to show Nova Esports has been getting into a lot more fights, and they might not be coming out on top of those fights currently with almost 1,000 damage received. They have received more damage than they have dealt. 39 kills, I think that's really good for that team, with Yala Esports being able to go ahead and have 13 kills. And respectively, you can see their damage done and their damage received are pretty much identical.
What about the headshots there, Glitter? It was a 10-4. I mean, Yala did get a chicken dinner earlier on today, but they were definitely popping off heads. The one-tap dirt nap,
I definitely
Dave calls it.
I did. I noticed that as well, and it's hard to be that precise, right? So like that definitely can be playing into the fights that Yala was getting into. It could be why their confidence has significantly increased, or at least that's what it appears to have done. When you look at their gameplay from opening weekend and then their gameplay today, they feel and look like a much more confident team, and they're making decisions based off of that newfound confidence almost, which is why they were so ready to kind of go in for that push against a big team like Cloud9 and just wipe them right off the board.
Well, good stuff out of them. Let's see if they can continue the pace later on today. And speaking of later on today, we only got one more match to play. Let's take a look at the schedule so you can see what map it's going to be on, and more importantly, yet again, which group will be sitting out here. Glitter, Group A, who's in that group?
Unfortunately, it's going to be Wildcard Gaming, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports sitting out on our final Erangel map.
That's kind of rough, Seven, if you think about it. You know, for those teams, they had to play 4 matches straight. Again, we talked about, you know, coming in hot, then having to take a break, or maybe doing well and then continuing to play. Or maybe for some teams, maybe KHK, starting off in not a great position and not having that time to recover from it.
Yeah, and something we mentioned earlier is that having maybe a match off in between your matches played can be a blessing, and it can also go ahead and backfire. Maybe for some of those teams like Wildcard that they're currently sitting, I actually don't remember at the top of my head where they're sitting out, but it would have maybe helped them out if they had a match in between. That way they can go back and see what wasn't working. Now, something I will be looking forward to is, I know you mentioned KHK is going to be sitting out. Well, guess what? Konina Power is not going to have to worry about KHK anymore. They've been getting into fights very early in the match, and now Konina Power is just going to have that extra space, hopefully, and that extra time to loot. So that's going to be one of those teams that I'm going to be looking to here in the next couple of matches, because remember, they did disappoint me a little bit when I picked them.
Well, don't worry. I'm hoping they don't disappoint me, because that's the team I'm going to be predicting coming into our final match of the day. Konina Power. What's that face for, Seven? What's wrong? I can't predict them?
What do you mean? I already said Konina Power, I got them for Erangel. Vikendi, I got them for Loops Esports.
Yeah, but what, you think I'm taking your pick? Well, I mean, I had to do it to Glitter once, right? So now I have to do it to you to be fair.
Fair enough. I give it to
Glitter. Who's your prediction?
I think I'm actually going to go with Tempo this time around. Wildcard sitting out, and they've been very consistent at Erangel. Dream Eaters sitting out. They won an Erangel during opening weekend. This is opening up the door for a lot of teams, and Tempo's already had a strong performance so far in the first round, so I'm going to go with Tempo.
Okay, well, there we go. We got Tempo and 2 Koninas. What's wrong? You're going to agree with her? You're going to change now on me, Seven? Come on. I thought we're buddies.
No. I'm sticking to Konina Power. I'm looking forward to seeing what everybody watching at home right now is going to be heading saying, besides just looking down on my shirt. I see you, Twitch chat. You guys are just judging us.
I think they want more glitters, so they better predict it right. Let's actually take a look at what you guys at home can still win by watching in the game, in the Esports Center. You get points throughout these days, and the top 100 viewers will get exclusive rewards. If you're not watching already, make sure you do it now. I think I see Seven right now bending over to make sure he's still logged in and still watching. Glitter doing the same thing. I'm going to have to go check my phone whenever I'm going to head to a break here so I have a chance to do it. And we're going to let you guys go to that break as we bring in our commentators one more time, so we'll see you lovely two right after our last game of the day. Look at that, hearts out for Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Let's bring in Hot Jukes, Mustache Dave. I talked about how, Hot Jukes, you're getting me in all the right places. Mustache Dave talked about how good Hot Jukes is looking. I got to say, you're looking mighty fine as well. That shirt is looking,
Talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
And my shirts are always looking, You already know. You already know.
Well, let's get your predictions then. Let's go straight with you, Hot Jukes. Who do you think's going to take our final match here of our first day of league play?
I'm going to go with Pittsburgh Knights. I think they got it here at 06. This has been, grinding rank 1 all night. And after that loss, I think they're going to come back angry here in this final game.
Well, J7's been doing some work, snaking his way through. Maybe the team could pick up the victory. Mustache Dave, my man. Who do you got?
Sticking with Footballists. I'm not a bandwagoner like all you other people here, all right? Okay. I'm sticking with the squad for the day.
All right, I can respect that. He's got dedication towards his favorite team. Let's get straight into game here with our final match, guys.
Here we go. All right. Let's do it. Last game of the evening. Erangel. Man, we've had 3 of these so far, Dave, and I really like this because, these guys are going to be really prepared, ready. No excuses here in this final match, that's for sure.
No excuses. And you know who's saying that? B4 right now. This plane starting down here from the south, going to be finishing up there at the top in Zarky. And B4 going to be the first team to drop on out.
This is their playing path right here. This is their ideal playing path. They're able to get military early, and they're going to have all of Military Island to themselves. So they're going to be fully kitted into this next zone. I guess depending on where it goes, if it lands on them, they're going to be set. That's for sure.
Yeah. They are hoping that Circle 1 does favor them. And not only will that kind of set them up, that will also give them all the time to loot every single room in the actual military base compounds. And yeah, they're just going to be geared to the teeth. And talking about teams looking for gear, Frag Machines dropping out last.
Yeah, they're going to be heading on over, it looks like, to shooting range. They may have another squad to deal with as this first circle. This is dead center right here. So pretty even, pretty fair, I think, for all these squads. I think we're most likely going to see B4 just loot Military Island. They'll probably go down the East Bridge and find a good position in the circle. So, pretty even. I think this is what I like to see as far as when it comes to the last game.
This isn't going to be hard for a lot of teams. There's a lot of room to kind of breathe, a lot of room to kind of run around and get some loot. But teams with not a lot of room, SWAT 69 will be residing inside of Pachinki. And you know who likes to go Pachinki? Well, Tempo Storm.
Oh, they sure do. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a tweet coming out here in a little bit dropping on my location. But look at this. Also in the kill feed, you saw Footballists getting into it with Loops. Those are 2 major squads getting into it really early. That's one of the teams you predicted, Dave.
Yeah, that is the team I predicted. And this is the fight that I wanted to see in opening weekend. I wanted to see Footballists fight Loops. This is 2 of the most aggressive teams in this lobby. So right off the bat, Footballists, getting the initial knock. They are just straight up sending it right now.
They're hungry. They got blood in their mouth right now. They smell it in the water as they're trying to hunt down the rest of this squad. And after that initial knock, this is Crates. And Crates, to be honest, it doesn't have the loot like it used to. So I think that Footballists knowing this and getting that first knock onto Loops, they are just trying to keep the pressure on them so they can't find anything. But, Kowski's got an M4.
Got an M4, and that guard tower will be prone. Might not opt to pop on up, but can definitely relay all this information back to the squad. And Dyden also going to be holding one of the angles for the Crates as well. Lutz trying to get the wraparound right here. Lutz will be moving on up by themselves. No vest, no helmet. This could be deadly. And here they come. Footballists just making their way on in through the Crates.
But look who's on top of the hill. It's Cloud9. Adder ready at the way. That is devastating for Footballists. They did get the knock and kill onto one of the members from Loops, but Cloud9, they heard those shots from across the way and were looking for the third party, and that's 1 point on the board for C9.
Yeah, and you got to think, these teams, they need to be aware. Hopefully they did their homework because Cloud9, they drop Hospital every single game almost, as long as the plane favors it, of course. And you have to expect the third party, but we saw right there, nice little vantage point on over this fight. They might be able to take some shots back onto Cloud9. Yeah, Daden might be able to kind of help out their squad mates over here. I don't know. This could be a risky play, though.
Yeah, he needs to be really, really careful. This is high risk, high reward. Once he shoots one bullet from that tower, both Cloud9 and Futbolist are going to know exactly where he is. And if you get knocked on that tower, you ain't coming down alive. That's for sure. So he's got to be real careful. But man,
that's a crazy spot. I mean, no health either. No bandages, nothing. I mean, what is that? Like 25% health to their name. I have to assume the bullets have to be extremely low as well. So, yeah, you're definitely going to need to hit your shots when you take them. It's going to be so important for Daden.
Man, nothing but no bandages, but nothing but 5.56, ready to make it happen right here. Really interesting. You saw Cloud9, they just dipped after that. They'll take the point, opt to go ahead and get some more loot, but we're switching on over to Yala right here, getting into it with Konita Power.
Yeah, they're going to be getting into it right now. It looks like one of the top fraggers from opening weekend, Tixi, might be squaring off against Zero right now from Yala. And I don't think Zero... Okay, I was going to say I don't think Zero knows, but by the way Zero is posturing, yeah, definitely
he knows.
Here's going to be tossing Molly right onto Tixi's head. That's going to go right past Tixi. Tixi looking behind him, making sure it's all free and clear. It's like, you missed me, sucker. And looking on over here, they are going to be forced to kind of get that 1v1 going on, but does look like Tixi wants to group back up with their squad mates. Rob right now in a engagement themselves. Zero going to be making the pop-up from this little hill, this little terrain, still on the hunt for Tixi right now. Tixi going to be going for that trade with that Uzi, connecting a couple shots, chunking down Zero and swapping on over, and Yala Esports taken down and out by Konita Powers right there.
That was a really interesting play right there from Yala. Not sure exactly how they had two taken out early, but man, Zanakabula, he had that full press just on his own and just got overwhelmed. And then from there, Uzi versus Scar up close. That's Uzi all day long.
It's a GG. It's a GG. And talking about a GG, Daden's position compromised.
Yeah, real quick, let's go back to this replay real fast. As you can see, Adder with that M16 just single tapping away to a wide open member from Futbolist. And not just any member, it's Lutz, one of their strongest fraggers. And then moving over to this fight with Konita Power and Yala Esports. You know, Tixi, one of the best fraggers so far that we've seen, especially in opening weekend. Just able to get it done right there.
Able to clock it in the last game. Getting a squad wipe, that's going to set them up for a good final game here today. And talking about teams, looking to set themselves up, at least when it comes to drop spots and not being contested early on. Looks like Tempo getting a little antsy. Looks like Rain attempting to toss a molly up there.
Oh no, look at the kill feed! Oh, sorry, I just saw Daden fall to his knock, so that's really unfortunate. But back to this fight. I just saw that, had to say it as we get back
to the
up there.
Tempo. It's slippery up there. It is slippery up there. I mean, you got to watch it. There's a lot of oil up there. So, yeah, let's see, though. I mean, Tempo, 3 members from Tempo. They know that there's at least one up here on the second story from SWAT69. Rain attempting to toss a molly in here. Was chunked down pretty low, and here comes the push on.
Oh, my goodness.
There's one. No, there's 2. There's 2 right there. Going to be able to get the thirst and up from behind. Here comes SWAT69 trying to take down Tensa. Tensa chunked down really low, about 2% HP onto Tensa. It's falling apart right now. Tensa going to be trying to heal on up, trying to get the heal on up. Go for the spray with the DP. Can he do it? Able to get him, but is there enough time to get the heal off? Here comes 12. Yep, SK12. Ready to pump and dump this one. Everybody is extremely low. Problems. No helmet right now. Tensa around the corner. Going for the drop shot. Tensa will be spotted. One of those slugs straight to Tensa's base. HH24, Uzi behind the door, ready to go.
This is such a hard fight right here because HH knows that he jumps out.
Oh, Bolton out because of grenade. A grenade. Problems. Toss the grenade out there. Will be forced to revive. Not to be successful. And problems. Talk about the shotgun meta. Bring it back. Tempo Storm taking out a Pachinki out of all places.
Oh my goodness, right here. As Cloud9 heard that fight, looks like they were trying to get a possible third party, but opting just go ahead and shift zones instead. But man, what a fight that was. SWAT 69 Problems, he sure made one for that Tempo Storm team with that S12K shotgun, and you could even tell HH24, the hesitation. He's got the Uzi, which is by far one of the best weapons up close, but when you're that close, an S12K, it's a problem. It's a problem, and that's exactly what it was right there for that squad. Oh,
Problems just started a huge problem for the squad of SWAT 69. I'm telling you that right now. Tempo, they are not going to let that one slide. So that is going to be a rivalry that we need to watch out for, at least when it comes to Erangel and Pochinki, because, man, the feels right there. The feels. Hopefully they didn't break their phones. Hopefully they didn't throw their phones after that one. But, yeah, let's get back on into this game. That was an intense fight. Wow.
I only wonder what the comms were like right there. I think this is definitely, like you mentioned earlier, something that we're going to be taking a close look at going forward, because Pochinki, I mean, that has been Tempo Storm's hometown. I remember you mentioning it in the Pro League, how you were kind of concerned about once we get to the World League, if Tempo Storm is going to get contested, and we just saw it right here. But I also want to pose a question.
Yeah.
Dave, was it worth it?
Was it worth it for SWAT 69? Yes, that was worth it. I mean, listen, if there's a time to contest to hot drop squads, it's at the beginning. This is day one of league play, so you want to go for those riskier plays now compared to, say, tomorrow.
I don't know. I wonder what the chat thinks about this one, because,
it's a chat thing.
Look, because you're looking back at it right now. SWAT 69, they lost 3 of their members early.
They did.
Sure, they got 3 points on the board, but now, I mean, there's still 14 teams alive right here, and now with only 1 member left, they're stuck to do that. Oh, my goodness.
Ooh, Kowalski. Yeah, but Juice, you know what it's all about, though, man. You say it all the time. It's all about that clout. It's all about them clips, man. It's all about that clout. And SWAT 69 wiping out Tempo from Pochinki. Your clout levels went up at least 20% right there.
100%. That is 100% that it went up 20%. And that's just a fact. But looking right here.
9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 times, you're going to get some insane clout. And Kowalski, 9 out of 10 times, he's able to kind of do something pretty decent right here, but he doesn't have the rest of his squad. Static gets caught from an angle.
From behind. So Dadden was actually able to get revived off of slipping off of the Raptors up there in top of the crates. And all for nothing, she wrote, because you know what? Unique going to be taking them down and out right there. And I mean, that goes back to early fights. Loops, they probably didn't have the best med situation. They probably didn't have the best ammo situation. They probably didn't have the best of anything because they had to fight right off the drop.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough one right there. Personally, I'm not a fan of getting into those early fights. I think it's just too risky, because when you're in a fight so early. Now, I want to kind of backtrack real quick. Engaging directly into a fight, I'm not a fan of that because of the third-party risk. You always risk yourself, since it's so early, another team being there to get in that third party. We just saw it with Cloud9 earlier getting it done. So I think third-party fights or engagements are good early on if you're third-party, but just straight up, man, it's a tough decision to make.
No time to bleed, man. That's at least what Cloud9's going to say, because they attempted to third party down there in Pochinki. Then we saw the circle, the hard shift, all the way up there to the north. So it is going to be favoring a big chunk of the land just north of Rosshawk, north of the inlet, all that water right there that we saw from earlier on. So Sixless trying to get some snipes. Now, the Knights, they are going to be right there smack on the southern edge, so they don't really need to move, but they also need to be cautious of their surroundings.
Oh, you're right, you are. And speaking of cautious, Frag Machines, they're having to be really cautious as this whole entire Team Queso squad is starting to collapse in on them, throwing those grenades out, and there's one right there.
There's one. I only see 2 members from Frag. Oh, you know why? Because 2 of them are already dead. So yeah, this is going to be Team Queso. They're going to get that confirmed with that grenade, with that molly, and now it's just 1 member from Frag Machines up there on the roof, and they're going to be trying to go for that spray down. Ayala going to be chunked down pretty low. Ayala, 1% HP, but still opted to go for that push, so Ayala will be chunked down and out. That last remaining member from Frag Machine was able to knock out 2, but not get the kills.
mean, that's the advantage of just having that full squad there, and this is why we see this. This is pretty much the meta right now. I mean, regardless, he was able to get 2 down, but there's just not enough bullets in that clip to take out a full squad, especially when there's some of the best on the planet right here. So Team Queso taking him out, and Cloud9, you know, just kind of keeping their ears perked up for that third-party opportunity. But that's long and gone. Team Queso, you know, took him out real quick.
Yeah, took him out. And they're going to be in a decent position. You know, they're kind of center, but really a lot of teams will be in the southern half of this circle. And that water, that inlet, kind of divides, you know, the north from the south right now. And, you know, talking about teams trying to get the divide going, football is kind of all spread out right now. The terrain very awkward for the squad as we see them doing donuts in the buggies. Looks like they want to make the push and the pull-up on headquarters.
Yeah, when I mentioned earlier, was it worth it from SWAT 69 to take on Tempo like that? And we just saw SWAT 69 going out in 12th place. So I wonder how that will possibly, you know, change their ideas going into tomorrow's games. But yeah, getting back into this one here, you know, headquarters and football is really interesting. Really interesting. Because we don't know where this next zone's going to go. It's about to close, but if it goes south, they'll be pretty set up. If it goes north, though, that's going to be just devastating for both of these squads.
Jukes, real quick, before the zone, let me get a battery check. In the chat, spam the percent of your battery. Let me get a battery check because this is the final game. We got 11 teams to go, 40 members alive, and Jukes, the next zone. Ho, baby.
I'll tell you what, if it's low, plug it in now because you're not going to want to miss this one with this kind of circle. Look at this, Cloud9 having to get onto this island, circumventing Team Queso, but look at this as Alpha Legends are getting into it with Konita Power.
Yeah, and these two teams have been fighting all day long already. Gonzo from Konita Powers will be bleeding on out. Konita Powers also missing one in the process. So Alpha Legends recognizing the situation, getting the thirst right there. Now Konita Powers only with 2 up, forced to defend themselves right now on the edge of this new zone. And we already see him. Rob hopping in the buggy, trying to back that one up right there, trying to save those tires, but I don't think Alpha Legends are going to let loose anytime soon.
Oh, and I think they believe they are getting third-partied as well from Team Unique. So if you're Konita Power here, you're just trying to hold on. You only got 2 members up. Got to be really careful. Anchor with a big nade. And that's it.
That's it. Konita Power. See you tomorrow. Thanks for playing. Alpha Legends right there, able to get some kills, get some points underneath their belt. And here comes another team. Ulysses from Udyr. Udyr over here going to be taking some shots on Nova. And Nova all spread apart. I mean, look at Easy. Easy's way downtown right now.
Oh, man, he is way out. I mean, this is just one of those zones that's just going to cause chaos from start to finish right here. And you can just see Nova trying to secure a position. But Udyr Killers, they're holding this spot down. They do not want to let it go, especially considering that it's out of zone. It is out of zone, and they have to go down the hill in the open to try to get into this next circle.
Oh, I'm so jealous. Nano's got the bike, man. The Yamaha bike. I'm 100% jealous. That thing is looking good. So, talking about teams maybe being jealous of one another. The Knights going to be tossing out some grenades onto Team Queso, but Sixless third-partied in the tail end of this one. Right when they were starting the engagement, right when they were starting the breach. Headquarters going to be getting the thirst right there.
Tough break right there for Sixless, as it looks like Raven was trying to get some suppressive fire, but too late as they're able to get that good old finish onto Sixless really quick. I'm so sorry, I had to pause because I was wondering if Headquarters was going to come in third party, but they opt to just go ahead and rotate around here. But Team Queso versus Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, here we go.
Big fight.
Good old-fashioned finish, man. That good old-fashioned finish. And you already know, Team Queso seeing the kill feed, recognizing the situation. It's a 4v3. We see Axel push up just a little further. We'll be tossing.
Oh, they rotated back.
But they're third party. What is going on? You called it Headquarters making the pull up with the UAS, trying to get the runovers. Carnage swapping on over to that Uzi, reloading real quick. I'm surprised Team Queso haven't made the push onto this yet.
I am surprised as well, but at the same time, you have to realize they're in zone. But okay, yeah, here comes the decision. They're coming in now, realizing that there's only 2 up. But is it too late? We'll find out right now.
Ayala going for the spray, connecting onto 1 and connecting onto 2 right there. Axel and Ayala. Team Queso, I mean, at least I was questioning, was it too late? Well, doesn't seem like it was, as they got 5 kills so far. They got the southern half of that zone. It's all for nothing. They got to go north just a little bit.
Oh, man, look at this next circle. I mean, this one just landed right on the center of Team Unique. They are set up looking pretty for this match. But yeah, going back to that fight, the reason why we wondered it was too late is because you never want to give any teams, especially considering any of these squads at the level they play at, any breathing room at all. But, you know, Team Queso just so good at being able to just kind of flush that Pittsburgh Knights squad out, able to get it done. Look at Uneven, trying to hold it down.
Trying to hold the tree, yeah. Sulkay, not a lot of cover, just that ledge to work with. Sulkay was kind of separated from the squad. Yeah, no, Sulkay was separated from the squad. And, you know, 2 members from Football List back here with the buggy, not providing that support. They're going to be back there still on the west. And you know what? They're going to have to make the push on into this next zone. And talk about teams attempting to make the push. B4, 2 kills, 3 alive.
Yeah, and you know, it's a really, you can tell Football List we're staying by that buggy because they know they're going to have to use it as they try to push in. Everybody is just trying to get into this next circle. Team Queso having to go underneath the bridge.
The bridge camp. 2 members from Football List are going to be attempting to go for bridge camp themselves. Here comes Team Queso. They have 7 kills. They got 4 up. You know what? Football List, they just got kicked the goal right there. And Team Queso still looking to get the chicken dinner here, even with the odds stacked against them when it comes to the zones.
Right you are. Football is kicked out of their position. Team Queso with a bunch of kills as it is. Add 2 more to them as well. But this right now, Team Unique dead center are just making it really tough on all these squads. And we saw them being able to get a good knock onto Cloud9. Maxon here at the edge of circle. He sees this Uter squad trying to get out the water.
Yeah, that's so tough. Uter killers down there storming the beach, and they have the beach. There's maybe 2 rocks and just an uphill battle that they're going to have to face in order to even be secure. And Maxon with the DP, just going to be spraying like a turnt down there onto the beaches. And there goes one. Can they get some more points in the bank for the side of B4?
Maxon going fishing right now, able to get the spot. Will he get the confirm, though? Because it looks like there's some shots coming from somewhere else. Okay, he does. He is able to get it right here, but this Uter squad is pinned down from both B4
nasty.
And Unique.
Yeah, look at Lightning. I mean, this is just disgusting. B4, the sight lines on this beach right now, I mean, it's going to be such a challenge. Honestly, I don't see Uter killers making it on out of here regardless how many smokes they got. Oh, and as I say that, the quick flick right there with the M16. We'll be taking out Maxon at least for the time being.
When in doubt, just hit some shots. That is pretty much the only thing you can do in that position right there. And Uter being able to get a huge knock right when it counts.
Oh, and then Maxon was thirsted. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
It's gonna hurt B4, but it's gonna be really good for Uter. It's just gonna give him a little bit of breathing room from Team Unique, but Marco from Team Queso keeping that pressure applied to them.
Yeah, keeping the pressure. Going to be opting to reposition right now. Don't forget, we still got at least 3 members up there to the north of this on the squad of Cloud9, so they've been playing pretty passive on the edge, and they somehow managed to get separated from one another for the time being. But Team Queso, they have been in so many fights here in this final game of the evening. 7 kills, they got 3 up.
Yeah, and they're in zone now, so they're just looking to gatekeep and get all the points they can on the board. As B4, they're trying to find a spot right now. There's none left.
Yeah, that's just the YOLO send. I mean, can they even survive right there? I mean, Memphis can just peek on over there and might be able to see them. Looks like
he's not leaving that building.
The revive going on. Okay, so they do have a little ledge to work with. Memphis could cook this one to perfection.
Oh my goodness.
Tossing it.
Oh.
There they go. Right on into the bucket right there. And B4 done.
Talk about cooked to perfection. Mwah. That was absolutely perfect as Neff is having to switch his focus on to Cloud9 as they are trying to make a smoke wall into this next circle.
Oh, I love this angle right here, this camera view. We're up here in the Jukes helicopter getting a nice little... Oh, some turbulence. Watch out. So Unique, 10 kills. They have been in these compounds for a couple circles now, but they've been doing a phenomenal job at defending it right now. I mean, everybody wants to take their compounds and utilize it for cover. Frozen going to be jumping on out, going for that pre-fire spray. Oh, but can we get uneven from the shack? Get uneven. Spotted and no longer.
That M7 just too strong as Adder's in the corner. I was going to say get to the chopper earlier, but I'm definitely not going to because I'm too focused on these fights right now as Adder's got the smoke. Yeah, he's got the smokes right now, and he's just trying to get some extra points for his team. But right now it's looking, look, Uter, because of all of those fights, that just it allowed them to push up for free. All the attention was put away from them as each of these squads were just bickering over this one spot. So right now, but I mean, you got to look at it right now. Team Unique, they are in the prime position for the rest of this game.
Prime. But honestly, if you would have asked me to bet like all my UC on Udyr Killers making it off that beach, I would have lost. I would have lost right there. So let's see if they can continue to fight the great battle right now. Ulysses is going to be going for that pre-fire on that vehicle, trying to get the explosion going on right now. Memphis from Unique, popping their head out just a little too far, will be spotted and tagged right there.
There's a skinny tree. Nano knows it. Oh, man, look at that. Talk about, I mean, you cannot move. You cannot move out of your cover. Otherwise, you're going to get taken out instantly right now as it's up to Ulysses. Out-survive Adder.
Yeah, the two snakes. What snake will be the snakiest snake of all the snakes and go undetected by the snake detector from Unique right now?
That's right. You see good old Udyr Killers ready to go right here as this game's about to get finished. But, man, Team Unique, they are set up looking pretty here at the end of this game. And Team Unique, this is a team from Russia. Adder, he is playing for a North American team, but he's also from Russia as well. And it looks like there's some camaraderie going on here as that is going to leave Cloud9 in at least second place.
At least, man. But I got to give it to still Udyr Killers. I mean, third place right there. Such a challenging position that they were stuck in right there. And if Unique can spot out Adar, that would be 16 kills. 16 kills. It's going to be so many points for the overall leaderboard. And here comes the hunt down right now. And going to be connecting onto one. Trying to get the thirst, but Lightning going to be looting that crate with that Bob Barker. Full auto right now, going for that spray.
I guess when you got your whole team up against one, you're able to make some plays like that. But Team Unique, man, what a game. They had that position set up. It was just like a good old game of Duck Hunter right there. They were just shooting at everybody they saw move. And, man, that's the game that you kind of hope for. And to be able to get 16 kills, that's huge. That is huge.
And you know what? I recall they were getting bridge camp just a little bit. I remember Frozen got knocked down on top of the actual bridge. So for them to be able to kind of win that engagement, reset, and then reposition after that and get such a good spot overlooking pretty much the remainders of those zones. I mean, huge chicken errors. But Jukes, that's going to be it for us. We're going to send it on over to the desk.
Boy, am I glad Invirum isn't here on the desk because he would be gloating more than Seven ever has throughout the entire show we've had now across these 3 days. But they've done it. Team Unique, they did it. If I'm not mistaken, they won the last match on day one of the opening weekend. And now they did it yet again here, Seven.
Yeah, I don't remember on the top of my head, but they had a great performance, 16 kills, and as you mentioned, Inverum's definitely going to be happy here because that's going to shoot him up of our own leaderboard. Don't worry, everybody watching at home, you'll get to see our leaderboard and our prediction later on and see how we're doing with our predictions, which Jason at the moment is currently not last. I'm really surprised.
Glitter is. What's up? Sorry. Map rankings? Oh, yeah, we have map rankings to show you how the last match did break down. We can see here, Team Unique, like you said, 16 kills, 36 points total. Glitter, we're not seeing your team here on the top 8, unfortunately.
You know, stuff happened. It was, I think Tempo had a little bit of
it's more of like a Tempo drizzle than a Tempo storm, I'd say.
Well, wow. You know what? You said it, not me. And we'll be breaking that play down a little bit for you guys in just a moment here. But look at the top 8 right now. Once again, Alpha Legends in a very good position, and we're finally seeing Udyr Killers up there as well, which is really amazing. They had a very, very strong end game. They didn't have a whole lot of kill points, but they played smart enough to secure a good chunk of placement points, which will help them overall here in league play.
And I think Kanina Power, even though they ended up with just 1 placement point, being able to at least pick up those extra 5 kills and get 6 points in total, Jason and I are a little bit happy about those extra kills that they got since we did end up picking them to win that match. And Pittsburgh Knights, another team that we're seeing here, Pittsburgh Knights being able to at least, whether it's placement points or whether it's skills, they're bouncing back and forth. They're at least able to go ahead and secure some points, which is good. Remember, we are going to be, when we go into Super Weekend, only the top 16 teams of the overall league play leaderboard are going to be moving forward. So they want to be able to at least stay consistent with something. Ultimately, what we would want this teams to go ahead and do is get placement points and also get those skill points like we've seen already from Kanina Power, Loops Esports, and as well just now Unique.
Yeah, kind of surprised to see Loops, kind of on the bottom there, getting only the 1 point. But then again, they've had really good performances in the other maps. That 1 point won't hurt them too much. But for teams like Headquarters and Frag Machines, those are points they desperately need. There's only a 3-point difference between 16th and 17th place. Let's take a look at our stats here for Team Unique, and they've got to be ridiculous. 2,500 damage here, Glitter, and not to mention the 16 kills.
I love to see this. And something else that's very consistent across the board is that these teams that we're seeing at the top of the standings are doing a very good job on converting all of their knockouts into kills, but then also making sure they're able to pull down kills from other fights. That is going to be a huge win in the points department because, like Seven has said before, you have to be in the top 16, and there have been situations where it's separated by potentially only 1 point. So making sure you're securing as many of those kills as possible is vital. Not to mention, these guys only, once again, under 1k in healing. So we're seeing that these teams are deciding to play very safe and conservative for early game, leading into mid game, and then once that circle really starts to shrink down, that's when we're seeing a lot of these fights start.
And something I wanted to actually mention in regards to those stats, Jason, sorry to cut you off there, is Team Unique ended up with 16 kills, and actually Lightning ended up with 7 kills himself. And not only that, he ended up with almost 1,300 damage. So that was very impressive game there from them. And honestly, I'm happy to see Team Unique get that win because they ended up getting blessed with the circle, and they had a full control of an amazing compound, being able to overlook a lot of stuff. I'm so happy they took advantage of what the game was able to give them.
Yeah, fantastic forward thinking coming out of them. Let's take a look at our do moments. And something you also wanted to talk about a bit, Seven, was of course Queso up against the Pittsburgh Knights. I'm sure we're going to see some clips in here of that happening.
Oh yeah, we will definitely see that. And right now we're seeing Adder, one of those players. Once again, I think he got Cloud9 the second place, but not just that, he also ended up getting them 4 kills. It is so great to see Adder, a fragger, one that actually used to be in Team Unique in previous tournaments, being able to perform really well here for Cloud9. I think that is a confident booster. And overall, right now, don't worry, we're going to be talking about this a little bit later. I think Glitter will have a chance to go ahead and go into detail in regards to this fight between Temple Storm and SWAT 69, which I do want to go ahead and mention, this is a very important fight, and that's why we'll be breaking it down later on. Because remember, during seeding play, SWAT 69 tried to land on Temple Storm, but what happened was that Temple Storm won that engagement. Well, guess what? This one, it didn't go that way. SWAT 69 actually ended up winning that engagement, which leads me to believe, do you think in the future, Glitter, maybe now that the score's gonna even, do you think SWAT 69 might go ahead and drop Pochinki more often?
You know, the evil side of me would love to see that happen, right? We've talked quite a few times about how people haven't really contested tempo that much on their drop spot. And so now seeing that SWAT 69 kind of went for it and it ended up being successful to them, there's definitely the possibility that they have to do it because they also still need to make up for some of those points being at the bottom of the leaderboard. If they're more confident in taking that early game engagement, there's no reason for them to not at least try.
And another thing right here, this fight between Pittsburgh Knights, they took another squad. I believe it was Headquarters. Headquarters tried to go ahead and push up there on Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights was able to go ahead and control that push. But guess what? Team Queso was just waiting for them. And this is something that Jason was speaking of. Team Queso played that so well. And they acknowledged that Pittsburgh Knights was hurting. And they went for it. And something that I love from that fight that we got a chance to see when we're watching the game was that Team Queso played that so well with different angles, making sure they didn't group up like in Temple Storm did there in Pochinki. So overall, great execution there by Team Queso. And Unique, Lightning, one of the players that we're mentioning, he does end up getting knocked there. And my boy, I can't say his name, so I'm not even going to try. That grenade, he ended up destroying everybody with that grenade. And Adder, once again, being able to get some extra kills there for his team. I think that's huge. You always want to go ahead and see those fraggers being able to perform for their team. And overall, I think Unique taking full advantage of this compound, as we mentioned, is just such a great compound to be on in such a time to just take advantage of what the game gives you, especially if you are able to control a compound like this. Pick on anybody, make sure you get those damage, and most of all, make sure if you do end up getting a knock, confirm that kill, because that is 1 point extra that's going to be added to the leaderboard to your tally.
Yeah, and then we can see here right at the end, we've got Adder trying to put out as much damage as he can. He does manage to stay alive, and to the point where Unique is able to take out Uter Killers first, and then Adder kind of makes his move after that to see if he can clean up at least a few more kill points here and there. Ends up getting second, but overall, very, very strong finish.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the total damage from that last match, something that kind of stands out to me is I wish we could see in this graph how much of it was just nade damage alone, Glitter, because we saw, you know, how many times nades were used and how many times they were used to confirm kills.
Yeah, and that's something that we're seeing a lot in all of these matches across the board is the use of utility. I mean, look at Unique at the very, very forefront of this entire graph, 2,500 damage, and everyone else still doing well for themselves, coming in at around the 12 to 1,400 damage mark. Anyone that's really in the top 4. We've seen smokes being used incredibly well, and I believe Unique was that double frag there at the end in that final zone. It's just, we're seeing a lot more aggression on that side of things when it comes to the throwables. We're still not seeing the early pushes now that we've kind of settled in a little bit to league play, but when it comes to utility, the players are really going for it.
Something to give props to, I wanted to go ahead and say, even though Tempo Storm did end up getting knocked early on, at least they were able to cause some damage there on SWAT 69 by being able to just fully kill 3 of their players. So that is at least good for them to be able to do that. And at least let them know, hey, if you want to go ahead and challenge us again, just know you're going to lose some players.
I'm just glad that I'm not getting the hate from you anymore, Seven, with my picks at the moment. Let's look at our top players as well from that last match. We're going to see Unique taking 3 of the 4 spots. But Adder, like you said, he was on Team Unique before, last year. Kind of deserves that tag a little bit, but we're going to see well done across the board. To me, what really stands out is what we've been talking about. It's Lightning, 1,290 damage here, Glitter.
And honestly, that's with those 7 kills, that I think is about almost half of the team's damage for this game. Lightning is starting to just kind of, I think he's finding a groove. We had started at the beginning of the league expecting to look at Frozen a little bit as he was one of the more aggressive players on the team, but Lightning had a very, very strong showing with 5 knockouts, 7 kills, and almost 1,300 damage to himself alone. That's an impressive showing.
I think, Seven, the only time we've seen this kind of discrepancy between players in the performing players at the end of a match was Tixie, right? I mean, from Kingdom Power, he had a phenomenal game. I can't remember the damage number he got to. I want to say it was like 1,900, I think.
It was a lot more than that. That I can remember. And I think that another one that comes to mind was during seeding play. We had Tensa on the first match. He had over 1,300 himself as well. So every now and then you'll get to see those amazing performances from certain players, and you just have to admire what they're able to do, especially in a mobile game.
And now I kind of wonder, going forward, as this does wrap up our first day here of league play, are we going to see teams, kind of take things back a little bit? Are they going to continue to be as aggressive in day 2 for maybe some better seeding or whatnot? But what I can hear is we have another breakdown going to be coming through by the both of you, if I'm not mistaken. I'm waiting to see some more confetti, some more glitter coming into this.
We have to break this down because overall it was a really important play in this game, but this is going to be the fight between Tempo and SWAT 69 that in the end does end up taking Tempo out early. Now we can see that it starts off with just Rain and what is that? I believe it's N7 in the same building. And then the rest of Tempo is kind of spread out. And actually, if you notice right now, before anything really starts to pop off, the rest of SWAT 69 is considerably far away. Honestly, I don't really know how they lost this. This is very sad for me. Okay, when we went into this scenario, I was prepared for Tempo to just kind of absolutely just win this because this is their place. They've been holding Pochinki for how long? I felt like their confidence just in their drop alone would kind of lend itself to a very strong fight from their end. Now we do see a lot of back and forth inside of this building, and that amount of time is what allows the rest of SWAT 69 to start rotating over to their teammate and try to start helping him in this fight. Now Tempo does know that there is a solo player up on that second floor, so at one point in just a moment here, they're going to make the decision to fully push in on him. thinking that they have the numbers.
I think I'll take this over. I don't want you to end up crying on the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, 2 Tempo Storm players. By the way, I love Tempo Storm. I got a chance to meet some of the players, but I'm going to have to do them dirty here. My boy Spec, my boy Rain, the Potatoes. It seemed like for some reason they were not able to go ahead and clutch this up. Remember, you only have one player right now from SWAT 69. And what do? They both go ahead and rush in, and they give them an angle where they're pretty much going to be able to both take damage as N7 is just going to destroy him. And what does N7 do that I really like so much? He makes sure he secures at least 1 kill for his team. He makes sure he goes ahead and thirsts them, because remember, every kill equals 1 point. Something I do enjoy here from Tensa, even though Tensa could have go ahead and pushed him up, he didn't, because he knew N7 was just going to be pre-firing that door, which you were able to see there early. So what does he do? He plays it a little bit patient. And guess what? At this moment, SWAT 69 player is going to be right here, right next to Tensa, and they're going to get into an interesting battle here between each other, as Tensa is able to knock one player with barely 1 HP. Now, N7, something I didn't notice right here. Notice how Tensa is going to start healing up. N7 thought about maybe picking up his teammate, but I think he was able to hear and be aware that he was going to be pretty much healing himself, Tensa, that he just went for it. And luckily for Tensa, he ended up getting the heals right on time, as the player from 69 was able to go ahead and come in there and pretty much lose the battle. Now, at this point, honestly, it was pretty much a toss-up. You have HH24, you have Tensa, 2 of the best players from that team as well. And then you have 69 Problems. By the way, love the name you got there. Guess what? 69 Problems, he knows that somebody, Tensa specifically, is going to be pushing him. He jumps up, shotguns him to the face, finishes up that kill, and makes sure he secures there. Now, right here, I enjoyed that he decided to go through a different angle. He decided to go ahead and rotate from this to over here on the other side of the building. Love those, just love that awareness from the teams. And one more thing, HH24 was going to try to pick up Spec, and that would have been huge. Something that I would have loved from Spec is if he would have maybe been able to rotate into this building to give him a different angle. But everything goes on so fast. You got to remember this stuff, we are able to break it down, but the players are doing this in real time. What does 69 Problems do? He throws up a grenade up here. And what does HH24 do? He jumps out and tries to go for that fight, but guess what? 69 Problems just being able to go ahead, rush in, get that kill, and he becomes the champion, the king of Pochinki. And while we're doing at it, there you go. Give that man some confetti, because he just clutched it for his team.
I think that was the moment we heard Glitter's heart break on comms when we were watching the game. By the way, I didn't know, was it Season 15 of the Battle Pass has a potato skin in it. I'm loving it.
Season 14. Season
14. Maybe that's coming out in 15 then. Maybe I'm rushing a little bit earlier on. But yeah, fantastic breakdown by you two. A little bit unfortunate for Glitter, but you know what? It's only been one day. We've all had bad predictions. Let's take a look at the overall rankings though and see how things have wrapped up though at the end of our first day of league play. And look at this. Team Unique taking away that #1 spot off the bat here, Glitter. 75 points total.
That just stems from some very consistent and an impressive last game of gameplay. Now, I do like to see that even though we had a rough last game, Tempo Storm is still there in the top 3 spot and not that far behind Unique. We do need to keep pointing out that we're seeing a lot of these teams have some very big performances when they are getting their chicken dinners. So if there is a 20-point discrepancy, even a 30-point discrepancy, that is more than surpassable with one solid game from any of these teams. So I'm not too worried right now. This is a pretty decent spread for the top 10 so far.
And just to go off what you were saying, I think it speaks volumes of what Tempo Storm Day was like, because even though they did end up getting knocked first there, guess what? They're still able to maintain that top 3. So I know I was memeing a little bit with the potatoes here and there, but trust me, those players are high caliber and they're showcasing it here on this event. And now as we're going here to the second page, we do have Konina Power on the 11th place, Team Umbra, which I'm actually happy to see there within the top 16. And then we got Nova Esports and Headquarters. They're currently fighting for that 16 to 17th place, and only about 8 points is separating them. So anything can happen here tomorrow. Make sure you tune in, because everything is super close. Only 16 teams are going to be advancing into the Super Weekend, and boy, is it going to be crazy.
But guys, we're seeing Konina Power 11th with 34 points, Wildcard with 30 in 13th place, 12th place, no, 13th place. These are the two teams that were number 1 and number 2 going into the league play, and they have fallen. They've shown they're mortal here. And Glitter, I see you nodding your head. This is rough times. I mean, again, they should be generally clear to make it into the Super Week, but they definitely haven't had the performance we were expecting coming into day one.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to point out on that leaderboard as well. They had a very strong performance in opening weekend, but we've talked a couple times about, was opening weekend almost like a treat for us as far as like casting goes with that level of aggression. Now that Wildcard and Kunina Power might potentially be kind of reining that in a little bit, is that almost overly affecting their gameplay? We expected them to be very, very strong contenders here, and yet we see them on the second page of the leaderboard. Obviously, we still have an entire another day of league play for them to kind of pick it back up, but we only have that second day of league play, so they don't have too much of a grace period from there.
Especially going into the Super Week, they definitely cannot afford to lose out on those juicy points. But that does wrap up our entire day here, our first day of league play. We still have our second day to come up tomorrow at the exact same time, 11 a.m. PDT. We'll see which top 16 teams will move through into our Super Week, kicking off in just a few days' time. I also want to give a big shout out to all the other language streams we have going on here. I just think Sparky overdoing a Hindi broadcast over in India. It's a lot of people commentating and really trying to bring all of this PUBG Mobile action across the world here. And it's called a World League for a reason. So tomorrow, 11 a.m. PDT, our second day and final day of league play for the first week. You're not going to want to miss this.